women have 8 fixtures, aiming to reach finals day on the 26th of July. Red Bull returns for the men in late June with 2 games, followed by 6 more Vitality Blast matches in July, including the Roses match with Lancashire away on
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Jordan Thompson and Ben Code continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome from Headingley, a very sunny Headingley. It feels like it might actually turn out to be a warmer day than the already warm yesterday, where we were treated to 425 for 8, so a bit in it for both sides on the day. Worcestershire, of course, won the toss. They've picked up 2 bowling points, another wicket will get them a 3rd, and Yorkshire 4 batting points so far, and will be gunning for the maximum if they can add a further 25 runs this morning. Frank Watson and myself, Jonathan Deutsch, with you to start things off. We have Paul Shaw as our third voice once again, and we're going to see Tom Taylor, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 61, start things off from the Kirkstall Lane end. He'll be bowling to Jordan Thompson, who took a single off the final ball last night. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, good to be here. Beautiful day. Worcestershire, I think the feeling overnight was that obviously they'd underachieved yesterday, and perhaps the reason for that was that at any point where they did build a little bit of pressure and get a bit of control, it was then dissipated by another period of laxity, shall we say, and so they weren't able to sustain any kind of control throughout the day. And a fine example of that is that, having picked up those wickets after tea to get Yorkshire at 360 for 8, they then saw this partnership take it away from them again.
Taylor to Thompson, who pings his first one straight out the middle, to Kashif Ali, who's out sweeping on the east side boundary and picks up a single. 49 to Jordan. Ben Code will have his first look at the ball for the day, but as I say, conditions superb. Not as many in yet as there were yesterday, but not a bad crowd. It always surprises me, but on Saturdays, when you think people have got time off, crowds seem to drop.
Same thing at Worcester, definitely, and we saw last week at Taunton as well. Got my own theory on it.
Meanwhile, here's Taylor over the wicket. Code, 4 runs. He's been given the width that he always wants, Ben Code. There's never much in the way of foot movement, but if you give him a bit of room outside off stump, he'll drive you through that general area all day, and he gets off to a good start, 430 for 8.
Yeah, I think we probably don't realise quite how many people who watch county cricket are involved with clubs, I think, and on Saturdays that tends to be the day that many of them will be watching their clubs up and down the counties, and I think that might well explain. You know, you might go round the Yorkshire League or the Bradford League today and speak to people who are on the boundary, and there'll be a good few that were here yesterday and might be here tomorrow, but they've decided to watch their league clubs at the weekend. That's my theory anyway.
Yeah, my league club, Rawdon, are in action today in a friendly up at Yeadon. Yeadon of the Bradford League, Rawdon of the Air Wharf. Not even a mile between the two grounds, I don't think, or just about a mile maybe. So
not missing any cricket. They've lost the ball, by the way. Kashif Ali just gone to get it from down through the gate and down between the two stands over there.
I think just gone off for a quick trip to the Yorkshire County Cricket Supporters Association hut, which is just at the back of the scoreboard there.
I walked past that this morning on my way in. Beautiful morning here at Headingley.
It's only just gone 11 o'clock, and we've already had the first 2 deliveries and a lost ball, and Code is going to get 4 more here. Right up there this time from Taylor. Full face of the blade. That was a super off drive from Ben Code. He's on to 30. 434 for 8. Partnership now worth 74 for this 9th wicket. And
yeah, we're right back where we were last night, within 3 balls, aren't we? And Tom Taylor's pretty fed up with things. I'm not surprised at that, having conceded 9 off the first 3 balls of the day. This partnership, as you say, Jonathan, 74, and it was when Worcestershire had kind of fought back into it a little bit, so they really rubbed salt into the wounds.
Here he is again, this time Ben Code doesn't play that with much ease. Chops it into his foot, I think, and into the deck. So a little bit better from Taylor. But yeah, they'll have been talking, won't they, this morning about starting well and all of that. You know, let's wrap this up quickly and, you know, let's probably try and disappoint Yorkshire, not let them get that last batting point. They may not get it still. There's still 16 runs needed, but just the first few balls are not kind of foot on the throat stuff, are they?
No, it's just, as I say, re-established last night's mood.
Code opens the face this time and drives square. Kashif doing the fielding. Pick up another single. Jordan Thompson on the cusp of a half century. He enjoyed himself last night. He just felt like a Tomo sort of a day.
Yeah.
Sun shining, ball coming on.
Yeah. Exactly what he wanted.
Ball coming on about as well as you can expect for the time of year anyway. A crowd in as well.
Well, it's licensed to thrill, isn't it? He's got absolutely nothing to lose, and made the most of it.
Taylor switches round the wicket again to bowl at him. Good delivery though this time. We've talked him up and he gets beaten by one. Best ball of the morning so far. Wasn't difficult really, but end of the over. Tom Taylor, he'll do better than that I'm sure as the match goes on, but 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 71 from him, and he was one of Worcestershire's better pair I think yesterday.
Yeah.
435 for 8.
Yeah, and 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 71 probably doesn't do him justice really. Ben Allison, 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 58. He's going to take up the attack from the Howard stand end, and he also bowled tidily yesterday, as did Matthew Waite, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 53. But it was, as I say, just those little periods where Worcestershire bowlers weren't at it yesterday that lost them any control that had been gained by those three really, Waite, Taylor and Allison. And that was the problem throughout the day. Here is Allison, very straight approach, right arm over, bowls to Code, and that's a good delivery on off stump, and it just pushed away on the offside by Ben Code, who's on 31, and he has faced 33 deliveries. Jordan Thompson 49 off 45. They came together in the 87th over with the score on 360. So in 10 overs, they've done this damage. 10 overs for this partnership of 75. And it's really put Yorkshire right on top. Allison in, bowls, and there's a wicket. Flashing drive, no feet at all, big edge, and Gareth Roderick, safe hands, moving to his right. It would have been a catch probably to first slip, but he saw it all the way. It was wide as well, and he saw it right off the edge, and made no mistake. 435 for 9, and Allison gets his second wicket of the innings, and probably he deserves it. And Roderick gets his fourth catch of the innings.
Yep, and Ben Code, well, it's still a very useful 31 off 34. 5 fours involved, a couple of those this morning.
So the 9th wicket goes down with a score on 435.
Yeah, will that change the sort of way that they're playing out there now with 15 needed for the extra point?
It might do.
Just do.
Yeah, I think they want to get that extra point, don't they, as Jack White comes out to join Jordan Thompson. But that partnership, as I said, 75 for that 9th wicket, and it really has put Yorkshire in a position of great authority in this game. It doesn't change anything in a sense that whether it's 380, 400, or if they bowl Yorkshire out for 400, which is what they hoped when they got that 8th wicket, and it hasn't happened, it doesn't really change anything. Worcestershire know that basically just got to bat. You're not going to win a game from here. Very unlikely that you're going to win a game from here. So what you've got to do is just bat to make sure you don't lose it, which is a bit like what they had to do last week. The pitch still got a bit of green to it when you look at it from here, but as we said yesterday, it's a good cricket pitch, I think. It's a bit in it for the bowler, but all the batsmen have shown that you can play shots. Well, you don't get a score like this if it's an untrustworthy surface. New batsman Jack White, left-hander. Allison round the wicket to him, and he gets squared up by this one, just steers it out on the offside, and there's no run.
Home debut for Jack White.
It's a good bowler, Jack White. Bowled really well against Worcestershire at Northampton last year in the one-day gap. Very good.
Yeah, and a curiously late developer, 32, not played many first-class games. Had a chat with him the other week on the record, and he just said, why now sort of thing, and he said, I'm just a late developer. Played
yeah, but it's a
minor
good
counties,
signing.
national counties,
Good signing,
before
I
Northants.
think. Yeah, really good signing. Allison round the wicket to him, bowls, and he's beaten feeling for that on their side. They've done good over from Allison so far. Picked up a wicket, gone past the bat twice, and yeah.
Yeah, probably a bit too good for a number 11, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Said this many times. You don't want to do too much against the number 11. Allison does have that natural away movement from the left-hander. And as you say, if he gets any significant movement off the pitch against a number 11, it's always liable to do a bit too much. And he comes and bowls, and that's actually quite a nice shot from Jack White. And he gets off the mark. Well, he could have got off the mark easily because it's almost gone to the rope, and he wanted a single, but Jordan Thompson said no, which suggests that Thompson wants to, well, it's obvious he wants to face the bowling and perhaps will continue to play in the vein that he has so far, because it's brought him 49, or maybe he just thinks, well, I definitely want to have the chance to get 50.
I think he's
and
just
then
eyeing
we'll reassess it. The short boundary.
Yeah, that's right in his arc, out by the scoreboard there over the northeast stand side. So if Jack White can survive this,
well, they're offering him a single on the leg side if he wants it. Two slips in place as Allison comes round the wicket to finish the over and beats Jack White outside the off stump again. So a good over from Ben Allison, a wicket maiden, 4:35 for 9, and now we have to see whether Jordan Thompson will continue his assault or whether he'll be a little bit more circumspect as he looks for the 15 runs that will bring Yorkshire another batting bonus point. Worcestershire have just taken their third bowling point, by the way.
yeah,
Ben Allison, just to give you his figures, I beg your pardon, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 58. That's quite tidy, really, in the circumstances, I think.
Yep, he's been all right. Tom Taylor to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Jordan has been known on a relatively rare occasion to sort of play a little bit more of a grind, but obviously his natural game is to feel bat on ball. That was yours, I think, Frank. If it connected,
It was. It was on the way, wasn't it?
Big flash.
Every fielder on the boundary, which looks pretty grim, but perfectly understandable in the circumstances. And if he plays like that, he's either going to clear them or he's going to haul out, or he's going to drop short, I suppose. But he might as well have a go, and he could easily nick it down to third man and it'll race away. Taylor,
yeah,
anything could happen.
Jordan Thompson waits then, it's full, and he flicks it to long on. He's not entering. Yep.
Thompson's went through the covers. I always think, I don't know, it's a difficult one, isn't it? There's two schools of thought. Some people think you should just pick up the runs on offer. I can see why he wouldn't, but actually he just tucks it away on the offside. Could get 2.
Yeah.
Could get 2 easily.
Just drop it and go somewhere 25 yards away. It's going to be pretty difficult to cut out the 2, but there you go. He's cut one back at a point and picks up 4 instead.
4. Yeah, well, there you
He
go.
knows better than we do.
Yeah, he does.
And 50 up for the 10th time in first-class cricket for Jordan Thompson. He went into this knock averaging 21.6. I think he's a better player than his average suggests, and I think he's capable of raising that as he continues to play the game. We've seen Jordan, you know, thereabouts at his best in this first knock of the season for him, as it is.
He's a pretty good number 9, that's for sure, I think.
And he could bat higher. It's there for him, and he's on 53 at the moment. So that's a slower delivery, just held that back, did Taylor. Clever piece of bowling, and he was halfway through the shot and kind of played inside it, did Jordan. 439 for 9, 11 needed for maximum batting point, and he's just wandered down the track to say to Jack, if he chucks it in my half here, this will be going somewhere way up the North Lane traffic lights, mate, I'll tell you now.
Well, 4 balls gone. Talavera's changing the field, not surprisingly. They're going to hope to keep Thompson off the strike with as many as 6 fielders in one saving positions. Back in Taylor to get it in the block hole. It's a bit like bowling at the death in a white ball game here.
And Thompson
actually,
gets
Thompson's
right
got
underneath
6.
that. That's gone miles over the roof of the east stand. Really
exactly
picked it up
like
superbly.
you said.
59 to Jordan, and he was leaning away. It was good balance, actually, wasn't it? Just to get into the position, kept his eye on the ball all the way, and he's just levered it over the. I say over the roof. Actually, it might have dropped just short by the looks of it, because somebody's thrown it back from the back. It looked like it had. Might have been a stray bird that flew over in the same time.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd got the elevation to get over there, because it's quite a short boundary.
But
like a wedge. I was watching the Open last night, and a golf analogy in my mind. Yeah, heck of a shot.
So that's got him closer. 5 needed.
Yeah, he knows. He knows. We know nothing.
Can he get him off this last ball? In comes Taylor then, past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Oh, he's trying a little variation. And
brilliant.
He's done it. Has he got it all the way?
6, yeah.
He has. Well, that's certainly entertained the crowd. Listen at that. Jordan Thompson moves on to 65 with successive 6s off the last 2 balls of the over. Playing white ball cricket off the last of them. He's taken the side to maximum batting points, 451 for 9 after 99 overs. Time for me to dip out.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from Jordan Thompson. Absolutely horrendous as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Tom Taylor, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 87 now. And you got a feel for him, because he bowled better than that. And he's taken a bit of punishment this morning. Ben Allison, meanwhile, round the wicket to Jack Taylor, who's hit on the pads. Big shout for LBW, but umpire says not out. And the score remains 451 for 9. Just watching that, clearly going down the leg side. Hit him outside leg, going on down further. Good morning for the first time to Paul Shaw, who's made the trip from the People's Republic of Barnsley. Good to see you, Paul. And entertaining stuff from Jordan Thompson this morning.
Absolutely. Good morning, Frank. It's a beautiful day again here at Headingley. Stadium again basking in the sunshine, and have witnessed some fireworks first thing this morning with Jordan Thompson's knock so far.
Allison in again, bowls, bangs this one a little bit shorter at Jack Taylor, who sways back out of the way, and Gareth Roderick takes the ball behind the stump. So Worcestershire making a decent start this morning when Ben Allison picked up the wicket of Ben Code for 31. But Jordan Thompson, well, we wondered whether that might change his approach as they looked for that final batting point, but it didn't, and he brought it up with successive 6s, 1 over the leg side and 1 a very, very clever sort of reverse ramp over fine leg as Allison is in and bowls, and that one is scooting through. Might have been off the pad. There's a bit of a shout whether they thought he might have got an inside edge on it. I don't know. Gareth Roderick sprawled to his right to take it, and no movement from the umpire Mark Newell anyway. 451 for 9 it remains, but as I say, it's annoying for Worcestershire, and it's that 9th wicket partnership particularly upset them, I know, because they thought they'd got themselves back into it just a little bit, after tea yesterday. Alison bowls and Jack Taylor mistimes a drive up to mid-on. But in the broad scheme of things, really, it doesn't change anything in the game. Worcestershire know that we've just got to basically bat for a long time to save this game. You're not going to win it from here. They could be in a situation like they were in last week. They'll hope not to be. They'll hope they'll be able to get a big score, and there's no reason why they shouldn't whatsoever. But any lapses, and Yorkshire with a good seam attack could be right on top as Alison bowls outside the off stump, left alone by White. These two men out there, Jordan Thompson and Jack White, plus Ben Code, will play quite a big part, I think, in this. I might just have to take this, excuse me, Paul.
Yeah, so the score's 451 for 9, Thompson on 65 and White on 0. As Allison turns and makes his approach and balls. It's a full ball round about leg stump, looking to York White. It's pretty clear the plan in terms of looking for White to be dismissed with the full ball. York or LBW ball, those types of dismissals is certainly what the Worcestershire bowling unit are looking at. And yeah, as I said earlier, it's a beautiful day again here at Headingley, and it's an absolute pleasure actually to be sat in the commentary box looking at this fine stadium, and we've got a good sprinkling of people just coming into the ground to our left, mostly in the east stand. There is a few in the shade across in the Howard stand, and it will be
good few underneath where we are as well, Paul, I think, aren't there?
And a few, yeah, just underneath
Kirkstall Lane end.
Kirkstall Lane end. So yeah, and I think with it being a Saturday, there might be one or two more just find their way to this game as we go through the day.
Yeah, we were just talking about that before, JD and I, saying that perhaps people were here yesterday who might be here tomorrow, who might be at other cricket in Yorkshire today, with all the league games and league clubs starting their seasons with friendlies and so on. So that might explain it. But we find this at Worcester, and also with Taunton last week we commented on it, that sometimes Saturday crowds are a bit lower than you might expect, because many of the cricket fraternity are actually at club grounds around the county. So we're going to see Taylor continue. There might have been some debate about that, but he's continuing, bowling to Thompson with the field completely spread, and he goes for a big hit out on the offside. Brett D'Oliveira runs in from deep extra cover and spills the catch, and worryingly waves for some attention. And I say this because this is the man, the Worcestershire captain, who had a very serious shoulder injury and carried it for a couple of years, but this is fingers, I think. He's in trouble. And this is bad news for Worcestershire, because if they are going to bat to save this game, then Brett D'Oliveira will play a big part. But he's in trouble immediately. I think he might have dislocated a finger. I'm guessing he's walking off, clutching his hand, one hand in the other, and physio has gone out, had a look at it, and immediately said you've got to come off. So we'll have a substitute out there in a minute, and I imagine that Adam Hose will take over captaincy responsibilities. What happened was that Thompson skied the ball out on the offside, and Brett D'Oliveira was deep at extra cover, came running in, sprawled forward to try and take the catch, which would have been a good one. He got there, got his hands underneath it, and in shelling it, I think he dislocated a finger by dragging it along the ground. I'm not entirely certain, but that's how I read it. Bad news for Worcestershire. They got 2 runs as a result of that, I think, and Thompson goes to 65. Although the scoreboard still says 451 for 9, so well, they must have got a couple of runs. And then no, maybe not. Maybe he just stood there and said no. I'm not going to risk a run out. I was so busy looking at D'Oliveira that I didn't really notice it looks to me as though they didn't run. Rob Jones is now out where D'Oliveira was, and Taylor comes in round the wicket and bowls, and Thompson goes big on the leg side. It's gone miles up in the air. They haven't run again, and it's dropped safely. I say big on the leg side, tried to go big on the leg side. It's gone miles up in the air and it's dropped where an ordinary mid-off would have been, but of course all the fielders are back. Pretty ugly, the last couple of deliveries, one way and another. The ugliest news for Worcestershire, Brett D'Oliveira is off the field having injured a finger.
And yeah, depending on the severity, that could be a huge blow for him and the team, couldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor again round the wicket, bowls, and Thompson flashes at this and misses. Apologies for that, having to dash away when I just got a call. Don't normally even have my phone on when I'm commentating. I've turned it off now, but just occasionally, as JD will know at this time of year, if you cover football and cricket, certain people sometimes wonder if you can be in two places at once. I wish I could sometimes, but it was one of those situations. All sorted now. Here's Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Thompson goes flashing at this out on the offside and gets 4 because he's dropped again, I think. Another really difficult one. Adam Finch down at third man. It flew up in the air. My reading of it was that it did carry. He came running in, slid in. Just have a look at it now. It was a really wide one. Finch slid in, and well, they're not seeing it on the replay. I think got his hands to it and was unable to hold on. I think
Certainly looked that way, Frank.
it's gone for 4. Well, I always am a bit dubious about saying somebody's dropped a catch when you're not absolutely sure, but it's nothing's dropped comfortably for anybody. I'll say that this morning. Those two certainly were those where you sort of running in. I think running in and diving forward to take a catch is difficult at the best of times, but it's easier when the trajectory's a bit flatter. But when it's gone up miles and you're making horizontal movement and you've got a massive steep vertical drop as well, it's very, very tricky. Thompson this time takes a single, just steers this one out on the offside because it was the 5th ball of the over. So Taylor White will just have 1 ball to face from Taylor, and it's 456 for 9. Such is the movement in county cricket these days that you get lots of these situations where you think, well, actually, Tom Taylor and Jack White will know each other pretty well, because a couple of years ago they were at Northants together. Taylor, who's got the full set, I think, in the East Midlands now, started with Derbyshire, then went to Leicestershire, then went to Northants. Now very much a Worcestershire player as he comes in round the wicket and bowls, and Jack White is equal to that, pushing out on the offside. Could have had a single. Thompson sends him back. The frustration continues for Worcestershire this morning. Yorkshire, who began the day on 425 for 8, and have added 31 runs this morning for the loss of that 1 wicket. Ben Code, who was caught behind by Gareth Roderick, off Ben Allison for 31.
And Thompson is on 70. He's progressed quite quickly this morning. He's a very dangerous player batting with the tail, because just as you think you've made the inroads you need to as a bowling unit and as a fielding unit, and Thompson walks to the crease, and he can be a dangerous prospect for many attacks. So just reflecting on yesterday, Frank, really, I mean, Worcestershire were in the game. I thought for most of the day yesterday, most phases of play, I thought they stayed in the game. I thought they bowled pretty good areas. Just that half an hour at the start of play, and potentially that last 45 minutes maybe at the end where Thompson got hold of 1 or 2 of the bowlers. But other than that, I thought they stayed in the game pretty well on what is a pretty good pitch.
Well, here's Ben Allison bowling round the wicket to Jordan Thompson. Slower ball. Thompson pulls it, short one. Clever sort of slow bouncer, really. Didn't really time it. Could have had a single, turns it down. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd possibly add in a little spell in the middle of the day where it just got a bit easy, didn't it, for Hill and Milan particularly. For about an hour they just were helping themselves, and I thought Worcestershire weren't much of a threat in that period of time. So yeah, as I said earlier, the feeling I think in the camp overnight. This break off as Allison bowls, and Thompson pulls away on the leg side and is caught by Rob Jones. Really, really good work by Jones, the substitute. I won't bother with the feeling in the camp anymore because the innings is over. Thompson's out. Let me describe that catch, because 20 years ago you wouldn't have seen it. He's run back. He's caught the ball over his head. He knows he's going to step over the rope. He's thrown it back in. The nearest fielder is too far away from him to be able to help him, so he's got to do it all himself. He's thrown it back in. He's behind the rope, and he realises that if he runs and takes it with his feet on the ground, they're still behind the rope. So he jumps into the air, dives back into the playing area and takes the catch. That was brilliant work, and it was modern brilliant work, the sort of thing that fielders practice these days, unheard of 20 years ago. It's come about because of limited overs cricket, and it was expertly executed by Rob Jones, fielding as a substitute. So Jordan Thompson is the last man out for 70. Brilliant innings. He faced just 58 balls. He hit 6 fours and a 6. It was a superb knock, but it's ended by a superb piece of fielding. And in the book and in Wisdom, in 10 years' time, you look at that and it will just say caught sub bowled Allison, and nobody will realise, will they, Paul, what a great bit of work it was. They're all out for 456.
Yeah, an outstanding bit of work from Jones. His awareness of where that boundary rope was, the speed the ball was going, and how we had to get back into the field inside the boundary rope to complete the catch was outstanding. But as we know, these guys are practicing this type of thing all the time, and with the T20 cricket as it's progressed the game, and the 100-ball cricket, then we see them every day working on the boundary edge, looking to pull off some of those amazing catches. We know Jones is a very good fielder, of course, former Lancashire player, good cricketer, and certainly a very, very good fielder. Has been for a number of years now. Just looking at Thompson's innings in the context of the game, 70 or 58 balls in just 90 minutes, 6 fours and 4 sixes. Tremendous knock. I said earlier, he's dangerous for any opposition when you think you're in properly in the game and you've took 7 or 8 wickets, and then Thompson walks to the crease. I think I heard Doige say earlier on, he's the potential to bat higher. I think there's no doubt about that, and as the game develops, I think he could find himself batting much higher. But we certainly finished the innings off nicely for Yorkshire, and 456 all out for the Yorkshire faithful that are watching this game on day 2 here today. And be interesting now how Worcestershire approach this. I would have thought from their perspective, they've got the 2 wickets early this morning. Fair enough, Yorkshire's accumulated a few runs this morning quite quickly through Jordan Thompson. But I think they'll reflect on the innings and look at the pitch and think, well, it's a pretty good pitch. Let's see if we can get through that first few overs with the new ball. And as we said yesterday, Frank, important that when you're at the crease, you are looking to score, because that helps your movements, doesn't it? If you're looking to score rather than just defend, you get into really good positions. Yeah, absolutely. And Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the Worcestershire opening pair, will know exactly that is the case, and I think we'll see them running quite purposefully even in this situation, however long they tend to bat for. Well, there you go, 2 bowlers used this morning. I'll just give you their figures before we have a little break. Tom Taylor, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 92. Got a bit of stick this morning, and I don't think those figures do him justice. He really bowled quite well yesterday. And Ben Allison, who maybe is one whose figures do him justice, 18.2 overs, 3 maidens, and he finished with 3 for 58. The men out today: Jordan Thompson, the last to go for 70, Ben Code before that for 31, Jack White was not out, 456 all out Yorkshire. They take 5 batting points, Worcestershire take 3 bowling points, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes time.
Umpires Mark Newell and Steve O'Shaughnessy. The best go, leading out Yorkshire. Libby and Gareth Roderick opening the batting for Worcestershire.
Welcome back to Headingley. Brief break for us there, but we're back now. Worcestershire about to begin their first innings in reply to Yorkshire's massive 456 first innings score. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the two Worcestershire opening batsmen. Roderick on strike, Ben Code to take up the attack for Yorkshire from the Kirkstall Lane end. 4 slips in place, as we saw at the start of the Yorkshire innings yesterday. No news yet. I will try and get some news on the Worcestershire captain Brett D'Oliveira, who injured a hand this morning in the field. Here is Code, first ball of the innings, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Roderick, who pushes out on the onside. Good start from Code, though, right on the money with that one, making the batsman play, and that's really what it's all about in this early part of the innings. Code just scratching at the footmarks, make sure everything's to his liking. Outstandingly good seam bowler for Yorkshire, Ben Code. I think it's fair to say he's the sort of spearhead of the attack. He'll be well backed up, I'm sure, by his colleagues. He's in again now and bowls, and the first run of the innings as Gareth Roderick tucks it away down to long leg for a single. So Worcestershire are away. Their batting order, I expect, to be the same as it was last week, or the early part of it anyway, and that will mean that Roderick and Libby 1 and 2, Cashy Valley will come 3, Ethan Brooks at 4, which is a new position for him, Adam Hose at 5, and Brett D'Oliveira, if fit, at 6. I have to say that after that finger injury this morning, it looked quite serious. Code in, bowls down the leg side, Libby flicks at that, makes no contact, flicks off the pad, I think, and Johnny Bairstow dives across to his left but can't get a hand on it, and it goes down to the boundary for 4 leg byes. So Worcestershire 5 without loss. The men out this morning in Yorkshire's innings, which began this morning with them on their overnight 425 for 8. Code, who is now bowling, went for 31, which was he added 9 this morning to his overnight score before he was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ben Allison, and then Jordan Thompson, having brought up maximum batting points for Yorkshire, had reached 70 when he was very, very well caught by Rob Jones, fielding as a substitute for D'Oliveira. One of those where he caught it, threw it up in the air, stepped over the rope, came back in and completed the catch. Code bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Libby, straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. So yeah, super work from Rob Jones. If ever there was a character who was summed up by a piece of fielding, it's Rob Jones. That one, it's sort of spectacular. And when he had to come back in and jump in to take the catch, he didn't just jump, he kind of flung himself right up in the air and took it code in outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. So he doesn't do anything by halves, Rob Jones, and it was really, really good work. One thing that he's tried to do, I know you were saying what a good cricketer and what they thought of him at Lancashire. One thing he's tried to do since he's come to Worcestershire, he's seen a kind of gap, is to become #1 slipper. He's worked very hard at that. Took quite a few last year. Not in the side obviously at the moment, but when he is, going to be a key member of the cordon. Code bowls to Libby, slightly over pitched on leg stump, and Libby just tucks it away square of the wicket on the leg side, and picks up 2 runs out to square leg, where the fielding is done by Jack White, who I think is going to take up the attack from the Howard stand end. 7 without loss then. Worcestershire off that first over. Roderick has 1, Libby has 2. And, well, they're used to it, these two. And as we were saying this morning, whatever happened, they will have come to the ground this morning knowing that it was a batting day.
Absolutely, and they're going about the business pretty well. We've only had the 1 over from Ben Code, but what Ben does do is ensures that the batters have to play, and certainly pretty much every delivery that over he's done that. And both batters actually, Roderick and Libby, both look compact in their techniques, and played that first over quite nicely without any troubles. Just looking at the field, we do have 4 slips. White's got 4 slips as he's thinking about walking back to his mark at this point in time, and Code has 4 slips. And looking at the field as it is, the 4 slips, point, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and we've got a deep square leg.
Jack White is in, bowls, ooh, good delivery, edged by Roderick, all along the ground, gone to third man for 4, didn't know a lot about it. Moral victory for the bowler, good start for Jack White, but runs for Roderick. Off the edge, he goes to 5, 11 without loss. Jack White's another one of those bowlers that as he runs up, not quite like Matthew Waite, but he looks as though he's working quite hard to get to the crease. I've always felt this about him. That he's not. It's just the way he runs up, and it works for him, obviously. But actually, a bit like Matthew Waite as well. Within a couple of strides of starting his run up, he's kind of fully into it, and his arms play quite a big part in it. Long striding, gets to the crease and takes Roderick on the pad, and it pushed away on the onside. But everything's right when he gets there. I think he just looks nicely balanced at the crease.
Well, his first 2 deliveries are in he's hit good areas.
Yeah, very much so.
And that's certainly the plan. If there's any movement at all with this on this Headingley pitch, with the protruding seam now, of course, new ball, they'll be looking for any grip with that seam on the pitch. And both Code and White are focused on getting it in consistent areas.
So 4 slips in place as White is in and bowls, and that's a glorious drive by Roderick, straight unfortunately to Jordan Thompson at mid-off, but he hit it really nicely. Good feet. He'll feel better having played that shot, even though he didn't get any runs for it.
And you were saying yesterday, Frank, he's played a lot of cricket, hasn't he, Roderick, around the world as such, and hardly any time off at all in the winter.
No, played a lot of cricket in the last 2 years, certainly, almost without a break. In comes White and bowls, and he's pushing this one out on the onside. He had a difficult time when he first moved to Worcestershire from Gloucestershire, Gareth Roderick. He was not keeping. Ben Cox was still #1 keeper, and he didn't get any runs. There was a bit of turmoil in his private life, in his personal life. Moved the family from Bristol up the M5, and just for a few months at the start of his time with Worcestershire. He wasn't playing well at all. White bowls and he's forward, pushes out on the onside, and there's no run. And he started to tinker as well with his game a little bit, batting wise, and there's a lot of movement around the crease. He got into a bit of a mess actually at one stage, I think it's fair to say, and then there was a complete reset and things started to go right again, and he got some runs and he kept wicket, and then it just took off. And he's had a couple of very, very, very good years and become the player that Worcestershire knew they'd got when they signed him from Gloucestershire, and become a very important man in the dressing room, in the side generally. White in bowls, and he's forward to that and plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. The end of a very good over from Jack White. Conceded 4 runs off the edge, but at the end of it, Worcestershire are 11 without loss. And you know, I don't think we should underestimate the toll it takes on somebody opening and batting in the red ball game, and also being an important part of the white ball side in all competitions. It's a absolute battler and a huge part of the side now.
So Worcestershire 11 for none.
Code again into bowl to, oh, a real good one, beats Jake Libby outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow. Kind of half shout from one of the slips, but nothing doing. The slips are George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second, Finlay Bean at third, and Dom Bess at fourth, and they're in a state of high anticipation, Paul, I would say, at the moment.
They are, and there's no doubt about that. Code and White, the areas that they are bowling, will begin to work that outside edge.
Here is Code. Bowls, and Libby maybe just drops his hands away from that one as it goes past outside the off stump, but it wouldn't even surprise me if in the huddle this morning, the Yorkshire, somebody actually said, you know, let's not do what they did yesterday and waste the new ball. Not waste it, but in that first half hour yesterday, Worcestershire were definitely not at it, as it were, and Yorkshire do not want to do the same. No signs of it so far, I must say. Code in again, bowls, and that's 4, but it's off the edge, down to third man. Played with soft hands by Libby, to be fair, and all on the ground, but even so, not that convincing, as Worcestershire go to 15 without loss. Roderick 5. Libby 6. But these two, I must say, different characters, but a good opening pair. And Jake Libby, in a different kind of way, hugely important at the top of the order to Worcestershire. He's probably faced more deliveries than any other batter in the last 4 years, I would imagine. And quite a phlegmatic character. Third man gone in, man come across from the leg side, 7-2 offside field now. As Code moves away from us, past umpire O'Shaughnessy and bowls, and Libby takes advantage of the change in the field slightly by just turning this one away on the leg side to Jack White coming in from square leg, and they take another single, 16 without loss. So no horrors yet for Worcestershire, but at the same time, a recognition that in these first 3 overs, Yorkshire have basically got the ball in the right place 9 times out of 10. Code trying to do the same. He's in and he bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Gareth Roderick, who, yeah, we were saying, said it yesterday as well, and Paul just alluding to it. He's played a lot of cricket in the last 18 months or so, and that's how he likes it. He's not complaining about playing too much. He likes to play. He likes to be playing games of cricket rather than just netting and doing fielding practice and so on. He likes to be out there, and he's out there doing what he wants to do. As Code bowls to him, and he just gets a single, just nudges this one out on the onside and keeps the strike at the end of the over. So Roderick has 6, Libby has 7, and Worcestershire are 17 without loss off 3.
And good cricket so far by the Worcestershire openers. Yorkshire bowled pretty consistently in the first 3 overs of this innings. But what the Worcestershire players have done, they've both looked pretty organised, and they've looked to rotate the strike, haven't they? And already, they're 17 for none. So their intent to score is pretty good, rotating, and that enables the bowlers not actually to get used to bowling in real rhythm against one particular batter. That's really important, isn't it? If we keep rotating.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that has been a conscious effort in the Worcestershire effort for the last couple of years. Jack White bowls and Roderick defends up to mid-off. In all cricket, they've tried to be positive in their running, and just occasionally you see them take a single that's a bit risky, and you think, God, don't do that. Well, you don't need, like at Taunton last week, what on earth are you doing taking that single in this situation? But of course, the reason for it is because they've got it in the head that they don't want to be just sitting ducks, and as you say, a bowler can just get used to bowling at one person all the time, and well, you're making his life easier than it needs to be, I think. Is Jack White in again, bowls, and Roderick is turning this nicely on the leg side out to mid-wicket, where I think it's James Wharton doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Just been watching. Frank, you have a better insight than I have on Roderick's technique, but we've just been having a look, and he sets up on with his right toe on middle stump, left leg slightly outside leg stump, but just before the point of release, he has a little trigger and gets in line with middle and off, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'll talk about it again in a minute. Plays that one defensively. Yeah, he does. And when he was going through that difficult pitch I was talking about probably 3 years ago, he was attempting to do something similar to what he's doing now, but there was too much movement. And then he tried something different, and it just got to a point where it needed to just there needed to be a reset. And I think he worked quite hard with Kadir Ali, batting coach, and they've just simplified it. And now I mean, it's not, it could be more simple. He could just stand in that sort of finishing position to start with, in the old-fashioned way. But if you're having a trigger, it works now. It's good. He's getting in behind as he plays this one defensively again. One movement, the same every time, taking you to where you want to be, and then playing. And he's just completely clarified his game really in the last couple of years, and it's made a massive difference because it had become. You could almost watch from the side and share the pain that he was going through at one stage a couple of years ago, I think. I've talked to him about it. It's quite interesting for a player of that experience and quality to go through such difficulties, but it happens. I mean, that's cricket. It really is. Here's White again in and bowls, and Roderick pushing away on the onside, and there's no run. And it also ties in, I think, with what we were saying about his enjoyment of keep playing, is that once you've got it sorted, you don't need to tinker with it. What you need to do is just keep, it's like being a golfer, isn't it? Just, if you're playing well, just keep going out there and playing, and that's what he likes to do, really.
For anyone watching on the live stream, you'll see that on the point of release, Roderick is aligned and in a pretty good position, with everything pointing down the pitch towards the bowler.
There's Jack White in bowls, and that's nicely played back to him by Roderick. It's a good over from Jack White, but well negotiated by Gareth Roderick. At the end of it, Worcestershire are 17 without loss, and Jack White now 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for those runs off the edge. He's hardly bowled anything other than a good testing delivery. Yeah, I mean, this whole business is interesting. Sometimes I think we're guilty of getting a bit too technical in commentary, and people don't particularly want to hear that. But other times, if we can try and keep it fairly simple, it helps them to understand. I mean, my first ever hero as a batsman was Ken Barrington. So we're talking about mid-60s, late 60s. I mean, I just thought Barrington was fantastic because he was so reliable. And he set up with his feet pointing to mid-off. I'll just break off as Code comes in to bowl to Libby. who drives up to mid-off. There's no run. And so did I, therefore, as a result. You know, just had... And it was only later, because when you're 8 years old, you don't really think about it, but it was only later when I watched Peter Willey, who became almost completely front-on by the end of his career. But then I realised that they then turned into a good position. Then Kim Barnett, who I played a little bit with, you know, used to... By the end of his career, he was batting about 2 foot outside a leg stump. Code comes in, bowls, and turned on the leg side for a single by Libby. But then walked across and basically, again, ended up in a good starting position. And it really doesn't matter. And this was before anybody ever came up with the phrase trigger movement, you know. But it really doesn't matter where you come from or how you get there. But if at the point of delivery you're in a good position and your head's still and you know where your off stump is, then it's going to work for you, I think. But there's so many different ways of doing it, aren't there? Here's Code. In again, bowls outside the off stump. Little bit of room for Roderick, who drives. Didn't really time it, but gets a single because he pierced the gap between cover and extra cover. There's a big gap straight. They're almost encouraging the batter to drive straight down the ground, because there's no mid-off, it's kind of extra cover really. And he's going to put it up there and say, well, you know, if you want to just take that on and have a little drive, mid-off, it is a mid-off, I guess, but he's wide, isn't he? David Milan. Gone a bit straighter, if anything, for this ball. 19 without loss. Cody's in and bowls, and that one, Libby just takes his hands away, and through it goes to Johnny Bairstow.
Still got the 4 slips in, as you'd expect. And point, short extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square leg.
Just had a message from somebody who says, any news on John Curtis's funeral? I'll just break off as Code bowls, and this is steered out by Libby on the offside. The answer to that is no, not yet. Lots of people asking, I have been told, including Sir Gareth Southgate. Mentioned John Curtis, great cricket journalist and a massive member of the Worcestershire family who passed away sadly last week, but also a very active football journalist, less so in recent years, but highly thought of in the football world. And that just tells you the extent to which he is missed. Oh, and that's the best delivery of the innings so far from Ben Code. And Libby beaten outside the off stump and really feeling for that one. Just nipped away, I think, off the seam, and very, very good bit of bowling from Ben Code.
Good delivery there from Code. He just pulls Libby into play at this. And that only just misses the outside edge as it goes through to Bairstow. Score 19 for none.
Just mentioning that message I've received, you can get in touch with us if you'd like to. Twitter or X is the best way. Jonathan Doidge, our top man here, is at JDZ Events. I am at Frank Watson 58, and Paul is at Inside Leader 1. Is that something to do with your history as an airline pilot or a jet pilot? Inside leader. In comes Jack Taylor and bowls to Gareth Roderick, who steers this down to third man for 2. Worcestershire go to 21 with that loss. It sounds like it, doesn't it? It sounds like one of the red arrows or something.
As much as I wanted to say yes, some Top Gun pilots up yesterday, but unfortunately no, it links to the little inside leadership business.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, it's at Inside Leader 1 for Paul, at Frank Watson 58 for me, and at JDZ Events for Jonathan. And you can get in touch. Tell us if you get bored when we're discussing trigger movements, or whether you'd rather us talking about the cricket. Always interesting. Always interesting to hear. Here's Jack White again from the Howard stand end, and he pushed away on the onside by Gareth Roderick. One person who has got in touch this morning is Nikki Worcester. She often lets us know where she's listening. She's one of our regular listeners, and she is in, well, travelling from Latvia to Lithuania today.
Wow.
And she says it's a bit colder here than it is at Headingley, so I can imagine that is the case. JD's hovering, so if he comes in where you are, Paul, I'll make way at the end of the over and you can slide across, and I'll have a little bit of a break, as that's the shot of the innings so far from Gareth Roderick. It's only going to bring him a couple, but it was over pitched from Jack White. First half volley he's bowled, and Roderick drives through the offside for a couple. So it's 23 without loss. Roderick has 11, Libby has 8. Earlier today, Yorkshire, who resumed on their overnight 425 for 8, bowled out for 456. Well, 2 men out today. Code for 31 and Jordan Thompson for 70. Splendid innings from him. Both the wickets fell this morning to Ben Allison, who finished with 3 for 58. And I should also add that Worcestershire captain Brett Delville left the field with an injury, and we'll have to find out the extent of that. I'll try and do that shortly, as Roderick gets another single here. Squared up a bit by this one from White, but runs it away on the offside for 1. And he goes to 12. Libby has 8. Worcestershire in the Headingley sunshine, 24 without loss. Huge deficit, of course, which remains at 433. But that's probably not an issue. What they just need to do is bat as much, well, as long as they can, really, in this game. Here's White in again. Bowls, and ooh, again, Libby is turned around by this one. Just suggestion of a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. And he gets a single, but far from convincing. And Jack White quite encouraged, I think, by what he's seeing at the moment from these two, but no chances offered as yet. And you'd expect a little bit of awkwardness for the batters against this new ball. Just watch as White is in again and bowls, and better from Roderick this time. In behind it, pushes out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. So no desperate alarms for the Worcestershire openers. 25 without loss. Roderick 12, Libby has 9. White 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Code 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. And Jonathan is back.
He's just been attacked by his own ruler, by Paul Shaw, who's very excitable this morning session. Maybe it's because Barnsley are at home against Bolton Wanderers, Graham Hardcastle's team, in whatever lowly division both those sides are in these days, Shawsey. As Ben Code bowls the first ball of over number 7 to Jake Libby. That's through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. So cracking scene. Interesting first hour. Jordan Thompson seemed to very good effect again this morning with the bat, and been, well, not solely responsible for, but largely for getting his team up to that 450 mark. And Yorkshire now trying to get some wickets, and they're not going to get any from that one because Ben Code, unusually for him, bowls it too short. Jake Libby up on his toes, has punched it away through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that's nicely played by Libby, isn't it? Just rolled back onto the back foot and worked it through the vacant covers. Anything that goes through the infield is 4. The weather's beautiful, the outfield is firm and it's pretty quick as Code comes in again.
Yep, this time back foot punch, square. Fielded at point by Will Luxton, no run. Sharpie, Kevin Sharp's been on again this morning. I think he just likes to get a mention, you know. Not got many friends. Friend of the broadcast, obviously. Friend of both teams playing. Hope you're improving from that man flu, Sharpie. He says, sorry to have to leave you. Leeds are on telly. Be back later. Hashtag MOT. Well, yeah, I'll have an eye on what's going on there as well. As Cody's in. And Libby turns that into the leg side where James Wharton swoops to field, going round from mid-wicket.
If you don't mind me saying, Doige, you're sporting a very smart,
like
colourful
bit of raspberry
zip top this morning, aren't you? Very nice. Yeah?
Thank you.
Impressive, that. I've gone for a
I think
slightly
mine's better
duller
than yours.
brown,
Yeah.
haven't I?
Yeah, well, that's
Fairly conservative
if,
this morning.
If the personality fits. Here's Code, and that's turned to leg by Libby. Fielded again by James Wharton. So no breakthrough just yet. Worcestershire also going up over 4 and over, as Yorkshire did throughout, or more or less throughout, for a long period of time. And so it's been a handy little start, but obviously 427 behind first port of call, as ever, is to ensure that you avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Coding again, lovely shot. That really is a lovely shot by Jake Libby. Too short and a bit too wide from Ben Code. Unusually straying twice in the over, and he's been punched away off the back foot for 4 through the covers. Cracking shot.
The key here for Jake Libby is he picks the length very, very quickly, just rocks back and uses the pace of the ball as he just times that ball through the vacant cover area for a very well timed 4 runs, as the score moves on to 33 for none. Roderick on 12, Libby on 17.
He says he loves a mention, Sharpie. You can remember those days when he was playing?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, well, you are old enough. Yeah.
It's a long time ago.
Well, it is, isn't it? It's a while now. Yeah.
The last time I saw Sharpie was a couple of years ago. I was in Worcestershire with Chalky White, Craig White, the all-rounder, former Yorkshire and England all-round, and we had a quiet drink in a nice bar in soft drink, obviously, Doige, in a nice bar in Worcester.
A soft drink. Jack White from the Howard stand end, bowling then to Gareth Roderick, who turns one into the leg side for Wharton to field again. No run.
And it was really good to see him. He's always a smile on his face, hasn't he, and a story to tell, and obviously immersed in the game. And yeah, wonderful character, Sharpie. There you go, he got his mention, didn't he?
Again. Welcome to the Kevin Sharp broadcast here from Headingley, as Jack White makes his way in and bowls once more. Roderick, solid defensive push.
You know, this pair's dealt with the challenges of the first half hour pretty well, haven't they, really? You know, coming out to bat, looking to chase down a fairly large total. Been in the field for a day and a little bit, so would be tired. And Roderick, of course, is the wicket keeper as well, so he'd be pretty mentally tired as well as physically. But they've maintained good focus, good concentration, and importantly rotated the strike and put the bad ball away well. Ooh.
No ball against Jack White. One that certainly carries through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. A little bit of life out of the pitch. He's shaking his head in self-disappointment as he makes his way back to his mark, Jack. 35 without loss in the 8th over here. Yorkshire having posted 456 all out. And in comes White again. Looks like a little bit of nip, taking him on for a quick single here. Direct hit, has he gone? No. Libby gets home. Steve O'Shaughnessy not interested, but it doesn't detract from a very good piece of fielding there by Jordan Thompson, who knocked a pole out. He was in quickly, but if you are going to go, you've got to make sure you get home, and credit to Libby for doing so. Yeah, he was. Good piece of fielding nonetheless. Jordan Thompson's on it today, and I think out of all 3 disciplines, he'll want to be on it most when he gets the ball in his hand, because he was left out of the side last week, don't forget. And that was the real reason why. Ooh, now that he's in again quickly, he's up for it today, isn't he? Tomo, and this time just giving himself a couple of yards closer, I think, following the previous delivery. He makes sure that Jake Libby, who had itchy feet and was thinking about another quick single with Gareth Roderick, decided to turn it down.
Libby, just a couple of times this morning, he's just getting turned round a little bit, whether the ball is just holding its line, and he's causing a little bit of a couple of challenges for Libby at the moment. He's white.
He's in again, and Libby pushes out into the offside, and there is no run. Can get in touch, as I think Frank mentioned earlier. Frank's ex-handle, Frank Watson 58. My colleague at the moment, Shawsey, is on at Inside Leader 1. I'm on at JDZ Events, and there's also BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Got a few in on there. So we'll get to those in a moment. Final ball of the over. Here's White once again, and Libby defends 36 without loss after 8.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire's ball in attack, Roughcord and White have bowled pretty good areas, and I also think the partnership, two batters of Roderick and Libby, have actually played pretty well this morning. We talk about it a lot, don't we, in terms of strike rotation and intent to score, but they've done that pretty well this morning. They've evaded the difficult deliveries and played and missed a few times, which is, I think, to be accepted and acknowledged with the new ball. And Yorkshire have bowled pretty well, but they've managed to put the bad ball away as well. So scores 36 for none, and we've got a bowling change at Kirkshill Road end with Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson coming on.
Kirkshill Road's down there. But the ground's changed direction at a stroke there, Shawsey. He wiped out history going back to when.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson just said he want to be on it most, I think, of all with the ball. And here he gets his chance. And he's thrown one right up there first up to Gareth Roderick, who pushes to mid-off, and there's no run. Interesting that Ben Coder's come off after just the 4. Normally he'd have been on a little bit longer than that, but no immediate gains, so keeping the powder dry for a little bit later on. Martin Bloomfield, good afternoon to you. More from him in a mo, because JT turns and he's in again. It's right up there once more, allowing it, if it will, to swing. Didn't appear to do much in that respect, and Roderick pushes 1. Great day's cricket yesterday, says Martin. Yorkshire for me 9 out of 10. Yes, there's always room for improvement, and slightly disappointed that no one went on to 3 figures, but level of commitment much better than the first innings at Southampton, he says. Watching David Milan was like watching a Formula 1 racing car, stylish and majestic. Which thoroughbred might you compare him to, Doige? Desi, perhaps? Thompson bowls here. There's a bit of kick off the pitch, but it was wide of Roderick's off stump, and he's able to leave. Actually, Desi's not a bad analogy, is he? Because he was a great horse. He was often stylish and majestic, and I guess if you're thinking of David Milan as being a 3-dimensional player, red ball cricket and both formats, shorter and longer, of white ball, and Desi, 1 over 2 miles, 1 up to 3 miles 5 in the Irish National, and many distances in between. Had the class to win a Gold Cup, so yeah, it's not a bad comparison, that, as Roderick pushes out into the offside and there's no run. He says crack on this morning. Hopefully the Tykes get up to 450 or upwards. Well, they did, and as you say, in that respect, firmly in the driving seat. But they've got work to do now with the ball. Thompson then, 2 to come in the over. Just a little straight this time. Roderick flicks to leg. Fielded. I'll try and identify who the 12th man is for you. Who's just gone on there at mid-wicket with the number 13 on his back.
Just one ball remaining in this over. As Thompson turns round on his mark. He's going to run in with 3 slips in play.
It's wide of off stump, and Roderick leaves. So a tidy start from Jordan Thompson with the ball.
Yeah, good start from Thompson. He'll be happy with that first over because it gets him into the game with the ball in hand. He's already in the game with a very good knock yesterday and this morning, and threw down the stumps as well just in the last over. So in all 3 disciplines of the game, he's got some involvement, and he started well with the ball in hand. The scores moved on to 37 for none. Off the 9 overs bowled so far in this Worcester innings.
Email in from Gary. In fact, Gary's email 3 times actually, so he's just making sure he gets on air. Good morning, JD from Romania. Hoping for another good day for Yorkshire. I'll be at home next week and then Durham on Friday. Perhaps we might see Joe, he says, as Jack White comes into bowl to Roderick, who's solidly in behind that and pushing back to the bowler. He says, perhaps we might see Joe. It does seem rather perplexing that he's not playing, having not played in over a month. Pope, Smith and Crawley have both played games, or all played games. This seems unfair. And he says communication from Yorkshire and the ECB needs to be much clearer regarding availability. Have your say if you want on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. I wouldn't know what Yorkshire have been told, nor what the ECB have said. As Roderick receives a good delivery from Jack White that nips on him, and he was in 2 minds, wasn't he, there, which is so often danger territory when you've got a bat in your hand.
Yeah, for sure. Good delivery this from White. Again, he's close to the stumps in his approach, and as he delivers the ball, it's a pretty good area, and I think that one just holds its own and maybe just shapes away a little bit, which encouraged the play and miss as the ball went through to Bairstow.
Here comes White again. Oh, another good delivery. And Roderick definitely having a push at that one. Length didn't allow him to get fully forward to it. There's a bit of nip about it. And he's looking favourite to pick up a wicket out of anybody so far this Worcestershire innings.
He's just got to keep doing the same things here, White, hasn't he? Just keep hitting the pitch, hitting the seam, and staying close to those stumps. There's a chance if the ball just nips off the seam, he can take the outside edge, or it might just run back into the pads too.
Comes in again. It's a bit straighter this time and turned to Wharton at mid-wicket by Roderick, but he can't get off strike. And a good over from Jordan Thompson to start things off. Last time around, just the 1 run off it, and another good over here just starts to build a little bit of pressure. Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it's about, isn't it? And not being able to release that pressure then just starts playing on the batter's mind and start getting a bit twitchy, and all of a sudden the wicket comes. So keep holding your lines and your lengths, White, today. Now that's run down through 3rd man as we talk about keeping it tight. Pressure released. Are they going to get there? Yeah, Will Luxton does well with a bit of relay fielding with George Hill, and they've done really well, to be fair. 3 of them chasing it down. Luxton and Hill were the 2 who handle the ball, and they managed to keep the Worcestershire pair to just the 2 there. So good work in the field. 39 for none though. So handy start for the pairs.
Yeah, run rate just under 4. We said it's pretty fast scoring. It's a decent pitch, and the outfield's very, very fast.
White comes bounding in again. Once more asks Roderick to play. Good stuff from Jack White. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 so far. But if he carries on like he is doing, that sort of vein, Shawsey, he'll not be long before he gets some sort of reward.
100% dodge, and that's what it's about, isn't it? You know, a high quality pace ball, just running in, hitting areas consistently well. It worked for Glenn McGrath, didn't it, for many, many years. If you can just keep hitting that area, hit the seam with just a little bit of movement, it'll keep all dismissals into play, so it'll keep the slips focused, the wicket keepers in play, plus the ball and LBWs in play as well. So just got to keep hitting those areas, and also being supported at the other end now with Jordan Thompson hitting consistent areas too.
See how he goes in over number 2 here from the Kirkstall Lane end. Wide of off stump first up, and cut firmly down to third man for 1. Roderick on 16 and Libby with that single onto 18. Ken Lashley, good afternoon to you, says, afternoon Dodgy, maximum batting points, that's music to my ears, say it again. Maximum batting points, Ken. This afternoon I shall prove that blokes can multitask with half an eye ear on you via the laptop at the same time watching My Blades and checking occasionally on the lead score. Later I shall be watching the women's rugby, busy day. As Thompson's in, and that's turned square on the leg side by Gareth Roderick for 1. Yeah, but look, you know, not too sure either of us as Barnsley and Leeds lads can be wishing the Blades too much luck this afternoon.
No, I do have a connection with the Blades. So one of my good friends, Paul Heckingbottom, was the manager there and did a great job. Interesting actually to see what people's view is on the job he did at Sheffield United, but in my opinion he did a great job there.
Thompson bowling, wide of off stump, and Libby leaves. I thought you were going to say the connection was that you turned up there one day to watch a game and they co-opted you into the under-12s because you were so short.
No, I can't say that happened.
That little blonde bloke over there with the airy legs, is he?
Short airy legs. It's been said somewhere before that. I did see Barnsley win there a couple of times back in the day. You know, the Super Reds, often referred to as the Super Reds.
Are they? By what? Dickie Bird and yourself? And Michael Parkinson back in the day. Jordan Thompson then at 41 without lost, bowling here to Jake Libby, who takes that on the top of the bounce and just nudges it out to James Wharton in the covers. So no early wickets for Yorkshire. Worcestershire, they've had 1 or 2 threatening deliveries to deal with, and they've done so pretty ably so far. Still, you look at the board, 415 behind, and it's always obviously a bit of a concern, isn't it? Well, whenever you've got that follow-on potential in particular to try and erase. Libby firmly pushing this time to David Milan, who is in at mid-off. So Jordan Thompson, he's thrown the ball right up there so far for the majority of his 11 deliveries. Trying to get it to swing. It's only just shy of 11 overs old. And he turns and comes in again past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy once again. There's a little bit of shape about that, I think, in towards the right-hander who used it as well to turn it into the leg side for a single. So 2 overs for 4 for Jordan, that one costing him 3. 42 without loss after 11.
And both batters, Roderick and Libby, in the phase now are getting in. They're beginning to get in nicely. Roderick on 17, Libby on 19. And they're beginning to form a nice partnership from a Worcestershire perspective. Really important that they extend this partnership as much as they possibly can and build strong foundations to see if they can amass and go past the Yorkshire total of 456. Just a reminder that Jordan Thompson's fireworks this morning enabled Yorkshire to get to 456 before being bowled out, and currently Worcester 42 for none in reply.
Ben Code then, who bowled just the 4 from the Kirkstall Lane end, his favoured end. Don't often see him bowl a whole lot. It's not unknown for him to bowl at the Howard Stand end, but doesn't bowl loads of his overs from there. He's having a go here, giving Jack White a breather. First delivery wide of off stump, and there is no run. Been asking for your X messages. Actually, Mark Webber, former colleague of mine, has posted a really interesting graphic of Radders, our colleague down at BBC Northampton. Action Rad, my mini cricket companion, it says. It's quite a good likeness as well. Radders, I'm sure, will be enjoying himself today, as always, on the mic as Cody's in. And that is a thickish outside edge. Wasn't play with a huge amount of conviction, Shawsey, wide of third slip on another day. It's the sort of thing that may go to hand. Jack Whitefield's down at third man, they get one.
Yeah, the ball just hit the outside edge there. Just got slightly turned round there, Roderick, again. We've seen that just a couple of times this morning. And rather than getting the boundary, what is interesting today is Yorkshire have got a third man in play. A lot of runs went through the third man area yesterday, so only one run there.
Cody and bowling again, and Roderick happy to leave that one. Bent Nielsen says, good morning, great day of batting yesterday. Now get to that 450. Well, they did that. Looking at the Yorkshire first innings, didn't go all pear-shaped. I know I'll get me coat. I do think that the Yorkshire bowlers will find something extra in the pitch, and will have a nice lead, the Yorkie as well. Haven't managed to make that breakthrough yet, Ben. But they'll keep trying to do so, and Cody's having a go at doing that now. Passes umpire Newell and bowls again. There's definite nip off the pitch. Just hasn't quite managed to get Gareth Roderick forward, has he, to have a little push at that. Just a little bit more back of length.
Yeah, certainly some bounce and movement there from Code. And as you say, just back of the length. If that ball's just a little slightly fuller, then he might just be... Roderick might just be encouraged just to lean into that ball and potentially get the outside edge.
Good balls again. No, that's more like it. And he this time did induce a false drive from Roderick, who's got an inside edge on it down to Jordan Thompson at fine leg. That was not intended to go in that direction.
Yeah, Code, as we've shared, has swapped ends here. And already he's got a little bit of movement as he runs in from the Howard stand end. Libby's facing at the moment. Libby's on 20 and Roderick on 18. Scores 44 for none as Code starts his approach.
This one a little bit shorter and wider, just a bit of width, and Libby's taken full advantage, punching it away firmly. Will Luxton was full length with the dive and couldn't quite get the fingertips to it, so 4 through the covers to complete the over. Worcestershire, well, they're on the brink of doing what Yorkshire did and putting on a half century for the first wicket. 12 overs in, bang on 4 and over at 48 without loss. Andy Lockwood, good morning to you. He was on his way in a while ago to Burley Park, so should be on the ground now. Morning from a sunny chef. Sorry I couldn't watch yesterday as I was following Rory McIlroy at the Masters, says Mark Simerson. Multitasking today after his round of golf. Sylvia in Bradford, morning all, on my way to the ground after doing the Lister Park run over in Bradford. Terrific all-round batting effort from the lads, she says. Well done with the park run, Sylvia, as Thompson's in and bowling to Roderick, who leaves one wide of off stump. Nikki Worcester. Morning, Frank and JD. And Shawsey. Hoping to listen all day whilst travelling from Latvia to Lithuania. A lot colder there. Tom Joyner Union, as Mark Stringer already has on another message to me, has queried that Jordan Thompson dismissal. And he's bowling it here to Roderick, who turns it to mid-on for Code to field, no run. But he's put up a still. I'm not entirely sure from what I can see. I can't see the ball. I can see a player whose foot is apparently on the deck. I've got to say I was out the back of the box, Tom, at the point that final wicket was taken, so I didn't see it live myself, as I was knocking up some other info. But there you go. Queries as to whether that was a legitimate catch to dismiss Jordan Thompson. Roderick defends into the offside from this latest JT delivery, no run.
Good solid defensive shot there from Roderick as Thompson balls hard into the pitch, and that ball really did thud into the bar. Interesting competitor Thompson, because that ball's a heavy ball, as they would have said back in the day. He sometimes comes onto you a little bit quicker than you realise.
And he's again. Just a little too wide of off stump and an easy enough leave for Roderick, but while you're not conceding, then I suppose you're building up some form of pressure. I think we're going to get a visit from a couple of the ground staff later on. Might let them take over on comms and we can go get an ice cream.
They do a great job,
yeah.
don't they?
Robbo and Jazz. Be able to explain what exactly they've done with this pitch that's caused so much enjoyment in the first day and nearly a session, as Jordan Thompson led his delivery a bit shorter, but Roderick again able to leave.
I think that'd be a really interesting conversation, you know, the type of prep that goes into preparing a first-class pitch like this that offers just a little bit for other bowlers, but if you get your head down, you can score runs, as we saw Yorkshire do yesterday. I think it's a good cricket pitch, so getting their insight on that, I think will be really interesting.
Good. Well, I'll let you carry on with them then when they come up. I'll just go for a couple of beers and an ice cream. You can carry that one off, I'm sure, as Thompson's final delivery of the over is again a leave. So 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4 for Jordan. That was his first maiden. Started off by putting the ball right up there. He's kind of dragged his length back a bit, but he's not yet drawn them into that drive. So in terms of where he's landing it, he's probably going to need a slight adjustment if he's going to get him on the drive. Shawsey going off for a well-earned rest. It's tough on the old lad, having to think for an hour or so this morning. He's got a headache, I think, and Frank's going to join us in the chair as Jake Libby pushes 3 square on the offside. Warm applause for a combination of Will Luxton and Jack White, who both had to make quite a distance to get round there, but Ben Code will appreciate that. Good commitment, saved him a run because it was very much bound for the boundary. 80 balls for Worcestershire to get to a 50 partnership. 51 on the board. Roderick on 18 on strike. And just dropping that one at the feet of Luxton in the offside. Still 3 in the cordon for Yorkshire. Why wouldn't there be at this stage? Only in the 14th over, but no early breakthrough. Didn't see, got to say, Frank, who's back alongside, roller-wise, what went on
heavy roll
between innings. Yeah. Thought it would do to kill any life. So they've benefited from that, which is fine. It's all part of the game. When that begins to wear off, and the way things are, you're probably looking at after lunch. Who knows? Might be a little bit more life, but there has been some movement, and particularly for Jack White. Another defensive push there from Roderick.
Yeah, very similar, really, in many ways to what we saw yesterday, I think, in terms of what the pitch is offering to the bowlers. Just a case of whether the Yorkshire bowlers can be a little bit more consistent as a unit than the Worcestershire bowlers were yesterday. They were good performances, but it wasn't quite consistent enough across the board.
Now Coden again. Roderick defends.
But there's no demons in it, and I would think, as we saw yesterday, really, most of the batters that got out contributed some way to their own downfall, and at times it does look very straightforward. But like I say, there were times where Worcestershire bowlers would, by their own admission, accept that they weren't asking enough questions.
That's cricket, I think, isn't it? Here's code, and that's flicked away in front of square on the leg side. James Wharton covers the ground very well for a tall man, and he was round there quickly to keep him to one.
It is,
You've got
isn't
a
it?
sort of teacher appearance at the minute, Frank. You know, I expect you with the shorts on there and the t-shirt and the spec, looking over the top of your specs,
Yeah.
teacher. I'm half expecting to see you sort of, winding a whistle around your finger like the games teacher used to do.
Well, old habits die very hard, don't they?
As code comes in, and Libby pushes to mid-on to complete the 14th over at 52 without loss. I feel like just saying, is it okay if I go to the loo, please, sir?
Yeah, well, feel free.
Should have gone on playtime.
Funnily enough, I'm about at lunchtime to meet up with a long-time Yorkshire cricket man, a chap called Mike Stones, who was a teacher at Repton before I was there, and while I was there, was retired a bit before me, who is here today, having come down from Whitby for the day. I think he'll probably know Adam Lyth quite well. He's coached in the Derbyshire pathway for many years when he was at Repton. Steeped in cricket, Mike, and due here with his son today, so I'm hoping to meet up with them at lunchtime, so it may be appropriate. I thought I'd dress so he'd recognise me. There you go. As in comes Jordan Thompson and bowls to Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick, who nudges him down to long leg for a single, and Worcestershire continue to make fairly serene progress. 53 now without loss in the sunshine.
I got to know my teachers pretty well back in the day, although for probably the second half of my school life they were on strike for most of it. To go off and wander and do what you liked at lunchtimes and all that.
Well, I never struck, I will say that, as a teacher, but I was in the independent sector for most of my time. Thompson in bowls, and this one steered down to third man for a single by Libby. Although I didn't choose to be in the independent sector in many ways. I started teaching in a state school, and while I was there, it decided, the Royal Grammar School Worcester, that it was going to go independent. So we were faced with the option of staying in the job or being given a job anywhere in Hereford and Worcestershire. And I, as a young man, a bit uncertain about the future, opted to stay with the school and found myself teaching in the private sector. And stayed there for most of my career after that. Jordan Thompson in again, bowls, and forward comes Roderick, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. And it suited me in many ways because I worked in schools where cricket was highly valued, and that was really what it was all about for me. And I know it's a point of some debate, and quite rightly so, but I do believe that the independent schools in the country that play cricket to a high standard do contribute a great deal to the game. I'm looking at some players in this one. Thompson is in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump, taken by Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. And you look at Harry Brook, having come from Sedbergh, and George Hill, and the work that Martin Spate's done up there, and similarly the contribution that Malvern College has made and Shrewsbury School have made to Worcestershire's development over the years, and Repton School to Derbyshire and so on. And I quite agree. And going back to what your point about strikes, that's when it all stopped in state schools in many ways in the 80s. But I think at the same time as Thompson bowls and defended by Roderick, at the same time as we insist that things must improve in state schools to some extent, and do as much as we can to help there and support the league system, which is so good at bringing young cricketers through, I think, that go to state schools. We ought not to decry the good work that is done in some independent schools. It's, it would be good if it wasn't just them doing it, but it shouldn't, because it's not happening in state schools, we shouldn't underestimate the efforts that someone like Martin Spate, you don't produce players like Hill and Brook without putting many hours of work into it. Roderick defends up to mid-off, And fielding is done by Darren Milan. That's the end of a tidy over from Jordan Thompson. But Worcestershire, as I say, making good steady progress at the moment. Roderick has 20, Libby has 28, and they're 54 without loss in response to Yorkshire's first innings, 456.
I used to sort of skipper the school cricket team at my age level, and typical of cricket in schools, it wasn't just your school year, because there were not that many players. You'd always have enough players from your own school year in rugby and football teams, but cricket was made up from a 2 or 3 year age bracket. But I do remember we got to the cup final just one year, and we played out at East Leeds in the final, got beaten by Wetherby High School. But we played the semi-final in like in the summer, towards the end of the school year. Then there was a strike going on. We couldn't get a date sorted out for the final, so we had to play the final in September after the school, when a couple of lads had left and the team had changed and all the rest of it. George Hill into the attack at the Howard stand end for the first time in this innings, and if anybody can get anything out of this, George will.
Well, right on cue he comes in, said Baboy. Who batted so well yesterday. Highly rated in the Worcestershire camp, I must say, George Hill.
And in this one as well. Turns at the end of his run then. See what he can do. As he bowling here to Libby, working away down to fine leg. Jordan Thompson to field. Just getting loose, George, but bowled really well last week to start his season with the ball down at Southampton. Obviously put some runs on the board here, so he should be full of confidence. He gets the ball in his hand here. Miserly, he would be the tightest bowler bar Ben Code in the team on a regular basis. And he's in and bowling, and there you go. Taking him, what, 3 deliveries to get it there or thereabouts, and Gareth Roderick has to defend. 55 without loss though. Let's not underestimate the start by Worcestershire, and of course we've heard all about that rearguard action last week, so they're perfectly capable of batting long here, and they're going to need to as well. 72 overs and 3 balls left on day 2. Good delivery from George Hill, and he just had a little bit of doubt again, Roderick. He couldn't commit himself forward, and he sort of played a little bit of a nothing shot, really, not a lot of foot movement. He did give a nod to George Hill afterwards, and then played a notional leave, which is probably what he should have done in the first place. Probably looked closer at first glance than it actually was. Here's George again, and that's a more confident leave this time from Roderick. 401 still the deficit, so still another 250 to put on the board. Well, more than that, but I'm saying roughly, to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. With George bowling, Dom Bess has gone in at first slip, just in case it goes to his hand. Lyth and Bean second and third, as per. And in comes George. And Roderick with a solid defensive push to Milan at mid-on. End of the over, 16 gone then. 55 without loss. And I think the pairs will be happy with their response so far.
Yeah, next task is to get through to lunch with a minimum of damage. No news on Brett D'Oliveira, who left the field with a hand injury. I'm trying to find out what news there is on that. Not sure if it was a dislocation or a break of a finger. It looked like a finger rather than the wrist, I think, initially. When he went down, I thought he hurt his shoulder again, but it didn't appear to be that. But he was in trouble. He knew straight away that he was in trouble.
There's been some suggestion from somewhere in the crowd that it is a dislocation, but that's only a suggestion, it's not corroborated.
As Jordan Thompson bowls to Jake Libby, who turns this one away on the leg side for a single. No, and nothing official yet, as far as I know. Dislocated thumb, went back in. Hopefully should be okay. There we are. Bit of news, which is good from Worcestershire point of view. So we'll have to wait and see. He might go down the order, I suppose, but That's good to hear. So we might well see Brett D'Oliveira batting in his usual position at number 6. Jordan Thompson bowling this one outside the off stump, pushed away defensively by Gareth Roderick, who is on 20, Jake Libby on 30. And so far the odd player miss, but those chances offered, nothing drastic. And probably what we expected, JD, in terms of the way they've gone about their business, and in terms of the way that the Yorkshire bowlers have gone about their business. They've all been pretty accurate. Thompson in now, bowls, and hits Roderick on the pad with a full one. He fell over it. I've got a feeling it was going down. I might have a look at the replay. It's difficult here because the live stream, and we have got a monitor going, yeah, just drifting down the leg side, but a goodish shout. Probably hit him just in front of leg, but I think was going on to miss the stumps. But we have a live stream, but it is exactly that. It is a live stream, which means that we can't watch the action through the window and then look again. We can if there's a replay, but it happens. It's absolutely instant. There is no delay in the pictures. Thompson is in and bowls, and this time, well, they've got 5, but it could well have been out. It was a risky run to take as Roderick played it to mid-on, and James Wharton, I think, came in to do the fielding at mid-wicket, and he picked the ball up, and he was on his knees, and he threw, as they can these days, from a prone position, and Roderick dived. And I think if he'd have hit there, Roderick was going to be on his way. It was not the best judged single. As it was, he missed, and it went for 4 overthrows. Milan unable to do anything about it backing up. So 5 onto the total, but a near miss, as near as we've had. Thompson bowls to Libby, who turns it to that man Wharton at mid-wicket. And this time, quite wisely, says no run. You do not want a run out when you're setting your stall out to bat all day. But at the same time, as we said earlier when I was on with Paul Shaw, nor do you want to just sit back and let them bowl at you. So you're trying to keep the strike rotating, you're trying to keep the scoreboard moving, but you don't want to do anything silly. Thompson in, bowls down the leg side, and missed by Libby as he looked to turn it off his pads, taken by Bairstow. End of the over. Roderick 25, Libby 30, Worcestershire 61 without loss. We've got about 13 minutes to go before lunch.
Yep, Nigel Mallender, good afternoon to you. Says first tune in for the season. This deck looks a belter. Suspect a long day in the dirt for Yorkshire. Nigel, by the way, Chesterfield chairman. Queen's Park looking equally impressive and far from the mud bath we had at this time of year. I should hasten to add, Chesterfield chairman but Yorkshire supporter. So always compromise when we get dragged to Queen's Park to play in the T20 every year, Yorkshire's annual defeat to Derbyshire. George Hill from the Howard stand end then. Roderick turns the first delivery into the onside without scoring. Joshua says, cracking day with the bat yesterday. Jordan on fire and will be key this season. Off to watch the mighty Belper Town this afternoon, but we'll have you in my ear. And Mike Ward says, and in your other ear will be my dulcet tones admonishing the ref, linos and opposition players. Radders, following that picture I mentioned that's been posted about him looking like Action Man earlier, says he looks a bit like Tsar Nicholas II, which was obviously the first thing that all of us thought when we looked at that picture, Radders. As Hill's latest delivery is left by Roderick. It is at JDZ Events or at Frank Watson 58 or at Inside Leader 1 for X correspondence or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. If you want to get in touch on the emails. Here's George Hill. Oh, now then, good delivery. Squares up Roderick, and he's got a thickish outside edge on it. Wide of Finley Bean at third. Will Luxton round from point to field. 1 run. George seems to be hitting a good bit of early rhythm here, which will be a fillip for the hosts, but might be a challenge for the 2 men with Willow in hand out there if he does. And he's in again past umpire Newell. Once more, a little bit of discomfort about how Jake Libby plays that, but he negotiates it of sorts. Gary Sheridan says hello both. Have a good tip for when you're at the ground. If you'd like to have the live stream on a delay, bring up the YouTube app and pause it for a few seconds, then play.
Yeah.
You'll have a replay that you can react to.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is a good option.
Hill bowling to Libby, who's on his tiptoes to defend that one. Adam Lythe, I'm not sure if he was thinking that it was the end of the over. There's still 1 remaining in the 18th. Lovely to hear that cricket hum out there again today. Always sounds that little bit better in the sun when the sun's out as well somehow. And on a miserable day when there's a bit more cloud cover. There is some cloud around, but it's very high and certainly not disturbing the sunshine on the ground here at LS6 as the final ball of the over is once again pushed into the offside for James Wharton to field. George Hill, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 2. And Worcestershire 62 without loss. We're 9 minutes before the scheduled lunch break. Steak ciabatta for me today. What about you, Frank?
Had that yesterday.
Am I looking forward to it then?
Yeah, it was.
You're not convincing me with
well,
that.
no, it was. Lots of things to say about it. I think, firstly, I always think, you know, Don Best coming into the attack. I always think when you receiving complimentary catering, it's a bit churlish to complain at any point, to be honest. So I'm hesitating to do that, but it comes in a little box, doesn't it? And you know, it's probably might have been in there for a while, a little bit on the dry side, but it was okay. And I'm having a sandwich today, but as I say, very grateful for any sustenance that we do receive. Actually, Don Best with his off spin from the Kirkstall lane end, 1 slip only, man on the drive at short mid wicket, and sensible move just for a couple of overs before lunch, I think. Bessie's in and he bowls, and that one just run off the back foot down to 3rd man by Roderick for a single. A little bit short, gentle pace, but Don Bess did pretty well last week, didn't he, at in the game down at Hampshire.
Did bowl well, yeah.
Comes in again now and bowls, and that one a little bit quicker, and off his pads, tucked away on the leg side by Libby. He wanted a run. Roderick sent him back. As it was, they would have got one easily because Jack White misfielded, but he was on his way back and they didn't take it. Yeah, slightly up and down since he came from Somerset, but no doubting Don Bess's ability. Bowls, and well, good shout there as Libby comes forward, and it takes him on the pad, runs away behind square on the offside. Might have got a little nick on it. Umpire O'Shaughnessy not impressed. It was outside the line. He was playing a shot, but a good start for Don Bess. He's landed his first 3 and a bit of turn, actually. Looking at that one, bit of turn. Ball will be quite hard, of course. He's in again now and bowls, and forward comes Libby and just stuns that down in front of him. Nice start from Don Bess, I think. Bit of turn, giving it a bit of flight. Not too quick. Good start for him. Straight approach. In he comes now and bowls, and again nicely on the spot, and Jake Libby on the back foot cuts it, but not entirely without risk, that shot. He gave himself a bit of room. It was quite tight to him. Gets a single. Goes to 31, 63 without loss. And Roderick to face Bess for the last ball of the over, and Roderick goes immediately for the reverse sweep, which he executes beautifully, and it's 4 down to third man. See, that's what I mean about the way the game's changed. I was talking about it before with Paul. Well played shot, minimum risk really. Probably feels it's less risky than pushing forward to a ball that might turn into him, and executed very well, and that would not have happened even 5 years ago, I don't think, this early in a spinner's spell from an opening batsman in a red ball game. Roderick joins Libby on 31, 68 without loss.
Yeah, it just makes Don Bess then think, what am I going to do? How am I going to counter that? What line do I now have to bowl to not give him that option? As George Hill is now thinking about his line and bowling here to Libby, who's leaving one wide of off stump. Good news if you're of a white persuasion like me, down at Elland Road, just across the way, because Leeds are 2-1 up in the 23rd minute against Preston North End. Scored an early goal. Peony equalised, and they've gone back in front.
Well,
the mighty Whites.
Anything you want to know about Daniel Farker? I'm your man. Took my team up twice.
Libby pushing into the offside, and James Wharton round to do the fielding.
If any manager knows his way out of the Championship, it's Daniel Farker. Whether he can keep a team in the Premier League is a different matter, and it's a different challenge, isn't it? For the second year running, the 3 that went up are coming down, aren't they? It's a cruel, cruel place to go if you're not fully prepared.
Yeah. Here's Hill once again to Libby. He's asked once more to defend. George keeping both these two honest in the main since he came on, halfway through his 3rd over now. Nobody moving in their seats, despite the fact that I'm guessing the majority would want the rattle of the ball on the stumps. They haven't seen that yet, but apparently gripped out there. As in comes Hill again, just a little bit shorter of length this time. Libby can't get all the way forward to it. Drops it into the offside. Finlay Bean worryingly going through a few bowling exercises at 3rd slip. He's probably the only one who hasn't bowled it in recent years. Worcestershire, of course, with just about the full complement themselves in this
9
match so far. Yeah, 9. Who didn't? Who wasn't keeping?
Hose.
Yeah. Good shout, as that's turned into the onside by Libby. Fielded by Milan.
Don't think I've ever seen him. Don't think I've ever seen him bowl. Maybe once. Maybe once.
Paul Shaw's returned with his own lunch, but selfishly left the pair of us out.
Say what you mean, JD. Say what you mean.
Typical Barnsley. No, you'll probably eat it if I tell you what.
Steak cheer batteries ordered.
Last ball of the over. Hill to Libby. There's a stifled appeal, but of no real consequence. And a dot ball to complete that 20th over at 68 without loss.
Yeah, good over from Hill. He's bowled really tidily. Very, very good. 3 overs, 1 maiden, I think. No wicket for 2, his figures. Paul Shaw's back. I was just saying, Paul, a minute ago, that when Gareth Roderick reverse swept the last ball of Don Bess's first over for 4, you'd never have seen an opening batsman do that to an off spinner in this situation until the last 3 or 4 years, I don't think, and he played it very well indeed. But it was an interesting thing to do as early as that. He's thinking, I can play a reverse, and it's probably less risky than pushing out at a ball that's turning back into me. Here's Bess to bowl the last over before lunch, again outside the off stump, and again a little bit of turn back into the gloves of Bairstow. Roderick 31, Libby 31. Worcestershire now needing to get through to the break without any casualties. Bess bowls, gives that a lot of air, and driven by Roderick out to the man on the cover boundary. And that's Jordan Thompson, and they take a single. 69 for no wicket. 4 deliveries left to the lunch break. Best pushing this one through, and on the back foot Libby again picks out Thompson on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. Busy afternoon for me. I'll be dipping in and out with lots of updates to do for BBC Hereford and Worcester's afternoon sports programme. Best bowls, quicker ball turned on the leg side by Roderick, no run, and a couple of football teams involved in important games. Kidderminster Harriers and Hereford United bidding for promotion, both of them from the National League North, but nothing like the heights of the Leeds effort that you were talking about, JD. This one turned on the leg side, but important to supporters of those two teams. And Phil Brown is the manager at Kidderminster. One last hurrah for him, I think, and he's got them. They're on a fantastic roll at the moment. They've had a really good set of results in the last sort of couple of months. As on the back foot, Roderick defends, and that is the end of the over, and that is lunch. 70 without loss then, Worcestershire. The morning started with Yorkshire resuming on their overnight, 425 for 8. Jordan Thompson continued to whack it all over the place. Ben Code went for 31, caught behind off Ben Allison, and eventually Thompson fell to a good catch by the substitute Rob Jones on the boundary, one of those where he had to catch it, throw it up in the air and jump back in to take the final catch. So Thompson was out for 70, 456 all out. Allison both the wickets this morning. Yorkshire maximum batting points, Worcestershire 3 bowling points, and in reply Worcestershire have made a good start. They're 70 without loss. Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby, the openers, both on 32. And although the Yorkshire bowling has been accurate in testing, no breakthroughs. And at lunch, that is the situation, which means that Worcestershire are 386 runs in arrears, but they have all their first innings wickets still standing.
Yep, back with you in 40 minutes' time.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
With stuffing, apple sauce, roast potatoes and a gravy, or red onion and goat's cheese quiche with garden salad. Enjoy whatever you have it.
Welcome back, everyone. Johnny Bairstow just leads the team, the Yorkshire team, back out into the middle as Libby and Roderick walk out to the crease to continue their partnership of 70. So Yorkshire amassed 456 all out this morning, and Worcestershire in response have started very, very well, in fact, being 70 without loss at lunchtime, with Jake Libby on 32 not out, Gareth Roderick on 32 not out. Also, in the context of the game, that means that Worcestershire trail Yorkshire by 386 runs, with all 10 wickets remaining, as Libby takes strike, as Hill runs in and balls. Played nicely back down the pitch by Libby. That ball was roundabout, good length, knee roll height, and Libby just jammed that then into his pads as the ball just runs back down the wicket. George Hill starting the afternoon session post lunch from the Howard stand end.
Just a quick swap around in the box as George Hill is in again, and Libby turns that one to mid wicket. Jordan Thompson in there does the fielding. So Yorkshire will be hoping that that heavy roller effect will start to wear off and they might get a little bit more out of the pitch. But to be fair, they did manage to get a bit of nip as well. Jack White and George Hill. Frank's back alongside.
Just run up the stairs, excuse me. Not too bad, but sorry, tad late. As Hill bowls and Libby defends. Do you remember on Test match, especially in the very old days, they used to finish the morning session and Dennis Compton used to do a sort of summary of the morning's play. And I remember listening once on a Saturday of the Test at Lord's. Excuse me. It's all part of the story, this breathing. And he had climbed up the ladder to that. They used to have a wooden box at the top of this pavilion for commentary. And first runs of the afternoon here as Libby runs this one down to third man. It's gone all the way for 474 without loss. And they said, and now we'll go to Dennis Compton for the lunchtime summary. And there was silence, which was very, very unusual on the radio, obviously. And then you heard these footsteps. And then Dennis Compton arrived in the box, and he was clearly, he'd been, he'd lost track of time. And he'd had to get there, and he was out of breath. And he then gave the summary of the morning, which he did always brilliantly. But he was absolutely breathless. Just break off as Hill is in again and bowls, and Libby looking to turn this on the leg side. He's taken on the thigh pad, and they go through for a couple of leg byes. And he said, so we've had an interesting morning. and I just remember that I was a passenger in a car at the time, and we just giggled and giggled and giggled. But I'm not quite that bad. I'm there now. I got the lift, and I thought I was going to be all right, and then it stopped at every floor. When it got to the third floor, I thought, I'm going up the stairs, and I ran. Here's George Hill from the Howard stand end bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. And that is the end of the first over. After the break, Roderick has 32, Libby has 36. And Worcestershire 76 without loss. And really, all they want to do, these two, is just keep on doing the same.
Absolutely, that's the key, isn't it? Just build on all the good work they've done this morning in the pre-lunch session, take that into this afternoon and bat long. Keep rotating strike, as we talk about lots, putting the bad ball away and building this really strong foundation for Worcestershire then to push on in the latter stages of today and well into tomorrow. That would be the plan, wouldn't it, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these two men out there, not to mention the rest of the side, will have been thinking about that all through last evening, and when they went to bed last night and when they woke up this morning, they'd have been thinking, I know what I've got to do today. I've just got to bat. And that's what it's all about. That's what they play the game for. That's why they're professional cricketers. And they're out there doing what they love. Jack White is going to bowl the first over after lunch from the Kirksall Lane end. Former Northamptonshire seamer. Bowled pretty well, I thought, this morning. In fact, they all did. Asked a lot of questions, but Roderick and Libby applied themselves nicely. 5 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 15. Jack White, who comes in now and bowls down the leg side, and Roderick makes no contact, taken by Bairstow. We were talking, I don't know if you were here or not this morning, Paul, about Jack White, and I was thinking about what Jonathan said about Matthew Waite yesterday running up, and how he sort of uses his arms, and look, it looks quite hard work, and I'm sure it's not, it's just the way it looks. And Jack White's a bit the same. Early in his run-up he gets into full stride and he uses his arms a lot, and it doesn't look the smoothest, most effortless approach, but it works for him. A sort of rocking of the shoulders as he comes in, and he bowls nicely outside off stump, played defensively by Roderick into the covers. And I always think as a coach, when you're coaching bowlers, and young bowlers particularly, you try as hard as you can to get the action right, and the sort of gather and the release and the follow through and everything else. And it's nice when the run-up's nice and easy and smooth, but you have to go with natural characteristics a lot of the time, don't you? And some people are Michael Holdings of this world, the Rolls Royces, and some people are not quite that smooth. Jack White is in, bowls and turned on the leg side by Roderick to mid-wicket with James Wharton-Fields, and there's no run.
Jack White's still got 3 slips in play. The third man cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and backward square in play. So no doubt White will try and be hitting those areas as often as he possibly can, in and around top of, middle and off. And if there's anything at all in the pitch, anything at all at this stage as the pitch is getting drier and drier, he will try and find it.
He comes in now and bowls, and this one maybe nips back a little bit, but worked away on the leg side for a single by Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think it'll get flatter, and well, 2 things. Batsman error will probably play a part in wickets that fall, bit of fatigue, bit of loss of concentration, that kind of thing. And as the fielding side, you just got to make sure you take your chances when they come along, haven't you? This is what we said at Taunton last week, when that big partnership between Banton and James Rue, the wicketkeeper, was taking place. Waite is in, bowls and runs for Libby here, turned on the leg side. There'll be 2 of them, I think, as Wharton is in pursuit.
Nicely played, that, isn't it? Just worked away
Plenty
nicely.
of time. And yeah, that partnership between Banton and Rue, 371 they added. And Rue did give a chance when he was on 30, and it was spurned. And I just sort of said something like that, you know, when it comes along, you've got to make sure you take it. And it didn't happen. And the effect of that on morale can be quite significant. And Yorkshire will guard against that today, I'm sure. They'll be focused out there, those 3 slips. As Jack White turns again, last ball of the over, 79 without loss. He bowls, and that becomes 80 as Jake Libby steers this down to third man for a single. So 80 without loss at the end of the over. 2 overs since lunch, and Worcestershire going about their business in exactly the right way at the moment.
It's a beautiful day still here at Headingley. We've had 2 beautiful, well, a day and a half. In fact, we're hopeful that the afternoon will remain the same. And only one area of the ground that's actually in the shade, and that's the Howard stand, of course, is in the shade much of the day, isn't it? As it was yesterday. But we have a fair few spectators sprinkled around the ground underneath us at the Kirksall Lane end, and then in the east stand mostly, with still a few sitting in the shade in the Howard stand.
And in comes George Hill, just short of a length, worked away on the leg side by Jake Libby. No run. 39 to Libby, 33 to Roderick. Men out today for Yorkshire, the last pair. Code for 31, Jordan Thompson for brilliant 70. 456 that total. Jack White was unbeaten on naught. Hill bowls, Libby defends up to mid-on, there's no run. And Worcestershire, Ben Allison picked up those 2 wickets this morning to finish with 3 for 58. Brett D'Oliveira injured himself in trying to take a catch near the end, running forward, dived forward and was immediately in trouble, you could tell. I could tell he was in trouble because he lay on the ground and he was kicking his legs like one of those footballers who hasn't been fouled. Here comes Hill and bowls, and Libby defends on the offside. But hopefully, injury not too bad. He knew it needed attention. It was a dislocated thumb, by all accounts, and it went back in. And they are hopeful that it won't be too bad, and he will be able to take his place in the batting order at number 6. And I suppose they'll hope that won't be for some considerable time. 80 without losses. George Hill comes in and bowls to Libby, who plays that nicely into the mid-wicket area, but straight to Jordan Thompson. And there's no run. So hopefully Brett D'Oliveira will be okay. When he initially hurt himself, I, and probably like quite a lot of Worcestershire members or supporters if they're here, and I saw quite a few outside the ground this morning, I thought he might have damaged the shoulder that has troubled him for a couple of years. Hill bowls, Libby defends, back to the bowler, there's no run, but it wasn't that, it was just the thumb. So good news on that front. Yeah. Goodish, anyway.
He's just off the back of a very good 100, isn't he, down at Somerset?
Yeah, indeed. And I think there is you look around the country at the other scores, and there's a few batters up and down the country enjoying a good start to the season, isn't there, with this weather? Most unusual. Hill in again, bowls, and Libby off the back foot, forces on the offside, thinks about a single, but James Wharton, although he didn't field it, he made quick movement across towards it, and that was enough to put a bit of doubt in Libby's mind, so they didn't take a run. End of the over. 80 without loss, 24 overs gone, 64 left in the day, and Worcestershire at the moment negotiating things quite well at the start of this reply to that massive 4-5-6.
Certainly are, and the batting pair have forged a good partnership now, 80 runs. Roderick is on 33 and Libby on 39, and I think they've batted really, really well so far. They've dealt with any challenges, they've rotated strike and put the bad ball away, and you know they're still going at a decent rate and just building those foundations to hopefully cash in later.
Here's Jack White from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowls to Roderick and turned on the leg side. Jack White falls to the floor at the end of his follow through. I think he's all right. Umpire O'Shaughnessy just going along to check that he is, but just lost his footing. It's actually, we talked about how dry it is. You look at the wicket ends, and not only is it dry, but I don't know whether everybody listening will know what I'm talking about, but sometimes when a pitch gets dry and it's got a bit of grass in it, you get almost like a sheen, don't you? And it's quite skiddy and quite slippy just on that follow through. And used to play with a few people at various points who maybe didn't look after their spikes as well as the pros do. As in comes White again, and it's turned away on the offside, but there's no run. And if your spikes are worn down, I can remember one or two kids I've coached over the years, and you say, let me look at your spikes, and they turn them up and they've worn them almost smooth. They've just got these metal discs in the bottom of their shoes, and nothing more guaranteed to make you slip over than a hard dry follow through and no spikes. But it almost looks like that, doesn't it? It looks like an August pitch, doesn't it, rather than an April pitch. And I think that's even though they've left a fair bit of grass on this one to try and make it a little bit more of an even contest. There's White again is in. Bowls, and forward comes Roderick and plays out to the offside. People, it's funny, isn't it, Paul, that, you know, Headingley used to be famous, didn't it, for early starts and Neil Mallender getting 5 wickets on debut and all that kind of thing. When you thought if you lost the toss on a Thursday morning in a test match at Headingley, the game could be over by lunch if you were unlucky. But those pitches are no more, and it's generally, it tends to get pretty flat here, doesn't it, from what I've heard, from what I've seen in the last few years. Jack White is in again and bowls, and that one is worked away on the onside. Waternig, the fielder, at mid-wicket. There's no run.
There's just been a slight change in the field, so short extra cover has just gone a couple of yards squarer, as James Wharton at short mid-wicket, just to cut down on that that 2 out to the boundary here that both batters have been playing well. So they've just gone maybe a yard and a half perhaps squarer, just to be in the batter's eye line.
Yeah, and subtle movements and changes that are so important as White bowls, and Roderick is forward playing out on the offside. There's no run, and in a sense I think the longer it goes on with the bowlers struggling to make a breakthrough, the more likely it is that we'll start seeing such changes. I call it, for want of a better expression, funky fields, and I think the players regard that sometimes. And you say, at what point do you abandon 3 slips and trying to hit the top of off and go towards trying to get people caught in front of the wicket? Slower pitches usually tend to produce that sort of response, obviously, as White bowls, and this one is played by Roderick down on the leg side. This pitch actually has offered quite a bit of pace and carry to the bowlers when they've bent their backs. Particularly, we saw from in the Yorkshire innings from Jacob Duffy. Although he didn't direct it very well, he did get a good bit of carry, and so did Matthew Waite actually. Whereas at Taunton last week, we saw a pitch that, you know, you had 4 people catching in front of the wicket because there was just nothing going through, and the slips weren't really part of it. Although Craig Overton still managed to snaffle a couple with his big hands. George Hill's bowled well, Paul.
Yeah, he's following up his very good batting performance yesterday. Out of all the batters yesterday, I thought Hill was in real fluent form. He looked in a good place, and we're looking to back that up with his bowling today.
Comes in now and bowls short outside the off. We've done him a bit there because that's probably the worst ball he's bowled. Short outside off, and Jake Libby, well, that's absolutely his strength. I heard when I was off there, I heard JD describe a shot like that. If you ask me to describe a Jake Libby shot that he's really good at, I would say it's a straight batted force off the back foot with a high left elbow, not hitting it too hard, and usually just in front of square. I've seen him do it hundreds of times, and that's exactly what he did there, and it brings him a boundary. He goes to 43, and it's 84 without loss. Hill in, bowls much straighter, much better. Good length just outside off, and Libby pushes into the covers. And there's no run. It's been a fantastic signing for Worcestershire, Jake Libby from Notts. I mean, there's been quite a bit of fuss about players going the other way, to be fair. And 3 of them, Jack Haynes, Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue, going from Worcester to Trent Bridge following Joe Clark. So nice that Worcester have got one coming the other way, although a little bit earlier. And Libby, who plays defensively to this one, allowed to leave Nottingham and came to Worcester and has just settled in beautifully and been incredibly consistent in the last 4 or 5 years since making the move.
He looks solid. Got to have good rhythm, balance and alignment, and his contact points, specifically back foot, are very, very strong, which is normally, again, a good assessment to length, isn't it? Yeah,
he's well organised. I often use that phrase, don't we, well organised. Just break off as Hill bowls, and Libby punches this up to mid-off, and I use it all the time, and I sometimes think it's a little bit of a throwaway line, he's well organised. But what you mean when you say that is he knows what he's good at and he knows what he isn't good at, and he avoids doing what he isn't good at and he does what he is good at, and he knows his game, and that's it. And He's the very definition of a well-organised player, I think. That said, here's George Hill trying to get him out. Bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing into the covers, and there's no. There's a Cornishman, Jake Libby. Not many Cornishmen playing the game, but you look him up in the records and it says born in Devon, and that's because the nearest hospital, Plymouth, I think. But a proud Cornishman who's played cricket for Cornwall and very keen to let it be known that he is Cornish. I'm going to have to go after this one from Libby, which is from White, which is driven into the covers by Libby. It's the end of the over. 84 without loss. Roderick has 33. Libby has 43. I've just got a very quick update and then I'll be back.
So reminder of the score. Worcestershire chasing 456 total from Yorkshire, now 84 fun on, with Roderick on 33 and Libby on 43. So a good partnership beginning to form, well, has formed and is beginning to build, and certainly the Worcestershire batting lineup and coaching staff will be wanting to extend this partnership as White runs into Roderick. And it's played back down the pitch by Roderick. Ball roundabout, top of off stump, and played nicely. A solid defence, full bat face by Roderick. 3 slips in operation for Yorkshire, and we also have third man, short extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square. As White turns and makes his approach. Balls to Roderick. Oh, it's a good delivery. Just outside the off stump. Just pulled forward Roderick there. And the ball just goes very closely to the off stump. And unfortunately for Yorkshire, just misses the outside edge and goes through to the wicket keeper and Captain Bairstow. But good areas to bowl, good lines, good lengths, and good signs there for White, the Yorkshire bowler. Roderick just reflecting on that ball. Every ball's an event as he comes back in to face White now. And that's well played. Solid defensive shot. The ball runs out to short extra cover and plays that with some authority. Plays that ball really well. Yeah, Worcestershire's played well this morning. Got the 2 wickets, 2 Yorkshire wickets of Cord and Jordan this morning. Played very, very well. Of course, Jordan Thompson blistering ball striking this morning. Hit some big sixes to help Yorkshire amass a total of 456. As White comes in again. Good areas, and is defended into the offside by Roderick, not convincingly though that time. He slightly misjudged the length and had to adapt somewhat, which he did well, and no run. Scores 84 for none. 61.2 overs remaining in the day, and a beautiful day here at Headingley. Sun shining brightly, great conditions. As White comes in again to Roderick and bowls, and Roderick prays that one just behind square off the back foot on the offside. Sun shining brightly over the city of Leeds as I look to my left out of the commentary box, and Headingley basking in the beautiful sunshine here today. Been a good game so far, and we certainly had a good morning's play, and we're well into the afternoon session now, 30 minutes into the afternoon session as White comes into ball to Roderick. Roderick comes forward and defends that ball back down the ground. The ball runs out to mid-off. That's the end of the over. Worcestershire 84 for none. Good partnership formed by the Worcestershire opening pair of Libby and Roderick. Roderick on 33, Libby on 43. Good opening partnership of 84. They've dealt really well with actually the challenges that the Yorkshire bowling attack have offered. Yorkshire ball pretty accurate lines and lengths. They have gone past the outside edge a number of times, but they've generally dealt with what Yorkshire's thrown at them this morning and into the afternoon session. And as I said earlier on, they'll be looking to build on this solid foundation that they've now formed. Hits Hill with the ball in hand as he runs in. 3 slips. Oh, that ball's just bounced over. Libby's got an inside edge there. Looks like he's jammed the ball into his pads and it's just bounced over. Just bounced over the bails. Plays that one down into the floor. Ball bounces just over the stumps. But there's no difference to the score and there's no difference to the wickets column. The score remains 84 for none. Hill runs in again. Balls to Libby. Just back of a length. Libby just tries to punch that ball through the offside. Didn't quite time it. And the ball runs out to James Wharton. Short extra cover. Reminder, there's 3 slips. Backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep square leg. As Hill runs in to Libby. It's well bowled and that's well played. Defends back down the ground. Thinking about one, not quite there. He's timed it too well, but he's just played that ball down the ground mid-on.
Sorry it took a while. Have to wait for them to come to you. Much as you'd like to hurry them up sometimes, but quite a busy afternoon of non-league football in the Worcester and Hereford area. There's Hill in bowls and Libby plays defensively into the covers. But you were fine. I knew you were fine, Paul, there going through with your commentary. There was one, I heard one sharp intake of breath. Did I miss something? Was it a close thing?
Libby just went forward.
Oh, it bounced down over the stumps. Is that
bounced down and then over the stumps? Just bounced over. Almost a breakthrough for Yorkshire, but navigated.
And like we said, the real skill is just to forget that, isn't it? As a batter, and just put it behind you.
Every ball's an event. Move on to the next.
Exactly. Hill again is in and bowls, and Libby defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. Remember Tim Curtis saying that one of the coaches he'd had always talked about when the bad things happen, he used to call it flushing the toilet. He used to just mimic pulling a chain and saying, right, that's gone, forget it, it's all gone. Get on with the next one. Absolutely right. Easier said than done, but mastered, a skill that is mastered by the players who play the longest innings, I think. As Hill bowls and Libby is pushing this into the offside, and that is the end of the over. 84 without loss. Roderick has 33, Libby has 43, and there's going to be a little change here. JD coming back in, and then am I going out and you're coming over here, Paul, or I can't remember. We've lost it here. We've lost all track. I tell you what, Paul, I will keep you until 2:30 if that's all right, and then I'll do my next update because I've been in and out. So Jonathan's back in, 84 without loss. The sunshine is, well, if anything, I think a bit warmer than yesterday. It's absolutely perfect. It really does feel like the middle of June here at Headingley. The only thing when you walk in to the ground that makes you realise it isn't is that quite a lot of trees are still in bud and not in full leaf. But it is absolutely superb considering the time of year.
I think by rights, actually, you should have a
breather.
Okay,
okay. No, well, I'm happy to. I'm just aware that I've been nipping backwards and forwards I'll go.
You get sent off. We've got the ground staff anyway coming up at some point fairly soon, so you'll both get a bit of a breather as the first ball of that over is going to be recorded as a dot. And keeping an eye on things down at Ellen Road. Leeds still 2-1 in front, having the usual 16 chances but only taking 2 of them, and ripe for an equaliser from the opposition. Jack White turns. 3 slips waiting for an opportunity that they haven't yet had in this Worcestershire innings, and not from that delivery either, because Roderick is watchful and defends into the offside. 84 without loss.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon.
Did you enjoy your lunch?
I did very much, yeah. Steak ciabatta.
Yeah, with chips?
With chips, and a few chips, wasn't there? And I don't know quite what was the sauce, the accoutrement, but it was nice. It was like an onion, yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Very nice. I enjoyed it.
Very tasty. Jack White striding back. He's up there to drive, and is driven by Roderick to mid-off, where David Milan does the fielding. Looks like Robbo bang on time, and Jasmine.
I think you're about to have a fascinating conversation around what it takes to prepare a quality cricket pitch like this.
You reckon? I'm just going to leave them both with their headphones, to be honest with you. I think we're going for a stroll.
I think
we'll go down to groundsman and
shall we go and paint a few white lines and dust down the wicket ends?
Yeah, something like that, and look grubby. Yeah, as that's wide of off stump and left by Roderick. They all look tanned, don't they? They almost look tanned and a bit mucky as well. Yeah, like they need a good shower. So we're going to bring in Richard Robinson. I'd normally say ladies first, but I think we'd better settle a few scores with you, Robbo. Welcome along. Richard Robinson, then, head groundsman here at Headingley.
Good afternoon. It's a nice view from here.
All right, isn't it?
Not
A bit
bad.
too high, Frank says. He's quite picky, Frank. As in comes Jack White on this impenetrable pitch, prepared by the man sat to my right, and there is no run. So come on, tell us about this week's pitch. Compare it to the ones you were preparing last year, if there's any difference.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of difference. Otis last year wanted dry, dusty, spinning pitches. Mags is more, there's a lot more grass on there. Unfortunately, we haven't got any wickets yet. But apart from that, it's going all right.
Well, I mean, when you go through the full gamut as a spectator, when you're supporting home side, lovely shot there, by the way, short ball from Jack White and cut very nicely out to the east side boundary by Roderick for 4. So 88 without loss after 29. But, it'll be the players who get the blame first. The umpires, of course, for a decision or two, but they've got to look for somebody else to blame if it's not going their way. So it's got to be the ground staff, surely. I mean, you've got to take a lot on the chin.
Yeah, it's definitely me. It's all my fault if they don't get a wicket. The grass on this pitch is probably nearly twice as long as the grass we left on last year. So we were about on 8 millimetres last year, and this is 13, 14 mil of grass.
That's a lot of grass.
Yeah.
And it's been doing a bit.
Yeah, and it's rock hard underneath. So just a shame we don't have the overseas bowlers here yet. A little bit more pace, I think.
With the key, yeah.
With the key. Or maybe with a bit of cloud cover later on, hopefully. It'll start swinging a bit. You do a bit on here, don't you?
Yeah, they'll be disappearing to all parts.
Well,
Here's
that's
George
what I
Hill. George Hill to Libby, who pushes into the offside, and James Wharton feels no run. I think I deserve that one.
No, it's been ideal prep really for us this year, because we, last year we were paddling around trying to move all the ducks out of the way before we got on the pitch. And now this year we've just been putting sun cream everywhere. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit wetter this week, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be loads of rainfall either.
No, we need a bit.
Yeah. Here's George again Libby defending. I was talking yesterday, you might have heard me, about the edges round here. It looks like it's, you know, you've got a hell of a job to trying to get any more. I know it's over the boundary most of the time, but any more growth on it, because it was really wet last year, wasn't it? Thought about Fish's injury when he went sliding for the ball down to our left in front of the northeast stand.
Funnily enough, it looks a bit like that because we've actually put some more sand over the top. It's been reseeded, just waiting for it to rain on it now. It probably won't come through, you're right there.
Here comes George again. And that's turning to the leg side, just a bit inside edgy from Libby, but he's okay. He gets a single. And what about the far end? Always something we talk about. He's sitting up here all the time. Never sees the light of, well, the sunlight anyway, not the light of day, until late on in the piece. And even then, that quarter of the ground away to the far left, sort of the Taverners stand corner.
Yeah, it's still very wet down there.
Yeah, is it?
If you go down there, yeah. Certainly someone of your weight, you'd be leaving your footprints down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been slim. Probably won't leave an imprint, would you? Eddie Gray, like, no footprints in the snow as Roderick defends another George Hill delivery. So, I mean, what do you think? What's the key? What do they need to do here? Apart from they haven't got that extra pace that you're asking for, so...
I think you've just got to be a bit like Pato used to be. Keep plugging away, good line length, top of off stump, and hopefully they'll lose concentration and nick one off. I think we bowled reasonably well earlier on, but just didn't get a bit of luck.
And comes George again, lovely straight drive from Roderick, a good piece of fielding off his own bowling by George Hill. Is there any difference in how you prepare, what you prepare from one side of the square to the other? Obviously we tend to play either side of the test and the international pitches in the middle.
Yeah, not really. No, they're all pretty similar nowadays. There's a couple of Surrey Loam pitches on the right hand side. So the next county champs at home will probably be on a Surrey Loam pitch.
What's the difference? Explain.
It looks a bit greyer. It's not much different. Goes quite hard, but they're all quite hard, to be fair.
Final ball of the over is just pushed into the offside by Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. He's 37 off 95. Jake Libby 44 off 86. Unbroken first wicket partnership of 89 here. Yorkshire, by the way, said that they would have bowled yesterday as well had they won the toss. Would you have thought that was understandable from what you'd prepared?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon if we'd have bowled yesterday, we might have bowled them out in a couple of sessions. It's just been great batting conditions on it the last 2 days, so it's drying out a little bit. Even today, we didn't have a roller this morning. We decided not to have any roller, which is very unusual. But obviously they went heavy with the roller.
Jack White from the Kirksall Lane end, run down to third man first up there by Libby for a single. 90 on the board. In terms of turn then?
Yeah, a couple turned actually just before lunch from Bessie, so it's quite good to see, but maybe he'll bowl from one end and the others will just rotate after a while.
Is there anything in that in your prep?
Yeah, that'd be telling.
So we'll not expect to see Bessie bowling from the Howard stand end much. Here comes Jack White again. No, he's got him here. A good catch by Adam Wythe to his left. And Gareth Roderick is the first wicket of this Worcestershire innings. 90 for 1. Roderick gone for 37. And Jack White finds a way through.
Get in, Yorkshire. Come on. Carried to slip nicely, that, didn't it, Doige?
Yeah. Yeah, understandably, Worcestershire supporters. Richard, a Yorkshireman and Yorkshire groundsman, with a slightly impartial call there, as that was caught at second slip. Roderick, 37 runs on the board, 122 minutes of batting, 96 deliveries and 3 fours he hit. And so they've got their way in, Robbo.
Yeah.
Maybe one brings 2 and all that.
Lovely catch by Lythy. What used to be when Gillespie used to be coach, he used to say as long as it carries to first slip, we don't care what it's like. So I think that's the way Mags is going as well. So as long as it carries to the slips, if they nick them, they're happy. Gives them something to work with.
Yeah, it whistled in that direction. It still needed to be taken that, and obviously Adam Lythwell, you know as well as I do, you're knocking on a bit like me. 37, the mince pie is there at second slip.
Yeah, to be honest, he's a fit boy. He's lithe. He's kept himself going. He's not like us, Doige.
You speak for yourself. Look at me. I mean, athlete. Kashi Valley then coming in at 3 for Worcestershire.
Have we heard anything about D'Oliveira at the injury, or?
We heard that it was a dislocation of the thumb and it'd been put back in, and he should be okay, but they might give him more time and maybe come in a little bit lower down the batting order. We'll see. But yeah, there was decent carry about that, so they'll be happy with that. And he has Jack White pretty much throughout from whichever end he's bowled and it nibbling around. He's quite an impressive bowler, isn't he, for somebody who'd not really heard a lot of in county cricket until the last 2 or 3 seasons, really.
Yeah, I must admit, I went behind the nets the other day just to see what he was doing, and he's a top bowler, to be fair. Nips it a bit both ways, decent pace, really reliable with his line and length. Looks an excellent acquisition to me.
See what the right-handed Kashi Valley can produce then, or what can Jack White produce to give him some early difficulties here. He's coming in now and bowling. Open face, runs it down towards third man and will pick up a single. It's pretty warm in here, but you lot down there, you must be baking. You've got kind of a sun trap down at the foot of the stand.
You know what it's like down there. It is beautiful down there. It's probably about 30 degrees now down there. We've got a few casuals in today. They think this is the easiest job in the world now. They weren't here last year, these two, so it's slightly different to last year.
Yeah, a lot of on-off last year, wasn't there? Loads of it.
Yeah, it's
mopping up and all that.
I must admit, I was hoping we'd do a bit more, just so I could lose a bit of weight. But
it was White and Libby solidly behind that, and there's no run. You're not doing too bad, lad.
No, well, I just wear bigger clothes these days.
You've never carried any weight, have you?
Not really, no. But I am heavier than I've ever been. That's what comes to just pointing my finger instead of doing any work anymore.
Now or something,
Might start playing again, Doige, if you've got any clubs that I can go to.
No idea.
Nip down to Rawdon.
Rawdon are up at Yeadon today.
Are they?
Pre-season friendly, the big one, yeah. In the shadow of the White Swan. Talking of White, Jack's bowling, and that's pushed into the covers. Don Vest does the fielding, no run.
When he was the lead singer of the White Stripes, he looked a bit bigger than that.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, slimmed it down a bit.
Have you got to know him reasonably well since he's been around early days for that?
I say hello to him.
Yeah, that's about it. I interviewed him the other week, and he came across as quite a chilled out character, really. Very
nice guy. They're a good set of lads, to be honest. I mean, most of these guys I've known since they were young anyway, from being up at the academy and up at Wheatwood, so it's nice.
There he's bowling again, and Libby solidly behind it, so 91 for 1 off 31. Anything else you want to tell us about how much graft and hard work you and your team put in on the ground out there?
Well, obviously I do 99% of the work. The rest of them just do 1% between them all. Especially Jasmine, she's all talk really. Yeah, you'll hear from her in a second, but she'll just probably spin you a few yarns about how hard she works and stuff. But basically, it's down to me.
I reckon you've probably scripted what she's going to say. It'll be the party line, won't it? Really?
Yeah, exactly.
Shawsey said this was going to be a really interesting chat. But,
well, I thought
apart from the fact that I've played on lots of cricket grounds, but I've no idea how to prepare them, so I'm not even sure I'm asked what the right questions are.
I thought there might have been some more interesting questions, but I've quite enjoyed it.
You should have sent us a script up beforehand.
We'll do next time.
I can read. I can do that.
Yeah, you need to do weather forecast for us again, like you did last year.
Oh God, I forgot about that. Yeah. Inside edge from Kashi Valley off George Hill down towards fine leg. He'll get 1, but a bit of uncertainty about how he played it. Yeah, remind me, what was the...
I don't know, I can't remember, but you were amazing. You look just like Lisa Gallagher to me.
Now, she'd be a lot slimmer than I've ever been. And she does have a tendency to say cloud, doesn't she, when she says cloud?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just an observation from watching lots of weather forecasts. Cloud.
Obviously, I wouldn't say anything about how people talk or anything like that.
Ooh, George Hill.
That's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah, it was. It left that Jake Libby, but it felt like it was pretty close.
I think George has definitely put a yard on in the last couple of years.
He felt like Ben Cliff had as well. Really
Yeah.
felt for him last week getting injured, but it feels like he's put a yard or so on as well.
He's filled out and he's worked hard in the winter by the look of it. Cliffy, hopefully he'll be right in 6 weeks and be firing him through.
Yeah.
Just give him a bit of a rest now, won't it?
Fingers crossed. But just a great opportunity for him. When it first up in the season, been backed as well by his coach as Hill bowls there to Libby and defence.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a shame for him. He's a top lad, and he'd have played this game as well, no doubt. You know, they really rate him. He'll be back. Don't worry about that. There's some big lads in the academy though coming through as well. There's a couple of 6'6" guys who are going to be interested in the next couple of years.
George Hill from the Howard stand end again, passes umpire Newell, and Libby turns it square on the leg side. Going to take on the field again. Done that quite a bit today and got through once more. I remember him when he had hair, but he's only lost it in the last couple of years since you've been here, Jasmine, so I don't know what's going on there.
I don't spend as much on shampoo these days, so it's fine. It's fine, you know. Tight Yorkshireman, I don't mind. Save somewhere.
So 93-1, Cashy Valley. We know he can swash and buckle. He's leaving this one. Wide of off stump. Reasonable crowd in, but as we were speculating earlier, quite a few probably off club cricketing, as the likes of you and I did for donkey's years back in the day, Saturday afternoons.
Yeah, fantastic crowd yesterday, wasn't there? Excellent crowd.
Yeah, it was.
It was great to see.
Did they give a figure? Do you know what it was?
I think it's about it was over 2,000, 2,200-ish, something like that.
And the best for a long time.
Yeah,
for a Champo game.
A lot more than they were expecting, which is great.
Here's George again, and Kashif solidly behind it to complete that over. 32 now gone, 93-1. So just got to be patient, haven't they, with the ball? Keep chipping away.
Keep chipping away. Another couple of wickets this session, and we're in a driving seat, I reckon. It's going to cloud over. We'll start nipping it around, and we'll bowl them out. That's the way forward, isn't it?
Talk to us about what goes on in the winter, then, Robbo. I mean, so season finishes. What's the process between that last ball being bowled at the end of September and the first one in April?
Yeah, generally we take the top off the square completely. We didn't this year because it was quite late finish, which is again this year, but we'd try and make it so there's basically no grass left on the square, and then we start again, reseed it, put the loam over the top and flatten it out again. The outfield's had a lot of Vertu draining, a lot of seed put in. It's and then we take a couple of months off.
Here's White, bowling to Libby, who's punched that one square for 4. Nobody in there at backward point. Will Luxton down at third man, no chance of getting round to it. Just a little bit too short and a bit too much width as well. Libby makes it to the half century. Worcestershire just shy of a ton themselves, and he's deserved that. Played pretty well. We'll give you the stats in a moment. There you go, 132 minutes, 94 deliveries, and that was his 7th 4.
He looks a very, very solid player, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him play before, I don't think.
Compact. You can see what Jack White was trying to do. He's just got it a little bit too wide, and that's probably what he was trying to do, which is a much better delivery. Just strains it up a little, and the bloke who's just hit 4 and got 50 to his name was pushing it a bit of air.
Well, that's the first time I've had commentator's curse. I've done it for 5 minutes already. Said how solid he was. There he goes.
He did a lap of honour nearly when the first wicket fell, Frank. I'm not saying there was any bias in the commentary box from the Yorkshire head groundsman, but
I love Yorkshire, mate.
Up the top, 5th floor, top was off, back round the block and in.
I love Yorkshire, I love Leeds United. Come on, what more do you need?
Here's White again. That's pushed up to mid-off this time by Libby, and there's no run. Have they got across the line? Yes, they have 2-1 against Preston.
Good lads.
Game over.
I thought you seemed a bit sidetracked earlier when I was listening, Dodgy. You've been watching football, yeah?
Well, keep an eye on it, really. You can't really watch it, can you? But in fact, usually it's on there, and you miss all the goals. You know, you're watching the cricket, and then you look down and somebody's celebrating. Usually the opposition.
I spend all my time in my office watching you lot and listening to you instead of watching it live.
That's why the ground's in the state it's in. As White's in, that's turned down to fine leg, and they get a single there to Libby.
To be honest, the live feed's excellent, so it's much better for me as a groundsman watching the pitch from the live feed and seeing what it's doing, seeing how it's carrying from the live feed and seeing if it's nibbling around a bit.
And obviously the informative commentary, you know, fills in any gaps you've got in your knowledge.
It's unbelievable. You're just like, you know, mixture between John Arlott and Fred Truman, really.
With a bit of Barney Rubble thrown in here. Jack White, meanwhile, in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, right up there, and Kashif decides to go on the defensive with it. 98 for 1. Am I right in saying, Frank, he's got his cans on to him? Yeah, he's not listening. I was hearing stories that Kashif is a really sort of nervous player before he goes out to bat. He'll often get really quite worked up. Nauseous even.
What were you like, Dodgy, when you were playing? Did you
If
get
I was
nervous?
facing you, I'd have been absolutely rubbing my hands together and doing handstands before I walked out to bat. But
so would I. I wish I could have faced myself.
White in, it's wide of off stump and left by Kashif. No, never. I think everybody has just a few extra nerves, don't they, when they walk out to bat, whatever it is. Because if it's a game where you feel like you might be better than your opponent, and I can't remember many of those where I ever did. But you know, you're nervous that you might not perform when you think you should get some, if you know what I'm saying. And then there's the other ones where you think, oh, this guy's bowling well, I'm just walking out to bat, and that was most weeks for me. And you just feel, you know, there's a few. The heart rate rises a little bit, but it never took me long, because I was probably not out there long enough to get over those. You were a proper player.
I probably didn't get nervous enough. I was like, so I'd probably go after the first ball and try and hit it for 6 when I should have just been, you know, taking it easy.
Hill to Libby, turn into the leg side, no run. For those who don't know Robbo's cricketing career, very good Bradford League player, played for the league side as well, didn't you, back in the day?
Yeah.
Representative cricket and all of that. So, and always came across to me as a laid-back character, which I think you've pretty much just underlined with what you were saying, really. 98 for 1 as George Hill comes in, and that's run with an open face down towards James Wharton, coming in from the square boundary. 1 run. I think we'll probably do a swap at the end of the over, because Jazz is out the back of the box and she's just saying, "You're talking rubbish here, Robbo. Let me come on and talk some sense."
Yeah, she can actually talk about ground stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can write me the questions down and I'll ask her the
I
questions.
will do. Yeah.
All right.
She needs to work on balancing brushes on her chin. She's rubbish at that.
Yeah, it's a good trick, is that, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen that quite a lot from up here. We're always off air by the time you try it. Here's Hill bowling to Kashif, who punches into the offside quite firmly. Wharton fields. But yeah, so there's a ground staff trick or a Robbo trick. Is it? Do you all try it at various times? Just
No,
yours?
it's just me. Yeah. I don't know. It's because I've got a bit of a Jimmy Hill chin. I can just do the Bruce Forsyth and balance the brush on the way off.
Marvellous
Yeah, it's good game, good game.
Marvellous, yeah.
Super effort that.
Hill in, and thanks Richie, as Kashif drives to James Wharton. No run. Ben Code going through a few warm-up exercises. Didn't seem to get much out of it from the Kirksall Lane end, his favoured end. He had a switch to the other end, which is not that often for Ben. Don't know if it was just a heavy roller, but not the sort of effective Ben Code that we know and love. First session.
Ben would probably like it to be a bit more cloudy. Yeah. He's such a quality bowler. Absolute class.
dot ball wide of off stump. So 99 for 1. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Well, 300 wickets at less than 20.
Yeah,
predominantly in Division 1.
And you know how flat they go here. So he's, you know, the fact that his figures are so good is just testament to how good he is.
I'm sure you'll keep stats on how many bowlers get wickets on your decks.
No.
What's his record? Here's Hill. That's turned into the leg side by Kashif. And there's no run.
I think Tomo, my last word, Tomo, he'll come on and break a partnership at a couple. You know, he makes things happen, as you always say. He does stuff. He'll do it today.
The man that makes things happen. Yeah, we've not done that for a while actually, but he did this morning, didn't he, to get him up to the maximum batting points.
Do you see that reverse ramp? Did you teach him that?
Yeah.
It's good, that.
Yeah.
Well done.
I would have fed him loads of those to hit when I was bowling, yeah, absolutely. No, great to have you alongside Robbo. Do come back and visit us again.
Thanks for asking.
In 2029.
Yeah, I'll see you in 4 years.
Yeah.
It's well worked out.
Richard Robinson. So Jasmine Nichols. Robbo's going to go put the kettle on for you, Jazz, I think. Never puts no.
No, it never makes me a brew.
Ben Code back into the attack at the Kirkstall Lane end. And Libby just drops that into the offside. There's no run. So how are you? How's the season started for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's good, thank you. Yeah, sunny weather, so that's always a bonus. It's much better than my first start of the first, like, last year, so can't complain at the moment.
Is this your second, is it only your second season?
Well, it was my third season, but like, I just feel like last winter was like my first winter,
right.
So it's all slightly different. But I've just gone over 2 years now here, so coming into the third season.
I'm going to say I thought it was. As Code is turned into the leg side there by Libby, no run. So you'll be wanting to fill in lots of other observations that your head groundsman failed to give us there.
What, like he works 99%, does more like 99% of the work?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's some obvious digs back that you can have. There's no doubt about that.
There's plenty I can do. It's more like 9.9%. Let's go with that.
Here comes Code again. Bowling here to Libby, who defends into the offside. And it's that sort of an afternoon, I think, at the moment. Runs are not particularly flowing. Yorkshire have just tried to put a bit of a squeeze on and picked up the 1 wicket, and they're just bringing down that run rate, aren't they? It was up near 4 for quite a while early doors, down below 3 now, 2.87, and that all adds to that feeling of just tightening up and a bit of pressure. Code, shirt hanging out, as is usually the case. Gives that ball a bit of a rub, and he comes in now. Bowls again to Libby, who's ever so slightly squared up, but plays it way down to third man comfortably enough. Will pick up a single. So 100 up for Worcestershire in the 35th. So what else can you tell us that Robbo didn't? I mean, what about you in terms of learning and being around the team?
I've definitely learnt a lot, but I mean, cricket, it kind of feels like there's still a lot more to learn. I mean, the guys downstairs have been incredible in terms of, like, I knew when I came into the job 2 years ago, I knew very little, so the guys have definitely taught me a lot, but like I said, I still feel like there's a lot of learning to do. I've only done created 2 pitches, so the next stage is to kind of do a few more and get some more learning in, but like I said, the guys have been great, and I've definitely learned a lot in terms of being able to make a pitch and what we need to do to it.
Okay, single by Kashif down to third man. So when you say you've learned how to make a pitch, for the many who probably haven't been ground staff who are listening or watching, just let Ben Code get this delivery out of the way and just expand on what you mean by that, as in comes Code, and a straight delivery defended by Libby to complete over number 35 at 101 for 1.
So to make a pitch, the main thing that goes into that is a lot of water. So a couple of weeks out, we'll start watering it, and then we'll sheet it just to keep the moisture in there. We'll do that a couple of times, flood it out a few times, and then start drawing all of that moisture back out. So we'll do that with the roller, get the roller on it and start drawing all the moisture out to create the nice hard top that you see now. The whole idea of getting loads of water in there is that it means that lower down there's more of a kind of foundation base that then firms up. Because if you've only got a tiny bit of hard bit right on the top, then it's all just gonna, below it, it's just gonna crumble and sink down. So I think that's always if someone asks me how to make a cricket pitch, the key thing is water. Surprisingly, yeah. So
you just don't want it at the wrong times, do you?
No, definitely not. So I mean, this time of year normally we don't tend to do too much watering, but this year we've had a lot of water going on already, just to try and keep everything crack free at the moment.
Yeah, and it certainly is crack free at this minute. As Jordan Thompson is back into the attack at the Howard stand end here to bowl to Kashif, and he's got him. The man that makes things happen has done just that with his first ball back. He needs a good game with the ball here, you feel, with other competition for places coming in from overseas. And a little nick onto his stumps from Kashif Ali costs him his wicket. He's gone for 3, and it's 101 for 2. Pitch, you see, it's already breaking up. Yes.
Yeah, it's doing what we want it to for the lads.
Now 101 for 2. What are we at? 20 to 3 in the afternoon. Still a long way to go before the tea break. Chance for Worcestershire definitely to rebuild and counter here, but they're talking about that, just that stymieing in progress. It's just a gradual squeeze out there in the field from the bowlers, and maybe that's part of that reason. Obviously part of it is the delivery by Jordan Thompson and a bit of uncertainty in the push from Kashif Ali, and he's gone for 3. So back with pitches. So water being the key. When you say you've made a couple of pitches, so you're being entrusted with that responsibility by Robbo. As are you calling the shots, if you like, with a bit of, you know, the lads overseeing? How does it work?
The first time I did one, it was over on the east side training net. That was sort of my first experience of creating something. So it was a lot of input from Robbo, and he would kind of just tell me what to do when I'd do it at that point. Because that was within my first season, within the first few months. It was quite an incredible one to do because it was during the 100, and Ben Stokes came on and batted on it for an hour. So I knew I did a good job on that one. I just needed to remember what I did for creating a sort of a main pitch, really. When I did the women's women's T20 last year, that was a case of it was a 50-50 kind of sort of how we prepared it. He'd kind of, Robbo would ask me what I thought, so I told him what I would do next, and he'd go either agree with me or go, well, actually I might do this. So there was a lot of communication going between us. So yeah, it was pretty mixed. So hopefully some point soon I'll be able to just do one completely on my own. Need to ask him first.
Ethan Brooks, by the way, in at number 4, has just played his first delivery into the onside, so 101 for 2. Yeah, okay, interesting. So, and I guess talking about water being the most important thing, another question for you when Jordan's bowl this next delivery, because he's on his way in now. Ooh, perhaps Brooks on the pad. It feels like it's going down and there's not much of any appeal. So you've had a wet fortnight or something like that. Does that change the approach to preparation?
It can do. It depends, because sometimes we'll either sheet it up because if it's raining we can't fully control the moisture levels in that. So we would probably end up sheeting it up and keeping an eye on the weather and taking the sheets off and watering it ourselves, because we can control that way. If it's raining, then we don't know how much moisture's gone into that. So it's a lot easier to do it sort of by eye and do it ourselves.
Wide of off stump that delivery, and Brooks just having a bit of gardening afterwards. Another dot. talking of moisture levels, what sort of equipment readings and things like that do you have?
We
in that
don't.
respect, do you know of anything?
We do a lot of it by eye. So adding the water in, we do it by eye. We can tell once we've flooded it out because there's water everywhere.
Thompson in, that's turned into the leg side by Brooks to Bess, no run.
When we've got internationals, we'll have the ECB, England Cricket Board, will come up and do moisture testing and sort of clegg readings and do various readings at that stage. During games like this, we have what we call a clegg hammer. So it's just a giant kind of yellow block that's got sort of a drop thing in it. So it will just drop down and tell us the hardness of it and give us a rough idea as to what kind of, how much bounce and things we're going to get, how firm it is.
Here's Thompson again. Brooks, solid defensive push into the offside for Luxton to field, end of the 36, 101 for 2. Clegghammer, presumably the inventor.
I don't actually know the story behind that,
Oh,
but I would assume so.
We've got her this time.
Yeah.
We're getting a message up from
Yeah.
Robbo saying you're sacked in a moment.
Yeah,
Not
probably.
knowing
I don't know the story of a Clegghammer, so I'm done. I'll make him a brew and he'll forget about that. It's fine.
that. I have got a message actually from Robbo saying, "Told you, Tomo." Yeah,
It's going to get an even bigger head now that he said that.
You do hear people talk about, and particularly your ground staff, talk about readings and stuff like that. And then,
Yeah.
you know, for us, mere mortals up here in the commentary box, we're not allowed to get close to the pitch. You know, we don't maybe get as much of that. Coding and bowling, and Libby turns that into the leg side no run, because of course all ground staff are pretty much the same anyway, in that you all lovingly prepare the pitch and then you tell everyone to keep off the square. You know, it's like you don't want anybody to go on it.
No, I mean there's a reason behind that, to be fair. We can be quite precious about it, but it's yeah, we obviously don't want anyone messing with what we've just made, so we've obviously made it for the game, so stay off that. And then particularly when the game's on, we get a lot of...
Adam Lyth takes the catch at second slip. Jake Libby steers it straight to him, and Ben Code has struck at Headingley for the first time in 2025. And that is much more Code-like, and a third wicket falls, a second in pretty quick succession. And Worcestershire, well, Yorkshire have the first bowling point, is the first thing to say, and Worcestershire now 355 behind, and are beginning to make this feel like it's a bit more of an uphill struggle. But it's wide of off stump. It's a delivery I think he'll think that he didn't really need to play at. He has pushed. I've just seen it again for those who've got the replay. Yeah, a fair bit away from his body. But Code's done the business, and there again, Jazz, just evidence, as Robbo was saying when he was up here, good carry, because that was a better height, wasn't it, to catch for Adam Lyth?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully Yorkshire are all on top now. Guys downstairs, especially Robbo, will be very happy with that.
Yeah, he'd probably be pumping the air and screaming as he was when he was up here when the last wicket fell.
That wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
So, where were we? I can't remember now. I've lost my thread with that wicket. Oh, sorry, I talked over
we were on about
you
readings, weren't we?
Readings, that was it. Go on.
I don't know where we were at. That was just the topic we were on.
What about you, anyway? So you've been doing this a couple of years. Obviously, they'll take it. They'll be. What's the ambition?
I want to keep learning and developing what I'm doing. This year, I'm going to take on a little bit more, hopefully, a tiny bit more responsibility in just general bits and pieces around here. So, yeah, hopefully, just sort of carry on learning, create a few more pitches, and then, yeah, I want to try and develop sort of grounds and get grounds more kind of recognised as a job as well. So there's plenty going on at the moment in terms of all of that. So in terms of work, it's busy, and hopefully, yeah, take a little bit more responsibility and create a few more pitches, hopefully.
Go then to Adam Hose.
Again, I need to ask the boss nicely for that one.
Well, we'll see. He'll probably send a message up telling us whether he's looked upon that call favourably or not.
Yeah.
And he's still doing the walking?
No, so actually I stopped race walking
race
almost
walking?
a year ago now.
Oh.
I've turned to running, and I've got a slightly more difficult challenge coming up in terms of I'm running the London Marathon in 2 weeks. And then I'd already entered into the Leeds Marathon, so I've got that 2 weeks later. So
Wow.
never run a marathon, and 2 in 2 weeks. So that's going to be interesting.
That is some challenge.
Yeah.
There's Code to Hose, who shoulders arms. 2 in 2 weeks.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
I know.
If you don't mind me saying.
I
What are
find
you
that
thinking?
ridiculous as well.
What were you
honestly
thinking
wasn't
when you signed
thinking.
up for those two?
Well, I didn't. I signed up for Leeds Marathon, so I always wanted to do a marathon. Dad had been running them for the last couple of years, so I thought Mum and Dad come up to Leeds from Leicester, so they'll come up to Leeds for the Leeds Marathon, and Mum runs the half. So I was like, well, I want to be able to do that. I want to sort of have a full challenge and see if I can do that. And then I put I entered the London ballot last year and missed out.
Code to Hose, which was defended.
So I missed out on the ballot. So the running club that I'm with, the Abbey Runners, they sort of do a draw with those who didn't get in through the ballot, and my name was the first one out. It wasn't until a few hours later when I realised there was 2 in 2 weeks, and I was like, I'm always up for a challenge. So I thought, why not?
So have you actually run a marathon in training yet, or are you built?
No. So my longest run was last weekend, which I did 31k last weekend.
What's that in old money? As Code bowls to Hose and pushes out into the offside for a single. Ooh, having to get a hurry up on, in fact. A dive from Ethan Brooks and gets home, but it was closer than it looked at first.
So it was just under 20 miles. It should have been 21 miles, but I kind of fell over on the canal. So I just wanted to go home after that, to be honest. But no, so I picked myself up, carried on running, and then, yeah, just under 20 miles last weekend. That's my longest run. So we're on to the tapering phase now, where bringing the distance and everything down. And then, yeah, 2 weeks' time, running London. It's amazing.
Superb.
So yeah, if in between that sort of 2 weeks, that month kind of period after I've run one and then run the other one, if you see anyone sort of broken and crawling around, that's quite likely going to be me.
At least, I mean, you know, if you hit the wall while you're running, then of course you can fall back on your race walking, can't you?
Yeah,
And walk it.
I could just walk it. I'm not sure I'll be able to race walk it, but I could just normally walk it. So yeah, it won't be too bad.
Well, wish you all the best. Have you got all sponsored up and all that? Have you?
No, so because I'm doing it for the club, I'm not
Right.
raising money or anything for it. So that's one less thing I've had to worry about. It would have been nice to raise money for charity, but I think with coming in and working here as well, it's been quite busy. So trying to fit the training in sometimes can be a little bit hectic. So I kind of ducked out for about an hour this morning. Kind of escaped for a little bit. So.
You could raise money for Robbo for a toupee, maybe something like that.
Yeah, I could do actually.
'cause
Yeah, it's a good
he does
shout.
get burnt on days like this.
Yeah.
Do feel for him as Tomo's in, and that's flicked off the legs by Adam Hose. Is it off the legs literally? Yes, it is. Leg buys, says umpire Newell. 4 of them.
Could
So
also
he
get him
remains
a new broom as well. New broom
Yeah.
for his chin. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that
Adds to
broom's
his
a bit like
circus
triggers
class.
in Only Fools and Horses, you know, with various different handles and brush heads. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to have a certain type of broom for it, because otherwise it doesn't quite fit on his head properly.
So, Hose waiting as Jordan Thompson also waits for the ball back. 106 for 3. Jordan Thompson 1 for 12 in his 7th over here. And is that a catch? It is. Superb catch as well by Finlay Bean. A little bit of width, and Hose feeling for it wide of off stump. Had a little push at it. It was fairly high up. So felt like somewhere near the shoulder of the bat. We'll see it again for those who've got the pictures. And it's a 4th wicket now, 3 in quick succession here. And there was some swing, wasn't there, in the air for Thompson. Hose just didn't get to the pitch anywhere near it, really. And that is a very good catch by Finlay Bean. We've seen some really good slip catching in this match from both sides. And that was right up there. But Jordan Thompson, a little bit of swing and maybe a little bit of nip as well. Tremendous catch. And Hose gone for 1 from just the 6. And it's 106 for 4. And it's probably a good time, Jasmine, to say, we'll let you get back downstairs.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming up to see us, and hope you'll
all right.
both come back again as the season unfolds, and very best of luck with those 2 marathons. You
Thank
are
you.
mad.
I know I'm mad. I work with a lot downstairs.
Thanks. We'll see Jazz again a little bit later on in the campaign. And Matthew Waite walks back out to the middle at Headingley, his former home ground, and he'll be hoping to stick around for a long time here for the pairs. Nice little warm applause as he makes his way out to the middle, but well, the ground staff, having prepared a flat one here, they've induced a few wickets since they came into the commentary box, and that'll be got to be a disappointment for Adam Hose, for Worcestershire supporters, to see him go. Dangerous player who has scored runs against Yorkshire in the past, certainly in white ball cricket, I seem to recall, at Edgbaston.
Been quite an important and impactful half an hour, hasn't it? The wickets that the Yorkshire bowlers have picked up.
Yep, Thompson is in, and that's run down to 3rd man by Matthew Waite. He'll get off the mark. We'll do a little swap over when Frank's done his next update. They'll go for a wander. Leave you to put in another manful stint in the commentary box. Jordan Thompson, I think I said it this morning, and also when he came on to bowl, he'll want to bowl well in this match. He'll have the bit between his teeth. He got the 70 with the bat, so a weak bit of fielding earlier on today to throw down the stumps didn't bring about a wicket, but he was sharp, and he's got a point to prove here with the ball. Dangerous when he's got something to prove. That's not his best delivery though. Half volley on leg stump and whipped away square on the leg side for 4 by Ethan Brooks, but 111 for 4, Shawsey. It sort of changed the feel of the match because Worcestershire were just ticking along nicely, I think you'd have to say, barring that first wicket.
Absolutely. I mean, they were 90 for none at one stage and going really well. They got a good opening partnership between Roderick and Libby. Both were playing well, and New Yorkshire bowlers hit lengths, and they've just got good desserts for it. So Thompson comes in again outside the off stump, well left by Brooks, but from being 90 for none to 111 for 4, it's completely changed the face of this game. But all credit to the Yorkshire bowlers, because what they have been is very disciplined in nailing the lengths. They've nailed the lengths, they've nailed the lines, and they've been in and around the top of off stump.
But it also makes you think, doesn't it? Heavy roller's been on. It might have just taken this long as well for that effect to really go. And you're talking 37 overs plus a lunch break. You know, sort of 2.5, 2 and 3/4 hours there. That I might be wrong, but just with that, you know, a little bit of movement now creeping back in. Final ball of the over was another good one. So 111 for 4. Frank's just having a coughing fit out the back of the box. Hopefully he'll remain alive and be able to come and take over. And John Thompson, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 17. So when you're saying that somebody needs to bowl well, he's answered the call.
He has, but like I said, I mean, each of the Yorkshire bowlers have been pretty disciplined, haven't they? I mean, even if it does move around a little bit, you've still got to get the ball in the right areas as often as you possibly can. And to be fair to them, all the bowlers have been able to do that, for sure. As Code comes in once again to Wade.
Who's pushing forward into the offside, no run. It's one of those, and you're playing against your old teammate. And it's like, and it's not like he's not good mates with them all. Still, he is. I mean, you could see when he was out there bowling at Jordan Thompson yesterday, a few laughs and jokes between the pair of them. But it just adds that extra bit. You know, you don't want to get out to anybody, obviously, but you really, really don't want to get out to your mates.
That's absolutely true. And he comes off a good 80-odd or out last week, doesn't he? Down at Taunton.
Yeah, he can play. Ooh, that's a good delivery from Ben Code, and there's some definite nip about that. And the one thing Matthew Waite will know is that Ben Code is a high-class bowler from his time here. He'll have bowled in tandem with him at times during his Yorkshire career. Just Mark Newell just wandering in from square leg to have a word with Matthew Waite there. Maybe about where he was walking down the pitch, possibly.
Quite possibly. Just watch the replay on that last chord delivery. Just did it just a little bit, just enough.
Here he comes again. Oh, gone. Oh, has he gone? No. Yes.
Yes.
Whoa, what a catch in the end. It was juggled at first slip by George Hill, who ended up just getting fingertips on it and patting it up for Adam Lyth to take the catch. Another wicket goes. 4 of them in very quick succession now. In fact, make it 5 really, I guess, in precisely 8 overs. And Matthew Waite has to go for just the one. Well, it looked like it was in. George put one down at first slip at Hampshire last week. You won't want me to remind everybody, but just looking at it again, it's a straightforward slip catch by his standards, but he still, that was having not held it himself, what a great effort. Stretched out fully to his right, and Adam Lyth as well, full credit to him, because he turned and kept his eye on what was going on, and had he not done so, that still would have hit the deck. But, oh no, he kept hold of it himself. My apologies, George. I thought he'd knocked it up for Adam Lyth to take the catch, but he was, as you can probably tell from that angle from where we're sitting, the other end of the ground, he was obscured at the point he actually got his hands on it. So well done, George. I'll have to take that one off your off the catching stats, Mr. Lyth.
Yeah,
and either way, it's a wicket.
He got that at the 3rd attempt, but the first thing, here's Code's ball. Good areas again. Just a little bit of sideways movement. 3rd attempt, hits him on the inside of the thigh and the hand. 2nd attempt, parries it on. 3rd attempt, manages to hold on to it with Adam Lyth in close attendance. But I have to say that's another big wicket for the Yorkshire bowlers, and 5 wickets in, as you rightly say, Dodgy, and just in the last 8 overs from a fantastic start from the Worcestershire batters. Libby opened, as we know, and the opening partnership was very, very good, almost, well, it was 90 runs, but the next 21 runs has cost 5 wickets, as the Yorkshire bowlers are just beginning to get a little bit of movement off the pitch. Not a lot, but just enough to bring in that outside edge and the slip cording into play.
What do you think to this, to the JD theory that maybe that heavy roller effect is now wearing off? I don't know. Could be miles off the mark. It might just be that the bowling better, but it's wide of off stump, this delivery from Ben Code. And Tom Taylor, the new man out there in the middle, happy to watch that go by. Well, I mean, just opportunities created all of a sudden. And it does feel very similar to that Hampshire match last week, where they cruised to 70 before they lost a wicket, having had the heavy roller on, and then it definitely started to nibble about more. They're making something happen out there. Jack White took the first of the wickets. Jordan Thompson with 2 since then, and Ben Code with 2. And once Ben gets the bit between his teeth, well, anywhere but on this ground from this Kirkstall Lane end, he is a very, very dangerous bowler to face. Another dot there.
Just looking at the figures now, Code's bowled 8.4 overs, 2 for 32. White bowled well, didn't he, as well, up front, 1 for 30 off 11. We'll just see this ball, then I'll go through.
Yeah, Code in again, and Taylor safely negotiating that with a drop into the leg side. So, end of the over, 1 for 5, Shawsey.
And then Thompson, impactful spell, 2 for 17 off 7. Hill's bowled really tight, hasn't he? Look, none for 14 off just 10 overs, and Best just bowled the 2 for 8 runs. But the wickets in that last 8 or 9 overs have completely changed the face of this game. A fantastic spell of impactful bowling and catching, for that matter, from Yorkshire. Adam Lyth and George Hill in particular in the slip cordon, and Finlay being a good diving catch too. So taking the catches behind the wickets very, very well, and are really looking to see if they can nick out another couple of wickets here, and put Worcestershire, the Worcestershire batting line up in under severe pressure as Thompson comes in again to Brooks.
Yeah, he's nearly having a nibble at that one himself. So there's a combination of obviously a few wickets fall, so these two are both fresh out there in the middle, and maybe, you know, the pressure's now on, isn't it? Having seen a few of your teammates disappear without scoring many, sometimes mentally you can put yourself under more pressure than there actually is, and I think very easy to talk from up here, but it's back to that old thing of you just play the next ball,
Yeah.
the next ball, the next ball.
Absolutely that.
So Thompson to Brooks, who does play the next ball quite nicely, just to the onside of straight.
You kind of focus on each ball in isolation, don't you? As said before, each ball's an event, so the last one's gone. Really focusing on the next one and control what you can control. That said, you know, a couple of wickets and as many wickets as Yorkshire's picked up, 5 wickets in around about 8 overs, 8-9 overs. Yorkshire have picked up. All of a sudden, they've got a bit more belief. They're running in a bit harder. They're bowling a bit quicker. They're getting a little bit more from the pitch. So the game's changed.
Thompson in. Brooks again, just pushing slightly away from his body there. He's okay, but he didn't play it into the offside as his body looked like he was intending. We'll have a switch at the end of the over. Let Frank come back in and they'll go AWOL, I suppose. Might go see ground staff.
Gonna have a cup of tea. Have a cup of tea with them.
Cup of tea with ground staff.
Yeah, Rob has a cuppa. Sent us a picture yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Go and see what it's like down there. You can give us a bit of feedback on his commentary.
I think he's got since he sent that picture and it went viral on social media, he's got a modelling contract now. Here comes JT. And Ethan Brooks opens the face and runs that one positively backward of point for 1. Thanks for the fascinating insight into pitch preparation from your interviewees, Robbo and Jasmine. I guess it may be something that many of us take for granted. The pair of them managed to take 4 wickets between them, says Martin Bloomfield. Back in the 50s, years before many of your avid listeners will have been born, my grandfather was the head greenkeeper at Cleckheaton Golf Club in Oakenshaw. Accordingly, I've always held an interest in the surrounding science, the different types of soil, grass seed, etc. The science extends, of course, to cutting and the myriad types of mowers there are available. As Thompson bowls, and Taylor strokes it up to mid-on, no run. He says Bumble may well have some anecdotes to tell about Nick Knight, the self-proclaimed expert on such matters. Okay, well, remind us tomorrow, Martin, because Bumble is in for days 3 and 4. On the commentary team, so looking forward to that. $112 for 5. Final ball of the 40th. Thompson is in. Played nicely there by Tom Taylor, who's got the full face of the blade on a couple. He's not yet got off the mark, but he'll have plenty of opportunity in the 48 overs that remain today to do so. Worcestershire trailed by 344, and I guess there have to be, when you're 5 down, some concerns now that they're going to make it past the follow-on target. But we know what a great game this is. Funny old game, and things can change again in favour of the batting side, so you wouldn't rule anything out. But suffice it to say that since lunch, Yorkshire have bowled well, and in the end, by hook or by crook, they've caught well. Finlay Bean took a beauty at 3rd slip. George Hill at about the 19th attempt, the most recent wicket at 1st slip, to see the back of Matthew Waite and Ben Code. Bowls to Ethan Brooks, who defends. I'll step out and leave you with Shawsey and first of all Frank.
Thanks very much, JD. We'll withdraw you. You've done far too much damage. Uncannily similar to Worcestershire's first innings down at Taunton last week, this, when they were 70 without loss, and then suddenly lost wickets in an absolute rush. Very, very similar today. Code is in and bowls, and Brooks is turned around a bit, drops it down on the onside, and they're going to need to show the same sort of resolve that they did last week if they're going to recover from this. Of course, Jonathan just saying that Yorkshire have bowled well since lunch. I think Yorkshire have bowled well, full stop. You don't need to say since lunch. They bowled well before lunch as well, and I do think there's some truth in Jonathan's theory about the effect of the heavy roller wearing off, and eventually the persistence of these seamers, and they've all been tidy, very, very tidy, has paid off. Ben Code, quality performer as we know, 2 for 32, and Jordan Thompson, he's having a day out, isn't he, really? 2 for 18 from 8, plus that 70. Excellent from him as Code bowls, and Brooks gets a single out behind square on the offside. Big test for these two. Tom Taylor, incidentally, batting up the order, as did Matthew Waite. Brett D'Oliveira would have batted at 6, and he's not out there having dislocated his thumb this morning.
The other thing, Frank, it's very warm. It feels quite close. If you look, the skies are not as blue. There's a little bit of cloud.
Definitely.
It feels a little closer, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The conditions are a little bit more conducive for seamers than they have been. Code in, trying to make the most of them. Bowls to Taylor, who plays up the pitch, and there's no running. It's not a pure blue sky anymore. It's a hazy sort of sky, but still perfectly good conditions and a decent surface. Just that they've bowled really well, and maybe, you know, small differences. Some of the bowling yesterday wasn't quite as good as it should have been, and they went past the bat, whereas the Worcester batters have managed to nick them. They haven't really played and missed that many. They've actually got a nick to quite a few, and they've caught really well. It's been good at cricket from Yorkshire. Code bowls again, and Taylor is forward, pushes out on the offside. But before, and I have seen already some comments from Worcestershire followers saying, oh, you know, second collapse of the season, what's going on, etc. Well, this is a good seam attack. It might not have really big names, but Ben Code's record is exceptional. Jack White, we know, is a very good bowler. Jordan Thompson's bowled well. George Hill is an up-and-coming all-rounder who we're going to hear a lot more about. This is a good attack, make no mistake. Code in, bowls outside the off-stump, left alone by Taylor, taken by Bairstow. End of the over. The men out then. Roderick, 37, Kashif Ali for 3, Jake Libby for 53, Adam Hose and Matthew Waite both just a single run to their names.
And Brooks and Taylor's job now is really to rebuild. It's to rebuild in this period for another half an hour or so and see where they are, and just take each ball at a time, each over, then in 5 over blocks and 10 over blocks and so on and so forth, and see if they can just consolidate and create some type of foundation, certainly to get them to tea and then reassess at tea.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it yesterday. Break it down into little small chunks, and that's exactly what they'll have said to each other out there. Those 3 slips still waiting as Thompson comes in from the Howard stand end. Brooks fishes at that one, just lucky not to get a nick, and Bairstow takes. I talked about the slips being in a state of high anticipation this morning. I always often draw this analogy, forgive me if you've heard me say it before, but I used to do quite a lot of fishing. I haven't done it for years, but when you float fishing, there are some times where you're not expecting to catch a fish and you just kind of lose concentration a little bit. And you maybe get one and you might miss it because you're not really concentrating. Thompson bowls again, and Brooks plays this up to mid-off and there's no run. And then there's other times when you're fishing when you know the fish are feeding, you can see bubbles coming up around your float, and your float maybe dips a little bit and then comes back up and then dips again. And it's going to happen, and you're right on edge and you're focused. And it might be 2 hours before it does, but when it does, you're ready for it. That's what I mean. I think, you know, there are times when you're in the slips and you think, it's coming here. And there are other times where you think, blimey, when's the next one coming? Well, I think they're watching that float pretty closely now as Thompson is in and bowls down the leg side, and that is well taken by Johnny Bairstow because it's skidded through ankle height, and he makes the save, and there's no run. And they've all caught one. Hill on the juggle, Bean dive into his right, really good one, and Adam Lyth 2 pretty much straight in, but he made it look easy, as the best slippers do. And I've said it last week at Taunton, I'll say it again, probably end up saying it nearly every game. Your big number slip catchers tend to be at second rather than at first. Thompson in, bowls, Brooks pushing out on the offside, no run. And well, there have been some great slip catchers who've been first slips. One of them here, when I was a kid, Phil Sharp, I remember at Yorkshire. But the big numbers, when you look at the people that are sort of up in the 200 and 300s for slip catches, it's people like Graham Hick, Ian Botham, Mark Waugh, people like that. They stood at second generally. So where most of the big numbers tend to be. I think Jordan Thompson in, bowls down the leg side. He might be just tiring a bit, Thompson, I think, just losing his line a little bit in this over. And I don't have, there probably are, there would be stats to back that up, I'm fairly confident. I don't have them, it's just an impression. But in my lifetime, when I think of the guys that just pluck them out of the air without too much trouble and seem to do it day after day after day, I think that they tend to be at second. Here's Thompson again, bowls, and Brooks defends, and there's no run. End of the over, 113 for 5. They tend to be at second, Paul, and they tend to be in sides that have got a really good bowler for a long time. You know, you think about, I mentioned Mark Waugh, he would have been catching them off Glenn McGrath, wouldn't he? A fair bit. So they work in teams, don't they, really? And there are some people that just seem never to put them down, don't they? Like Ian Botham, just seemed to, didn't matter where he went, how close or how deep, he just seemed to have those hands.
And today we've seen the slip cordon work as a really good team.
Yeah.
And take the catches, as you rightly said, behind the wicket. And we've also seen the bowlers bowl in partnership.
Yeah.
So both bowlers, when they've been on together, have bowled really tight lines, haven't they? And in this afternoon session, just done a little bit more. So they've managed to find that edge. But as you rightly say, Frank, they've bowled pretty well most of the day, haven't they, without
absolutely
much luck. But then this afternoon session, it's just done a little bit more.
And it's just all come together.
As Cord comes in now to Taylor.
Bowls, and Taylor lets that go outside the off stump. You mentioned that they've bowled well as a unit, and in a way, if we go right back to the start of the day when we were reflecting on yesterday, that's what Worcestershire didn't do. Individuals bowled well, and pair bowled well, but they didn't bowl well as a complete unit. And the other thing I reflect on when I think about people saying, oh, you know, big collapse, second game, etc., is it is still early season. Batters are still finding form, and bowlers are still settling in, and it's not all going to happen straight away. Code in, bowls. Taylor defends out on the offside, and there's no run. I was going to say something else about second slips then, but can't remember what it was. I'll try and think about it. But yeah, it's I find it fascinating watching county cricket on a regular basis, the way that things like a slip cordon and an efficient slip cordon can play such a big part. Here's Code again and bowls. That's left alone outside the offside. I tell you, he's a really good slip fielder, and people don't. Well, I'm sure that followers of his county realise it, but not everybody does, because he's more famous for his bowling. But Simon Harmer at Essex, absolutely brilliant slip fielder. And Craig Overton is a really good slip fielder as well. Very, very good. But they've been good today, Yorkshire. Adam Hose is in that category, I think. Not Adam Hose, Adam Lyth. Oh, there's another one. Taylor's gone, caught behind. Looked like it might have been an inside edge. Straightforward catch for Johnny Bairstow. Ben Code picks up another one. And Worcestershire now in real trouble at 113 for 6. Just having a look at the replay. Good delivery, just nipped back, bounced a bit, and yeah, it's a good delivery. He's got an inside edge and through to Bairstow. Didn't look too happy with it, but just watching it again, we can't say, but there was a big shout and the umpire had no doubt about it. looked as though he nicked it onto his thigh and then it's gone through. So Tom Taylor is out without scoring, caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Ben Code. And Worcestershire now look as though saving that follow-on is a bridge too far, I think.
And Code there's got just rewards really for another good delivery in good areas, dangerous areas, good length, and the ball's bounced and nipped back a little bit, and he's caught the inside edge of the bat and gone through to Johnny Bairstow, the skipper and wicket keeper. So Worcestershire, from making a wonderful start of 90 for none, and now 113 for 6, and need to find a way to stop the procession of wickets in the last 45 minutes or so and work towards tea and then consolidate as Brett D'Oliveira comes to the crease. Of course, our listeners, if they've been with us most of the day, will remember D'Oliveira went off the field today after attempting a catch of Jordan Thompson, and there's, I think, a dislocation of his
thumb.
Was it his left?
Yeah, thumb. Left thumb, I think.
Left thumb, yeah. So hopefully he's okay.
I think it was his left one. He's gone out there to bat at number 8. He would have batted at 6. Got 100 last week, of course, at Taunton. But this is a daunting time to come in, and his preparation mentally with that injury won't have been what it would have been. Good spell from Code. Yorkshire right on top. And those 3 slips waiting as Code comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who is forward, pushing back up the pitch. Shows no ill effects. We'll just keep a close eye on him over the next few minutes and just see if he's showing any signs of flexing that thumb, or it must hurt when you dislocate. I mean, it's not. I've had a lot of, as a keeper, my hands are a right mess and all sorts of injuries, but I don't remember ever dislocating a thumb. And but it must hurt when it's gone back in. One imagines there's a bit of residual bruising around the joint. Code is in and bowls. Good delivery, outside off stump, but wide enough to leave alone. But he's finding movement now on a pretty regular basis, Ben Code, and his figures reflect that. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. Jordan Thompson 2 for 18. Jack White 1 for 30. They have hunted as a pack, these Yorkshire seamers, and Worcestershire have slumped from 90 without loss to 113 for 6. That's quite a spectacular demise, and all credit to the Yorkshire attack, albeit there'll be some disappointment among those Worcestershire batters. To be fair, if you look down that list and see whether you agree with me on this pool, after Jordan Thompson's bowled the first ball of this next over to Ethan Brooks, who lets that go outside the off stump, Libby probably will think he might not have played, but actually I think the rest of them have been got out rather than getting themselves out.
Yeah, I think they've been good deliveries, and they've been unfortunate just to get the outside edge on them, haven't they? And
Kashif made a bad decision, took the bat away. Kind of caught in 2 minds.
Played on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But other than that, there's been 3 or 4 really good catches in the slips, and as Thompson comes in again.
And bowls, and Brooks is driving on the offside just for a single up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Don Bess, who throws the stumps down at the non-striker's end, but Brooks is home. He's a tall, long-striding young man, quite quick between the wickets. Brett D'Oliveira, a small, short-striding young man, very quick between the wickets. And it's 114 for 6. Brooks goes to 7, which makes him the 3rd top scorer in the innings, following Libby's 53 and Roderick's 37. The other men out. Kashif 3, Hose 1, Waite 1, Taylor without scoring. Here's Thompson from the Howard stand end. He moves in towards us, right arm over the wicket, and bangs that in short at Brett D'Oliveira, who sways back out of the way. Didn't bounce a great deal. He's not a very tall man, Jordan Thompson, but Brett D'Oliveira, like many of the shorter batters in the world, probably finds it easier to get out of the way than the big tall ones do, and he kept his eye on it too quite nicely. Big responsibility on him now, the Worcestershire captain. In comes Thompson and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing out on the offside, and he's off the mark. 115 for 6. When Brett D'Oliveira got the captaincy, he's the grandson of Basil, the son of Damien, both of whom played for Worcestershire, but neither of whom was officially captain of Worcestershire. The question is always asked, is the name D'Oliveira a burden or a blessing? And I think Brett probably feels that sometimes it can be a burden, but he's tried to deal with it, and he has done so really well. But there were some people who thought, you know, maybe he's been made captain because of his name and whatever, and he hadn't got a great deal of experience. Thompson bowls and Brooks plays and misses, but no edge, and he has proved to be an outstanding captain in a quiet sort of way. And he maybe doesn't bowl himself enough, in my opinion, and that of one or two other people as captain, which often is the case when you're a captain who bowls a bit. But he's done it all in a very quiet and sort of undemonstrative sort of way. He's not a big shouty, noisy sort of leader, but he is a leader. He's proved himself to be a leader, and he takes that responsibility very, very seriously, I know. And well, you can now he does have the weight of the world on his shoulders a bit as Thompson bowls and Brooks plays up to mid-on, and there is no run. But yeah, as I say, I think he's made a real fist of the job, and very much to his credit that he's made a name for himself as a D'Oliveira in his own right, completely in his own right, which is a lovely thing, I think.
Yeah.
But he's got a job on today, Paul.
He certainly has. It's a difficult period for the Worcestershire batters, Brooks and D'Oliveira, at this point in time. 115 for 6. Still 341 runs behind Yorkshire. Just a reminder that Yorkshire amassed 456 all out. 2 wickets being taken this morning off Code and Jordan Thompson, and Thompson got the scintillating 70 off just 58 balls.
Here's Code continuing to D'Oliveira, and he drops this down on the onside, and there's no runs. A good purpose about Yorkshire. There has been all the way through, in fact, but when Worcestershire were 90 without loss, the ground was quite subdued, I think, and the members were thinking, gosh, this is flat and Worcestershire can bat just as well as we did, etc., etc. But it's proved, as the heavy roller, perhaps the effect has worn off, it's proved that Yorkshire seam attack has made better use of the conditions than Worcestershire did. That said, D'Oliveira gets a run off this one, down to third man.
I just wondered
steered down
whether the Yorkshire bowlers might just pull their length back slightly, knowing that D'Oliveira's just struggling a little with that thumb, and might just go slightly backward of the length for a little while and see how he goes.
Yeah, it could be the case. Got to nip off, do 2 more balls. Now I've got to just nip off and do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester into their sports programme. The football will be well underway now. Hereford United, Kidderminster. In comes Code and bowls, and he finds the edge of Brooks's bat, but it's all along the ground. Raced down to third man, and there's an unlucky attempt down there. A really good sliding attempt at the save down there by Luxton, I think it is down there, and he's unable to hold on to it, and he gets 4. Ethan Brooks, slightly uncertain, but nonetheless all contributions gratefully accepted as far as Worcestershire is concerned, and Brooks goes to 11. Code changing the field, sending Don Bess in to leg slip, I think he's going to be, which suggests that it's nipping back a little bit. Yeah, quite tight in it, leg slip. So 3 slips and a leg slip. Code maybe fancies getting an inside edge if he nips one back. Comes in now, bowls, and Brooks is forward to that and plays it down on the onside, and there's no run. Excuse me.
Yeah, leg slip in play. 3 slips, third man, extra cover, mid off, mid on, shortish mid wicket, just in the batsman's eye line, saving the one but also in the eye line. And if the batter plays the ball on the up, then they're in a catching position too, as Code comes in to Brooks, who just pulls out of that shot just at the last minute and lets that one go past the off stump. I was pulled into the shot for just a second or two, and then you just pull out at the last minute as the ball was going past the bat. Just a reminder, Worcestershire are 120 for 6 with Brooks on 11, D'Oliveira on 2. The partnership gradually beginning to form. Partnership now of 7. Worcestershire faithful will want that partnership to be extended somewhat as Code comes in again to Brooks. Plays and misses outside the off stump as the ball goes through to Bairstow.
Didn't want me, Paul. Want me to come back at half time. Half time in the football. Kidderminster 1 up. Big game for them. Yeah, end of the over. Bit of luck at the end of it for Ethan Brooks. But as you say, it's all about rebuilding. Doesn't matter about anything else. Just don't lose a wicket for the next 10 overs. That would help. Having lost 6 wickets in 12 overs, just got to just calm everything down. And they'll be saying that out there. Good experienced Brett D'Oliveira out there. Ethan Brooks less so, but mature young man who is trying to make a go of it, batting at 4. Not a great situation for him, but as we said last week at Taunton a few times, I'll just break off as Jordan Thompson starts a new over outside the off stump to D'Oliveira, and they could have got a bye there. Johnny Bairstow made a bit of a mess of that, much to the amusement of Adam Lythe's. Absolutely falling about with laughter at Bairstow's problem with that one. But anyway, as we said quite a few times, you consider the situation of a player like Brooks here, and it might not happen, but he's come in at 4, and you know, this is how you earn your spurs, isn't it? You've got to have an opportunity to fight out of a crisis in order to fight out of a crisis. If it was always 100 for 2 when you went in, or 200 for 2 or whatever, you would never have that problem. Thompson in, bowls, and D'Oliveira's pushing out on the offside and gets a single. And then 101 for 3. Libby caught Larkin slip off Code for 53. 106 for 4. Hose caught Bean at 3rd slip off Thompson for 1. Just break off as Thompson bowls again to Brooks, who is playing and missing at this one outside the off stump. 111 for 5 when Matthew Waite was caught by the juggling George Hill at slip off Ben Code, and then 113 for 6 when Tom Taylor was caught off the inside edge by Johnny Bairstow without scoring. So an absolute clatter of Worcestershire wickets in the space of 12 overs, 6 wickets going down, and Ethan Brooks and Brett D'Oliveira out there at the moment amidst the wreckage as Thompson bowls and Brooks drives up to mid-off, and there's no run there. They're like 2 men in a bombed house just trying to start putting the bricks back together, aren't they, to build an overnight shelter.
And we've all been there. It's not easy, is it? It's really not easy, but it's just around just keeping the mind really clear on the plan, and the plan is just to get forward and get back and minimise any risk. And as Frank says, don't lose any wickets in the next 10 overs.
Yeah.
Keep picking up the singles where you can, and let's consolidate.
Here's Thompson in, bowls, and Brooks has taken on the pad, looking to turn that on the leg side. There's an appeal, but I think it was going down the leg side. I might just have a look at the replay if they show us one. Here we go. It wasn't the most convincing of appeals, I don't think. Just having a look now. Yeah, going down the leg, so delivered from quite wide on the crease.
Yeah,
A lot of people that I've coached over the years would say that in this situation I would be talking about playing what I used to call the one ball game. Play the one ball game. Simply play the next ball. Thompson is in and bowls, and Brooks lets that go outside the off stump, and there's no run. End of the over. I used to say, if I said to you, you've just got to stay in for one ball, how confident would you be about it? And so, oh yeah, I could do that. I could stay in for one ball. So, well, there you go. That's all you got to do. Just that every time. Every time. And it is as simple as that, really. 121 for 6.
Worcestershire trail Yorkshire by 335 runs on day 2. 4-day county championship game at Headingley. Still, sun is shining. A little hazier than it was earlier on today, but still very, very good conditions. Whether or not the haziness has created a little bit more movement in the middle or not, we're not sure, but certainly Yorkshire's been able in the last hour, maybe hour and 10 minutes, to get a little bit more movement from the pitch. But fair play to the bowling unit, they've bowled really good areas and been supported by some great catches behind the wicket, within the slips, and also Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps too, as Code comes in again.
And bowls to D'Oliveira, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. Showing no signs, you'd say, at this stage of that thumb problem that has forced him to back down the order. Dislocated the thumb this morning when he was fielding in attempting to take a catch off Jordan Thompson, and it caused him to drop down the order from his position at number 6. He's coming at number 8, gets a single here owing to a slight misfield by Don Bess at mid-wicket, and D'Oliveira moves on to 4. And it's 122 for 6. Brooks has 11, and Ben Code has figures of 3 for 39 so far, which is exceptional. Comes in and bowls, and Brooks defends down on the offside. His career average, JD was saying, just under 20. Is that right? You were saying just under 20, which is sensational for somebody who's taken 300 wickets. Absolutely tremendous. And as the groundsman was saying earlier, when you think also he's played a lot of his cricket here, where the pitches have tended to flatten out in recent years, that's even more to his credit, and puts him on a par with the likes, I think, of... As that one bounces a little bit and played quite well by Brooks, puts him on a par with the likes, I think, of the Essex pair of Cook and Porter, who are similar in pace and perhaps not flavour of the month when it comes to international selection at the moment, where they seem to have to be 90-mile-an-hour men. But what a bowler in county cricket. 122 for 6 as he moves away from us again. Ben Code wearing number 10, he bowls, and Brooks is forward, pushing out on the offside, and no run. Brooks has so far faced 34 deliveries for his 11, 36 deliveries in fact now, and that won't worry him at all. He's been solid. Jack White is loosening up at mid-off. I do like this bowling attack, Code, White, Thompson. You could argue, if you were being hyper critical, that they're a bit similar, I suppose. I mean, they're not identical, but you could, in terms of pace, and they're all right arm over. Code bowls, and Brooks turned round by this one, gets his right shoulder right into it, but managed to get a decent enough bat on it, and it runs away square on the offside. And there's no run end of the over. You could argue that they're too similar, but you could also argue that they're all three of them men who know their game, and 9, 8, 7 times out of 10 will consistently get the ball in the right areas, which is what you like as a coach.
They're perhaps similar in pace, aren't they, as you rightly say, but in terms of still all offer slightly different variety, don't they?
Yeah, they're not. That's what I mean. They're not identical, but there's not a left armer in there or a 6'6" or something like that. That's what I mean, really. But they've complemented each other really well. It's all about units, as we said. Worcestershire yesterday, a couple of people bowled well, the others didn't. Today it's been pretty consistent from these guys. Jordan Thompson, he's still going. He comes in and bowls. That one wide outside the off stump, left alone by D'Oliveira. In a different circumstance, he might well have been throwing his hands at that and trying to whack it away square on the offside, but he'd never forgive himself if he did that and nicked it or dragged it on or something like that, so he ignored it and allowed it through.
Thompson in his 12th over, 2 for 21, and he's bowled remarkably well, actually.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, very tidy. Hardly a loose one. One loose one, I think. He bowls here now, and D'Oliveira takes a blow here, I think, off the bat. Popped it into his body. I don't think it was quite as bad as it looks. And it dropped down. Might just having a little rearrangement of the protective equipment. So he might just have taken a knock on the protector, but he's all right, I think. He just stayed down. That's what bothered me a little bit. He's already got a dislocated thumb to contend with. Want to get hurt again. Big innings for him. He looks as though he's okay. As Thompson comes in again to him and bowls, and he's letting that one go outside the off stump. Good judgment, because it wasn't far wide. JD coming back in alongside me. I'll be nipping off JD at half time in the football, apparently. They didn't want me at 3:30 to convey the bad news to the good citizens of Herefordshire and Worcestershire. That having been 90 without loss, Worcestershire are now 122 for 6. And staring down a barrel. But, as we know, adversity can often bring out the best.
And it's a big word round these parts. I'll tell you more about that in a sec.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah, in comes Thompson and bowls a full-length delivery, which D'Oliveira drives back to him. Yeah, go on.
Jamie Jones-Buchanan, who's going to be taking over from Gary Hetherington, who's done a fine job as Chief Executive at Leeds Rhinos across the way. It's definitely a strong word in the JJB vocabulary, adversity. So folks around this way will be hearing that a lot in various interviews over the coming years.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of it around.
Or adversity, as JJB calls it.
There's Thompson in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira plays this one out on the offside, and there's no run. But I think it is it is true in cricket, it's true in football, it's true in all sport, I suppose, and it's also true often in life. It's a bit flip to say, oh yeah, adversity brings out the best in you, because it doesn't bring out the best in everybody, and you wouldn't necessarily wish it on anybody. But there are times in sport, I think. I don't think you get to the top of any sport or anywhere near it if you don't learn to cope with a bit of adversity, and certainly cricket, because it's such a fickle game in so many ways. As Thompson is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira does cut. That's one of his favourite shots. Just gets him side it and cuts it down to third man. The fleet-footed James Wharton does the fielding. It's the end of the over, which means that Brett D'Oliveira will keep the strike. He is on 5, and Worcestershire limping along are 123 for 6.
Yep, and welcome to listeners from 5 Sports Extra. Just give you a quick roundup of what's gone on today here at Headingley. Yorkshire resumed this morning, 425 for 8. Lost Ben Code having had an enjoyable thrash for 31, and then Jordan Thompson, who his dismissal caught by substitute fielder Rob Jones on the boundary edge. One of those where was his foot on the deck when he caught it or not over the line. Certainly Yorkshire supporters think that was the case, but he was out for 70. Typically entertaining Tomo, 70 from 58 balls. There were 456 all out, so got themselves maximum batting points. And then Worcestershire, in their response, had made it to 70 without loss by lunch. The heavy roller had gone on before they went out there in the middle, and the theories that negated much that the Yorkshire early part of the Yorkshire bowling attack had to offer. But also, as the wickets have begun to tumble, there is definite cloud above. It's high cloud, but it has filled in the skies compared to what it was, or what it has been for the most part in this match so far. There's still an offering of sunshine out there as Jack White bowls from the Kirkstall Lane end to D'Oliveira, who shoulders arms. And so there's been a procession of wickets since the lunch break, well, since 2:18 to be precise, when Gareth Roderick was caught by Adam Lyth at second slip. Good catch off the bowling of White for 37. That was 90 for 1. Kashif Ali then followed, bowled by Jordan Thompson off an inside edge for 3 when the score was on 101. It was the same when Jake Libby was then caught at second slip by Adam Lyth off Ben Code for 53. Well made 53 as well, 7 fours included as White bowls here. And that'll be run down to third man by D'Oliveira for a single. Adam Hose didn't last very long, 6 balls to be precise. He was out when the score was on 106 for just the 1. An excellent catch by Finlay Bean at third slip off the bowling of Jordan Thompson. Matthew Waite against his old teammates. At about the 4th attempt by George Hill, who juggled with it at first slip and ended up, I thought Adam Lyth had caught it at first because George was obscured from my view. It was actually George Hill outstretched who took it off the bowling of Code. Waite gone for 1 off 4 deliveries. And then Tom Taylor, the most recent dismissal, caught Bairstow, bowled Code without scoring. So in the space of 59 minutes, 6 wickets fell, and it really has changed the complexion of the contest. Ben Code was getting it to do a fair bit once the cloud had come in, and Jack White, he was loosening up for a while. Shaw rejoins me to replace Frank Watson for the moment. Doing limbering up for a while. Anybody who fancied themselves as a bowler would have been limbering up when the wicket started to tumble, Shawsey. And Jack White certainly can be called among that number. He's got 1 so far, but he bowled well early doors, and he's just bowled another dot there to Ethan Brooks.
I think he bowled really well early doors without too much reward. He's currently got 1 for 31 off his 11.4 overs, but certainly has done a really, really good job. And often it's wickets that come up the other end because of the pressure you put on at one end. So from that perspective, I've been really impressed with how he's bowled today. He's held the seam upright, he's hit the seam, and he's just done a little bit. Good bowler as White comes in again to Brooks.
He drives nicely down the ground, that's 4. A despairing dive by Dom Bess it was, in the unusual position for Dom of mid-on. Just beyond his outstretched arms to his left at mid-on. Nicely played, wasn't it? It's a difficult shot to control that, and he did it well.
Just over pitch there by White. He's not bowled too many full balls today, but got a little straight and a little full. And Brooks has lent into that beautifully with a full bat face and timed it down the ground quite firmly in past the despairing dive of Dom Bess at mid-on as White retrieves the ball and he's running in now to bowl again to Brooks,
who walks into this pushing forward with a, as they say, positive defensive stroke. End of the over, 49 of them bowled. So Worcestershire won 28 for 6. They've got a from looking comfortable, as they certainly did up to the point that they lost that first wicket with 90 on the board. From that point, though, the whole complexion, as I say, has changed in just an hour, just under an hour of cricket. 328 they're still trailed by, so they've got a long way to go with just 4 first innings wickets standing if they're to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. We should also mention, by the way, that skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who is out there and batting, dislocated a thumb earlier in the day in trying to take a catch in the field. He didn't manage to complete the catch, but did manage to injure himself. That was put back in, and he's clearly probably in a bit of pain still, but his He's taking one for the team out there as the skipper, leading by example, and he has gone in. And he's currently facing George Hill, who is now back into the attack to replace Jordan Thompson at the Howard stand end. The first ball turned to Jordan at mid-wicket, no run.
And George Hill's having a good game. Remember, he got runs in the first innings and played beautifully the time he was at the middle. Took a diving catch, which he parried a few times, but managed to take it in his right hand on the third attempt. And already today, he's bowled 10 overs for a measly just 14 runs. He's bowling well as he approaches again.
Yeah, gets D'Oliveira playing on the back foot with that latest delivery. We know he does. Surely says keep it tight as a general principle, and if there's anything to exploit, if there's a bit of swing in the air here, then he could be very dangerous. The bowling figures aside from those that Shawsey just read out for George, Ben Code 3 for 39 from his 13 so far, 1 for 35 from 12 for Jack White, as Hill bowls to D'Oliveira, who runs it down to James Wharton at third man for a single. 129 for 6. Brooks on 15, D'Oliveira now 7. Jordan Thompson 2 for 22 from his 12 overs and 3 maidens, and those with us for the first time perhaps in this match might not know that Jordan Thompson was left out of the side in favour of Ben Cliff at Hampshire last week. Ben unfortunately then got injured and is missing this match and will miss a few, and so Jordan's got his opportunity, and with a point to prove, you know, he can be a dangerous player. 70 with the bat, and 2 wickets now as well. Fairly cheap rate, under 2 and over. George Hill's latest delivery just dropped into the offside there by Brooks, no run. Don Best did have a couple of overs as well before lunch, by the way, 2 overs for 8, but did seem to get a little bit of turn.
Yeah, just off it. There were a couple of balls certainly turned before lunch, wasn't there? And a couple that held their own yesterday when Worcestershire were bowling.
George Hill in again, and Brooks just pushing back to the bowler in his follow through. It's been a good atmosphere here at Headingley the first couple of days, I guess as you might expect, with the home crowd, and 425 put on the board in a single day. Having been put in, of course, as well, Yorkshire, by D'Oliveira on winning the toss. But he's leaning on his bat at the non-striking end. I wonder if any of that's going through his mind as Brooks punches one up to mid-off to complete the over. 50 of them now gone, 129 for 6. I think Frank due back on to replace you, Shawsey, but thanks for dropping in for a couple of overs. Take us through till tea. Still got 6 overs to go before the tea break here. Jordan Thompson's just leaving the field, and it looks as though Alex Wade, I think, he went out earlier. Wasn't able to identify him at that point, but he might be back out there at mid-wicket at the moment to replace JT. And Jack White is going to continue here from the Kirkstall Lane end then. 3 slips in place. They've got a third man. Don Bess has gone back to his more accustomed position of point. They've got a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and White right arm over. Ooh, now then D'Oliveira just playing that from wide of his body into his pad. No run. There's a stray piece of crisp packet or something blows across the field, and that breeze does feel a little. I've just been out for 10-15 minutes. It's probably a little stronger than it was yesterday, but you wouldn't say it's strong.
Talk of a slight change in the weather, isn't there, overnight and into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think
nothing drastic, I don't think.
No, I think there might be possible threat of a shower tomorrow, but there's certainly nothing major from the forecast I saw this morning, as White's delivery is punched back to him along the deck by D'Oliveira. I think it looked like it might have been west side of the country and Midlands, but I think we're likely to avoid it, but you're kind of never quite sure, are you? Depends on the strength of the wind as to whether it reaches this far. But it didn't look like, even if there was any, that it was going to be anything of any major note. And similar Monday as well, actually. I think there's more chance of a threat of showers, but nothing too bad as White's in again and D'Oliveira pushes back to the bowler. Thoughts, Frank, on that hour? A bit of a mad hour, really, as far as the match and Worcestershire are concerned.
Yeah, I was just saying. I was saying before you came on air, really, Libby probably be chastising himself for playing at one that he didn't need to play at. Kashif obviously caught in two minds when he tried to pull the bat away and ended up chopping it on. But the other batters would probably feel they were got out rather than getting themselves out. Good, consistent bowling as a unit by this Yorkshire trio and good catching.
Yeah, White throws one up wide of off stump, see if he can tempt D'Oliveira into chasing it, but he can't on this occasion.
So I don't think there'll be too much self-blame, as it were, in the dressing room. I think what they will say regarding the whole situation is that Yorkshire have shown the seamers how to bowl as a unit today, and Worcestershire didn't do that yesterday. They did bowl reasonably well at times, but it wasn't collectively enough, and it's been good from the Yorkshire seamers.
Here's White. Ball does nip away off the pitch, but it started off pretty wide, and again D'Oliveira not tempted, and you just wonder when you see a couple of deliveries thrown up there by a bowler wide, is he trying to just get Dolly to sort of edge across and then straighten things up and try and bring LBW into play, or some other dismissal, but that's kind of what goes through the mind when you see something like that. We shall see. He's got one delivery left in the over. What will Jack White produce here then? Last ball of the 51st in this Worcestershire first innings, and it is a little straighter, but it's short of length and easily dealt with a nice run down to Will Luxton, who's fielding in front of the Taverners stand at third man. So the single completes the over at 129 for 6, 15 of them to Ethan Brooks and 7, in fact now 8 to D'Oliveira, and it's naturally now 130 for 6.
The way that Brett D'Oliveira pulled his right hand off the handle when he played that one makes me think that maybe it was his right thumb that he dislocated this morning and not his left as we initially thought. I will try and find out for sure. Not that it's hugely important, but there's bound to be a bit of bruising, I would have thought, even though it apparently slipped back in the thumb quite nicely, if such a thing can ever be described as nice. And although he's batting down the order at 8, he is batting. And when he walked off with the injury initially, it looked pretty serious. Anyway, he's on strike now as George Hill comes into the attack at the Howard stand end, and his first ball is just short of a length outside off stump, and D'Oliveira plays it away on the offside. Having said how well the Yorkshire seam bowlers have operated as a unit, I'll just give you those figures to back that up. Ben Code, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 39. Jack White, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Jordan Thompson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. And this man, George Hill, 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 15 before this one. That's pretty good. As Hill bowls and Brooks is forward, pushing up to mid-off. The fact that Code has gone for 3 and over, but has picked up 3 wickets. White 2.77, but Thompson and Hill both under 2 and over. Yeah, well, really kept the pressure on.
To put it in context, in terms of what you're saying there, Frank, 15 maidens in the Yorkshire first innings out of 101.2 overs. That's what the Worcestershire bowlers put together. 11 maidens so far bowled by Yorkshire in 51 overs.
Yeah, exactly. In comes Hill again, and Brooks is forward, pushing up to mid-on, and there's no run. These two have so far steadied the ship, but no more than that, and it needed some steadying because it was rocking quite severely around about an hour ago, half an hour, 45 minutes ago when they came together in the 43rd over. We're now 4 overs away from tea as Hill is in bowls and Brooks is forward and pushing out on the offside. James Wharton, the fielder, in the covers. This morning, if you're just joining us, and I know people are joining us all the time, Yorkshire resumed on their overnight score of 425 for 8, Ben Code and Jordan Thompson were at the crease. They'd already done some severe damage, and it continued this morning before Code was out, finally caught by Gareth Roderick off Ben Allison for 31. 4-3-5 for 9 at that stage. Jordan Thompson then threw caution to the wind. Hill bowls. Brooks gets a single on the leg side. He'd already been batting without much caution, but any remaining caution was thrown to the wind anyway, as he went to 70 before he was last out. Took Yorkshire to maximum batting points. Excellent 70 from Jordan Thompson, leaving Jack White unbeaten on naught. It was 456 all out. Ben Allison got both the wickets that fell this morning, finishing with 3 for 58 for Worcestershire. And in reply, Worcestershire 90 without loss when the first wicket fell, and they are now trying to recover, having lost 6 wickets for 23 runs in 12 overs. They are currently 132 for 6 as George Hill brings in a leg slip for Brett D'Oliveira and bowls term, and D'Oliveira edges along the ground wide of third slip and down to third man and picks up a fortunate single. Takes him into double figures. It's been hard work for him to get there. He's now on 10. Brooks is 16 at the end of that over, and Worcestershire 133 for 6, still trailing by 323 runs.
Yeah, and just reflecting on the first couple of days, we saw Yorkshire obviously play well yesterday. 360 for 8 they were though at one stage, and end up getting 456. And not that it was the highest partnership of the contest, but that 75 between Ben Code and Jordan Thompson certainly did appreciable damage to the pair's hopes of kind of containing Yorkshire to a score that they then, if they batted well, could go past and try and set themselves up with the game. As you said earlier, Frank, 456, very difficult to win a game of cricket when you've conceded that first up. Not impossible. Leicestershire beat Yorkshire, first game of the season a couple of years ago, needing a lot of runs on the final day. But generally speaking in cricket, it's not that easy, as White's first delivery was just steered then to gully by D'Oliveira. No run.
No, I think it happens occasionally, but not many times that you see a team win having conceded 450 in the first innings.
Here comes White. Kirkstall Lane end then. Strains of sunshine from over the western terrace. Feels that off his own bowling, just pushed back along the pitch. More passing air traffic. We got a good view of it yesterday, so that tells you, because we can't see it right now, the difference in the skies above. Just to reiterate, although it's definitely hazy and away to our left down towards the city centre, definitely got a grey tinge to it. It's still high cloud. Got an unimpaired view of what we can normally see here. The big Dalek down at the city centre, Bridgewater Place, and away to the west as well. As in comes White again, and D'Oliveira standing firm. Yorkshire have still got a big complement in the cordon, as you might expect, because they'll know now if they can wrap up their opponents sometime between now and the end of play today. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether they decide to go in again and try and put it beyond all doubt, or whether they'll try and work on the Worcestershire second innings. There'll be a few overs in the bowler's legs by then. Been out there for 50 odd overs already today as White bowled him. D'Oliveira playing down one line and White bowling it down another. The off stump is knocked out of the ground, and the skipper's gone for 10, 133 for 7. Those who've got the ability to see it again, we're seeing it now, angled in by Jack White, and just nips away slightly, and he's played inside the line by some distance. Actually, he must have missed that by a good inch and more. Brett D'Oliveira a 44-minute stay at the crease was just a little bit of, you can't really call it a counter, but just held things a little while for Worcestershire there. But he's gone after 33 deliveries. And we are down to the tail.
Yeah, well, not quite. Ben Allison, I think, deserves to be called an all-rounder rather than a tail-ender, but that will be. I think Finch and Duffy can probably be put into that category. But yeah, missed it by quite a long way, as you say. I'm not sure it did nip much, just enough, maybe just held its line, but good delivery. And it's just that, it's that persistence of this seam attack which has been so impressive. Very, very few bad balls. When you think about it, how many really ranked bad balls can you think of? Jack White might have bowled one earlier on. Roderick and Libby didn't feast on bad bowling. They just batted sensibly and worked the ball around. And they've bowled really, really good lines. And they've got their reward for hunting as a pack. And I think although Code's got 3, White's got 2, Thompson's got 2, they've shared them around. That's equal credit to all of them, really. Very, very good cricket from Yorkshire. In this whole game, actually, not just today, in this whole game, as a batting unit and as a bowling unit. And they've fielded well and they've caught well. And I think a lot of people said they had one bad innings at Hampshire last week. Other than that, they didn't play too badly in that game. And they've come into this game and justified that assessment of their first game, which, though they lost it, wasn't a disaster by any means. Worcestershire, for their part, have they've struggled, to be fair. An excellent rear guard at Taunton last week, but on the whole, they've been metaphorically on the back foot for most of the season so far.
Here's White to Allison. Turns it to Code at mid-on. No run. Good delivery by Jack White. Looks as though Yorkshire supporters are going to be in for a bit of fun watching Jack this year. There's definitely something about him. And he looks a very useful addition to what they'd already got. I think there were 1 or 2 eyebrows raised, you know, when they sort of snuck in the signing.
Not within the game, I don't think.
No. I think among supporters, I got a few messages saying, Jack White, didn't see that one coming, as that's pushed out into the offside. But I did respond to a few of them saying, did you not see him bowl against Yorkshire at Northampton last year? 133 for 7, White struck in that over, and he has 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 36 against his name. And he did say to me in that interview, whatever it was, in the last fortnight, he never moved actually down to Northampton during his time playing there. He is going to be moving, I don't know if he's already moved in or not yet, but I think it's imminent in this general area, a few miles out. But
having been where before? Manchester or?
Well, he's based up in the Lakes,
okay.
Kendal boy.
Yeah.
So he was saying, you know, in terms of a move, apart from the fact that he always fancied playing for Yorkshire, can get home and see the family as well, straight up the A65. So you've got all those sort of convenience factors that make people happy. Yeah?
Yeah,
That's
absolutely. Yeah. George Hill bowls and Ethan Brooks plays defensively up the pitch. Yeah, it always amazes me when I read about football managers. They never move. And obviously they've got a bit of time to travel. But you know, you hear about Sean Dyche living in Nottingham when he was managing Everton for all that time, and Gareth Ainsworth was managing Shrewsbury, still living down south. I mean, they must do thousands, tens of thousands of miles daily. Not thousands of miles daily, but daily transport from their homes to wherever the club trains. Brooks leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Bairstow. Yeah, it must wear you out travelling like that. But I suppose, Jack White probably didn't travel every day. I would imagine that he was able to stay in a hotel or with somebody or whatever in Northampton when he was all the way down there from the Lakes. This one from Hill takes Brooks on the pad, and he goes through for a leg by as the ball goes away on the leg side. Ethan Brooks, 17. He's now been out there for, he's faced 50 deliveries now. That's 16 of 50 deliveries. But he's still there, that's the main thing. And Ben Allison has joined him, bidding to prove me right that he's an all-rounder and not just a bowler who bats. Just taking guard for the first time from umpire Mark Newell. And waits now as Hill comes in and bowls to him, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one, which went past the outside edge and then swung or carried on travelling away down the leg side. Johnny Bairstow moving down to his left to take it. 134 for 7. Very much Yorkshire's day so far. Brooks on 16. Allison yet to get off the mark. Most recently D'Oliveira out for 10. As in comes Hill again, and Allison defends off the back foot. Again, seeing a few messages from people saying that another collapse, etc., etc. I genuinely don't think it's fair to say that Worcester have given their wickets away today. I think they've been on the wrong end of a very good bowling performance. That one left alone by Allison, taken by Bairstow, end of the over, and with the exception perhaps of Jake Libby, who played really well, but played at one he possibly didn't need to, and Kashif, who chopped on. Brett D'Oliveira may be a little bit perturbed by his thumb injury and the situation in general, undone by that one from White, which he missed by some margin, but generally speaking I think it's been the result of excellent bowling rather than substandard batting. 134 for 7.
Yep,
would you agree with that?
I think so, yeah. There's not been, you know, loads of loose shots like you might get in a situation like that. I think your theory of Yorkshire just bowling consistently, whatever the pitch has been like, and then when it's provided some assistance, or whether it's the aerial conditions or a bit of both, getting reward for that. I think I'm happy with that theory, yeah. As Brooks plays top of the bounce to the first delivery from White.
I get criticised sometimes for not being
critical enough and all that. Yeah,
for not calling out, you know, bad aspects of the game, and I try and say it as I see it, you know, try and be fair to both sides, recognise good cricket, whoever plays it, and if they play shots they shouldn't play, I might express that opinion, but I don't really think it's the case today.
No, here's White, and Brooks in behind it, no run. And sometimes, look, you know, probably most people guilty at some point in their lives of frustration as a spectator, so somebody's to blame. It's either an official or the ground staff or whatever, you know, like I was saying earlier when the ground staff were up here, or the players, just to take out their own frustrations. But as you say, I think all of us doing this job, you can only try and call it as fair as you can. Yorkshire's own performance last week with the bat obviously wasn't the best, as White is bowling to Code, Brooks, who turns it to Code at mid-on. Yorkshire 121 all out last week. Clearly, you know, wasn't up to the mark, and you can't deny that, and nobody in the team or among the coaching staff were trying to deny it. You know, they just said. And I think sometimes when you get shot out for a score like that, you do have to just go, this is probably one of them days, you know.
Well,
it's not the way we've practiced all winter. It's not gone our way. There's no point in your first knock of the season getting all stewed up about it. as White is in, and with an open face it's run down to third man by Brooks for a single, 135 for 7. So
yeah, I agree. And there's no team, there's no team in the world, there's no player who will tell you that he's played a whole season or half a season, probably, certainly not any more than that, without being involved in some sort of collapse. It just happens, we've all been there. And teams get shot out sometimes on pitches where they shouldn't. And okay, if it happens week after week after week, then you start asking some questions.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Too early to start making really bold accusations, I think.
Allison yet to get off the mark. He's facing White. Good delivery by Jack White. That's well worth a shout by the looks of it from this angle. He's not got the affirmative from Steve O'Shaughnessy, who says it was a leg by. And the replay, yeah, he's thinking it's going down. It's probably a good call.
Yeah,
it's certainly enough doubt.
Yeah.
To have not given that, so understandable, but it certainly was worth a shout. I think we'd all have been up for that and asking.
Well,
at least.
He's a fellow Cumbrian, isn't he? So. Well, certainly he lives in the Lake District now, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Maybe him and Jack White used to travel together when they were at Northampton.
Jack might have given him a lift down,
Yeah.
Well, it's an extra tenner in the petrol on the way back, Steve, for not giving me that. We're not joking, folks. I have no idea how either Steve O'Shaughnessy or Jack White got to the ground before you start to message in. That was a dot off the final ball, 136 for 7.
If you're just joining us, Worcestershire 90 without loss in the 31st over when Roderick was out for 37, and then a clatter of wickets. 23 runs added, 6 wickets lost in 12 overs as they slumped to 113 for 6. Limped along, adding 20 for the 7th wicket, D'Oliveira and Brooks, before D'Oliveira was bowled by the aforementioned Jack White for 10. That was 133 for 7, and they've added just 3 since then. Ben Allison is yet to get off the mark. Ethan Brooks has worked very, very hard for the 17 runs that he has next to his name. And it's Ben Allison now facing as George Hill comes in from the Howard stand end. And Ben Allison plays defensively down on the onside. 3 slips in place as they have been throughout. Don Bess at first. Adam Lythe at second. Adam Hers was in the slips throughout the Yorkshire innings. And Finlay Bean at third. Finlay Bean took a really good catch actually this morning to get rid of Adam Hose this afternoon. Oh, and there's another one. This time it's Don Best taking the catch. Ben Allison is out without scoring. George Hill has got his first wicket, and Worcestershire are in deep, deep trouble at 136 for 8. Pushed forward, nipped away off the seam, edged, and a good low catch by Don Bess at first slip.
I think that's probably summed the whole thing up, and it has induced tea because it was the final over before the tea break. So yeah, Allison gone without scoring from 8 deliveries. A good piece of bowling by George Hill, and as Frank says, straight in and pouched nicely by Don Bess. So a very, very good session for the hosts there, because Worcestershire have gone from 70 without loss at the lunch break, and they've lost 8 wickets for the addition of 66 runs in the space of 34.2 overs. It wasn't actually the final over before tea, was it? It was the penultimate over before tea, but they have taken tea. And so we'll take a break as well and try and get our breath back, because that has been a session that I don't think any of us really saw coming before it started. Worcestershire have got an onerous task on their hands here to get out of this now all of a sudden, having looked very comfortable at the lunch break from Shawsey, Frank and I. We'll say bye for now, and hope you'll join us again in just around about 20 minutes time. Welcome back. Best of order then. Final session on day 2. As they walk out to the middle. And Adam Finch is the new man at the crease. Catching our breath after that whirlwind middle session on day 2. Where, well, the session score, as I gave just at the end there, was 66 for 8. If you knock off 20 runs, because that's when the first wicket fell, 46 for 8.
Yeah, just looking at when the wickets fell here, 90 for none, then it went to 90 for 1, 101 for 2, 101 for 3, 106 for 4, 111 for 5, 113 for 6, 133 for 7, and 136 for 8. So not able to build those partnerships just to, you know, to stop the flurry of wickets really. But full credit to the Yorkshire bowling attack. I think they've bowled really well all day today, but they've got just reward in this afternoon session, haven't they?
George Hill to continue with the over. Ooh, that he was bowling when he got the wickets of Allison before the break, and that first delivery sees new man Adam Finch push at one just outside off stump with no degree of certainty. Renko messaged in a while ago. Good afternoon to you. Tags the bowling really well and hoping for 4 more wickets as he was at the time. Well, 2 more now, Renko, and job done first time round, but still more work to go. Here's Hill again, throws it right up there for Adam Finch to have a drive at. Pushed into the offside. Terry Bean says, afternoon JD, frustrated chat with Tomo at lunch. Apparently the live picture feed showed that Worcestershire fielder's foot was definitely behind the line. He was rightly frustrated seeing it very well. Terry frustrated with the fielder on that occasion. As Hill comes in and Finch turning it into the onside, and there is no run. Andy Lockwood's been up at the head of steam. What was the 9th wicket stand between Jordan Thompson and Ben Code? It was 75. And they're using a Duke rather than a Kookaburra to answer that question from you. And Andy Walker, impressive bowling from the Yorkshire lads as Hill bowls to Finch, who's going to get off the mark with a single into the onside. We do know even that Adam Finch can be dangerous with the bat, because he whacked Matthew Fisher out of the park in a T20 game to win it for Worcestershire, finally in 19 off 5 balls. Fisher over to win it a couple of seasons back now down at New Road. So I want to write him off with the bat, but he's got a tough old task here, and whacking 19 and off and over is all well and good, but when you're 319 behind in a red ball game, might take a different approach.
Yeah, different ball game altogether, isn't it? As White again gets ready to run in from the Kirkstall end. And just looking at the slips again, Doige, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 slips in play, and we've got a third man. We've got someone in the covers, we've got mid-off, we've got mid-on, and we've got deep square leg. Backward square leg, really.
So here's White. Past umpire O'Shaughnessy to Finch, who's turned that one away down to long leg. James Wharton swoops and nice flat throw. Keeps them to 1. So Andy Walker said, impressive bowling from our Yorkshire lads today. As Fred would say, line and length. Line and length. Aye. Mind you, I say 138 for 8, Shawnsy. Wouldn't have got 38 if I were bowling in these conditions. White comes bounding in again here to bowl to Ethan Brooks, wrapped on the pad. There's an optimistic appeal as it disappears backward of square for a leg by. Brooks frustrated with himself, gives his shin a rap with the bat.
Just in the replay, it certainly is going down leg. As the fourth slip comes back into play as Finch is taking strike. Quite tight, that slip cordon, isn't it? Certainly caught everything today.
Yeah, here's White again, and Finch solidly in behind this one. No run, so quickly got to a stage where you're wondering where Worcestershire can go in this match, but we saw them last week bat for a long time to save a match, and you definitely can't be discounting that as a possibility, albeit there are still 200 and plenty overs left in this match. And in comes White, and Finch turns that to leg for Ben Code to field. No run. You'd think as well that we've probably already had the best of the batting conditions in the match if the forecast right. Not saying it's a bad forecast tomorrow, but it did feel like it was going to be more cloud around, so it will be, you would think, a little bit more favourable for the bowlers.
The Worcestershire fans will be thinking about last week's fighting performance. They showed a lot of resilience down at Somerset at Taunton, and they managed to get a draw out of that game, so they know they've got resilience and character within the squad.
Finch turning one down to fine leg. Was that leg by? I think Shaughnessy is about to signal as such. Yep, one leg by.
Just one ball left in White's over. Score being 140 for 8.
Jack White then looking for a third wicket in this innings, and he's in bowling now. Brooks feels like there's a bit of purpose about that as he busily pushes it into the offside, but fielded in the covers by Jordan Thompson. End of the over. 57 of those now bowled. 140 for 8.
Just looking at the bowling figures of the Yorkshire bowling department. Code 3 for 39 in 13. White 2 for 38 in his 16. Thompson 2 for 22 in 12. Hill 1 for 19 in 14. And best ball just the 2 overs of spin. None for 8 in that period of time, but the bowling unit, the seam unit have bowled fantastically well and not really needed the spin option of best at this stage of the game as Hill runs in.
And Finch turns this straight delivery to Code down at long leg. 1 run. Right on cue as well, because Captain Cody won the Scottish Grand National at Ayr about an hour ago. For who else but W.P. Mullins, the man who had 4 of the first 5 in the Grand National last week, got the first 2 in the Scottish version today. Well done him. Good delivery from Hill. Bounces just short. We've talked about good carry. It was pretty low, wasn't it, as he got a nick, Ethan Brooks, and it continued to keep low and bounced short of Best. Johnny Bester was kind of slightly interested, standing that bit closer as the glove man does. .141 for 8. Hill in again, and Brooks pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. 2 wickets to get. Are you asking them to bat again if you wrap them up quickly, Shawsey, or are you going to carry on yourselves? Give your bowlers a breather?
Well, that's the question, is it? Depends where the bowling unit are at this point in time. How much weather's about.
Hill's in, bangs it in a bit shorter, and that hits Brooks rather than Brooks hitting it, really, as he tried to pull. He's got some glove on it, I think, for a single.
It's certainly something they'll be considering at this point in time, and they'll have assessed where the ballers are at tea time. That's one of the first things they will have done. So I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, but they do need to dislodge the last two Worcester wickets, 142 for 8, as Hill comes in and bowls to Finch.
It's right in behind that, pushes back to the bowler. It's still bright. There's a little bit of shadowing out there on the field, but it's more a cloudy bright than a sunshine bright at this moment in time. The further you look away to our left, down towards the sort of south east, it's just a little bit grayer. Nicely played this by Finch. George Hill just asking him to make sure he does play, keeping it straight, and he managed to work him for a single. 4 to Finch, 18 to Brooks, 143 for 8 after 58 overs.
With 30 overs remaining in the day, so it looks like we're going to be a slightly late finish this evening, Dorji. But Yorkshire will be delighted with the progress they've made since lunch in the afternoon session. Delighted with the bowling unit, and in particular the catches behind the wicket. Each of the slip cordon have taken catches and performed really well, and Johnny Bairstow's got one behind as well, hasn't he? So they'll be delighted with that performance, but like any coach or any captain, they'll want this to be finished off fairly quickly. And of course Worcestershire will want to drag this on as long as they possibly can. They want to take as much time out of the game as they can to give themselves the best chance.
Here's White to Finch, just a relatively rare stray White delivery, dragged it down to leg stump, and it was helped on its way round the corner down to James Wharton, who's in the shadow of the Howard stand. 1 run. As ever, nobody barring the occasional snapper out there on the western terrace. But, a good number in. Richard Robinson was suggesting around a couple of thousand in yesterday, and it certainly felt bigger than the usual crowd here. In comes White. He just sent Bess a fair way out towards, probably forward square leg really, rather than mid-wicket, but it's, or a squarish mid-wicket, just in from the boundary rope before he bowled that ball, which was a dot. 144 for 8. It's a crawl at the moment for Worcestershire, but it kind of feels like it has to be that way after what happened in the previous session. They just want to stem the flow of blood, as it were. And Brooks, he's looked pretty solid since he's been out there for his 18. Gets right in behind that White delivery. No run. Long way to go for Worcestershire if they're going to pick up any points with the bat here. Still needing 106 with the last 2 wickets, but we saw 75 put on by Yorkshire for the 9th, so not beyond the realms. White in, and Brooks with an uncertain flick around the corner, felt a bit inside edgy. He's still going to pick up 1. Move on to 19, 145 for 8. Just still trying to keep things tight here. Plug away, if you will. Jack White continuing to press for a 3rd wicket here in his 17th over of the day, and he's there or thereabouts again, but Finch is able to angle that one away down towards third man for another single. happy chit-chat in the slip cordon by the looks of things. George Hill at first. Adam Lythe at second. Finley Beans moved wider. He's more like a fourth slip rather than gully. Maybe a bit of a halfway house. There is a gap between him and Lythe. And White. Final ball of the over blocked by Brooks. 146 for 8. After 59, 29 overs still remain on day 2.
Worcestershire trail by 310 runs. It's a long way to go for the Worcestershire team. And, you know, they'll be disappointed with this afternoon session because the two openers, Libby and Roderick, batted beautifully well to give them a foundation. I think they were 90 for none at one stage. And then in the afternoon session, the after lunch session, we saw 8 wickets fall for best part of 60 odd runs. So they'll be disappointed with that. But I think most of the batters will got out as opposed to getting themselves out as Hill comes in.
And Finch punches really rather than drives down the ground. Davin Milan makes a bit of a meal of that, running round from mid-on to field, but I guess the important thing was that he prevented a run.
You know, sometimes you see when there's a cluster of wickets, you see a lot of people get themselves out, don't you? But in this instance, I thought Yorkshire bowled particularly well, hit good areas. The ball just did a little bit in that point in time, and it found the outside edge of a number of the batters.
Oof. Here's Hill again. Finch with a pretty good leave. It was fairly tight. Outside off stump. We'll have a look round the grounds. See what's going on elsewhere. As George makes his way back to his mark. Durham 387 all out, and Warwickshire are struggling in reply. They're 200 short of that Durham total and have lost 6 first innings wickets up at the Riverside as George Hill comes in and bowls to Finch, who defends. So whatever happens here, Yorkshire will know they're in for a contest up at Durham next week. Sussex 294 all out. They bowled Somerset out for 201 and are now 175 without loss themselves. So a 268 run lead for Sussex at Hove, certainly healthy. Hill making his way in, and Finch right in behind it once again to defend. Div 2, Gloucestershire were bowled out eventually for 546, Glamorgan 108 for 2 in response at Bristol. And at Leicester, Leicestershire made 484 having been put in. Derbyshire 243 for 6 are in a little bit of strife there. Notts 347, Essex 228 for 4 in this division, as Hill's latest delivery is wide of off stump and Finch not suckered into playing a shot. Surrey, Hampshire bubbling up into an interesting contest. Surrey 253, Hampshire 219 all out in reply, and Surrey 56 for 1 in the 13th over of their second innings. Division 2 scores: Northamptonshire 496 all out, Lancashire 72 for 2. Hill bowling to Finch, who's turned one round the corner. Code will field and return for the concession of 1. And finally at Canterbury, Middlesex 222 all out. Kent finished all out just 4 runs behind them, and this game certainly looking like it's going to end up in a win-loss result. Middlesex 150 for 5 second time around, with still loads of game time left, so they're 154 in front with 5 wickets remaining. That's a quick nip around the rest of the county championship scores. Jack White is going to continue. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. Bowling here to Adam Finch, right-handed, and he's going to get 4 down through fine leg. White, well, I think both bowlers at the moment are asking their opponents to play. They're going to get it slightly wrong sometimes. That was a case in point there, just a little bit too leg stumpish, and Finch, to be fair, did well. Nice leg glance.
I was interested to listen into the conversation you had with the ground staff here, Robbo and co. And I thought it was a fascinating conversation, listening to Robbo sharing that there's, you know, probably double the amount of grass being left on the wicket in terms of millimetres. I think difference between 8 millimetres and around about 13, I think he said. Which and the foundations are really hard and strong and dry, which generally leads to that little bit of seam movement early on, doesn't it, if you get in the right areas. Plus, with the grass on the pitch and the firmness to the foundations gives you that carry for a longer period of time, or a sustainable period of time, and then with it being dry, it should start to spin, and we've seen those signs.
White bowling to Finch, gets right in behind this one. No run.
And actually, when you look at that, the pitch has played pretty much the way it's been prepared, hasn't it? And the Yorkshire bowlers have got it into the consistent areas, lines and lengths, probably more than the Worcestershire bowlers, and they've not given the too many bad balls away to be release that pressure. So from that perspective, they've certainly done what the pitch has required them to do to take wickets.
Yeah. Here's White again, and Finch solid behind it. So they've been out there for 5 overs and 1 delivery since the tea break. We had the flurry of wickets in that hour before tea. But things have just calmed for the minute, so Pairs supporters listening in will feel a tad better about life, but Worcestershire still got loads of work to do to get past the follow-on target in the first place. Finch shouldering arms to that latest delivery that was a little bit too short and wide of off stump from Jack White.
The other thing in terms of the pitch, with them being a good covering of grass on the pitch, it should hold together that little bit longer, even though the weather's really nice and it is very, very dry. Grass should hold the pitch together for longer than perhaps previously. So if the weather holds, and there might be some weather about the next day or two, I think we'll have an interesting last couple of days cricket.
White in again, and Finch playing sensibly as he has done so far. Angles one down to third man. That single takes him to 12. The score to 152 for 8.
And the partnership between Brooks and Finch is just creeping up slightly now, 16. But Worcestershire still trail Yorkshire by 304 runs. As White turns as he reaches his mark. 3 slips, and here he comes.
Yep, in he comes now. Good delivery, which has the measure of Brooks on this occasion. Bit of nip about it, and he took one hand off the bat as he tried to play it. And then he shapes with his hand towards his partner Adam Finch at the non-striking end and indicates what it did there.
Yeah, certainly nipped back. That ball bounced as well, and a little bit of seam movement and bounce, and a little bit of discomfort, I think, for Brooks at that point in time. But another good over from White, and it's now Hill's turn again to see if he can dislodge these last two batters. See if he can take these last 2 wickets.
And he comes then to bowl to Finch. Thickish outside edge on this one. Drops safe. Finley being round to field. They get through for 1 with the sun having largely been covered by cloud. That pitch is starting to look greener again, isn't it, under slightly dimmer light, but it's not bad light by any stretch of the imagination out there. Perfectly good for seeing a ball, for playing. 5 o'clock ticks on. Still Nearly 27 overs to go. So we're going to be a best part of 7 o'clock, quarter to 7-ish, you would think. A little dink into the offside there by Brooks. No run. It'll be interesting to see if they turn back to Bess fairly soon. He's at first slip. But just for a change of something, maybe tempt one of these players into a false stroke. Hill coming in. Brooks might have kept slightly on the low side the way he played it. Certainly had to jab down on it to some extent. Maybe Bess.
Yeah, maybe.
Couple of overs.
Yeah, could well be. And it gives them an insight to see how much turns in the pitch as well. We saw a couple turn before lunchtime. He's only bowled 2 overs. Might be worth having a little look. The other thing to consider is the ball 61 overs old now, isn't it?
That's what just exactly what I was going to say next. Yeah. So, again, Brooks, as he's done a couple of times in recent overs, takes one hand off the bat and it loops up towards mid-wicket slightly. Dropped safely short of David Milan. But yeah, partly because of the age of the ball. And partly just for a change from seam. Nothing's really happening at the moment. Runs are not flowing. Getting a few singles. But that scoring rate's dropped right down now below 2.5 and over from comfortably over 4 as it was earlier. Good delivery from George Hill. And Brooks having a little nibble at that. Missing out on its way through to Bairstow's gloves. How many's Ben Code bowled? Maybe they'll have another blast. Just for a couple of overs.
About 13 or so.
And then obviously, if they need, they'll be certainly hoping they won't have to, but if they do need a second new ball, which will be a while off yet, they'll obviously be primed for that, but might be a case that they try Cody again and see if they can just wrap things up. And there you go. Right on cue. He walks in, hands his sweater to Steve O'Shaughnessy. Jack White takes a breather. 2 for 46 from 18 overs and 4 maidens, and Ben Cody is back on to try and, you feel, finish things off if he can. 3 for 39 from 13. Whether or not there was any thought from Johnny about going back to Don Bess. He's gone back to Ben Code. Talking about his average, just check in actually on what it said before this match started, because obviously he's hovering around the 20 mark. He was below it before the season started. First ball is wide of off stump and left there by Finch. Yeah, 19.67 before this match got underway. 303 first class wickets prior to this, so make that 306 now. And he'll have just nudged that average in a downward direction with what is produced today. Latest delivery wide of off stump, and Finch happy to leave.
Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? But the partnership of 90 between Roderick and Libby really set the game up in terms of the their batting innings from a Worcestershire perspective. Roderick getting 37 off 96, Libby 53 off 106. That was just before the procession of wickets.
Code in on the leg side this time, and Finch has a little flick but misses. Long time ago, I can still remember.
And they negotiated the pitch, the bowling, the seamers very, very well, didn't they, for a long period of time. I thought they played beautifully, those two, actually, to set what looked like a good foundation for the Worcestershire batting lineup to progress. But in that afternoon session, just after lunch, we saw 8 wickets for 60-odd runs and some incredible bowling from the Yorkshire attack.
We'll build a foundation as Cody's in. It's wide of off stump and Finch leaves. Going to the full popular music repertoire, Shawsey. What was the Flintstones' big hit when you were in the band?
I don't recall that.
We'll have a swap at the end of the over. Ben Coder's have got a couple to get through here. 153 for 8. And right in behind it, Finch, who's played with a bit of noddle since he went out there, not done anything stupid. Run it around, picked up a singles. Partnership is obviously not hugely damaging at this stage. But they've got to 17 between them, and that's more than all but 2 other partnerships in the innings so far. In comes Code, and again Finch defends. We'll bring Frank in, and we'll do a swap with Shawsey as Noah Kelly sets off out with maybe a drink or a sweater for one of the players out there. Might be getting a little bit cooler now with the sun having gone in. And in fact, it looks like he's going to come on and do a bit of fielding for Adam Lyth, who looks to be leaving the field. So 153 for 8, Brooks on 19, Finch on 13. A change of bowling at the Howard stand end. Jordan Thompson is coming back into the attack, and to describe all of that for you, Frank Watson.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yeah, Jordan Thompson from the Howard stand end, as JD was saying, is going to be bowling to the obdurate Ethan Brooks. 19 not out. And in comes Thompson, and Brooks is forward and pushing down on the offside. Don Bestfield's in the gully, and there's no run. They've played well, these two, dare I say it. They've applied themselves pretty well. It was a disastrous afternoon session for Worcestershire. As I say, 8 wickets going down in that session for 66 runs, and it just needed a little bit of calm to be reapplied, really, and these two have managed to do that. They haven't made much impression on the scoreboard. Thompson is in and bowls, and Brooks drives nicely. Oh, he's out, caught at mid-on. Thompson coming on and just getting a wicket straight away. Missed time drive, looked a good shot, just got underneath it. Maybe Thompson just took a little bit of pace off it, I'm not sure, but caught at mid-on by a diving David Malan. Just watching the replay now. Didn't look anything threatening, really. He just played too early, just chipped it up. Good catch by Malan, and that's the end of the partnership. And Ethan Brooks, who played pretty well for his 19, he was in there for nearly 2 hours, but he has gone. He faced 73 deliveries, but he's chipped to catch up to David Malan at mid-on, and the change in the commentary box has brought about the wicket. And Worcestershire now 153 for 9 as Jacob Duffy comes out to bat for the first time for the county.
And it's that man Thompson again that's made the breakthrough, isn't it? So many times in his first over, often with the first ball, we often see those breakthroughs. It's just that type of player. Hustle and bustle, runs in, hits the pitch hard, and you know, he makes things happen. And he's picked up the all-important wicket, and leaves Worcestershire 153 for 9. Still, well, a long way away really from the Yorkshire target,
and a long way from saving the follow-on.
Yes, for sure. That's
and I think it would be applied if they pick this last wicket up fairly soon. We'll have to wait and see, but that said, there's a bit of rain in the forecast, isn't there, over the next couple of days, which might be a factor, and that's another reason I think I'd enforce it rather than take more time out of the game by batting again and trying to get a lead of about 500. That might be a factor. Jordan Thompson in to Jacob Duffy, and Duffy, the Kiwi, is working this one away on the onside up to mid-on, and there's no run. Another good catch by Milan. They've caught really well, Yorkshire, not missed any chances. Been quite an efficient unit out there today. And I was just saying in my latest update for the BBC Hereford and Worcester Sports programme that, in a way, you could say Yorkshire have shown Worcestershire what they didn't do yesterday in terms of their bowling unit. They've been tight and together. That one left alone by Duffy, just pulls his bat out of the way of it. And I know when Alan Richardson, the Worcestershire bowling coach, was a Worcestershire bowler, and he was the sort of senior man in that unit of seamers sort of 7 or 8 years ago, 10 years ago maybe, he was big on that idea of a unit and all working together and working for each other, and they were critical of themselves yesterday for not doing that, and we've seen Yorkshire do it exactly today. Thompson is in and bowls, and Duffy on the back foot plays out on the offside. There's no run.
He just gets onto you just sometimes, every now and then, just a little bit quicker than the batters expect, doesn't he?
He's just a busy cricketer, isn't he, Jordan Thompson? And that's not in any way meant to he's at all. I mean, he's had a tremendous impact on this game, but he just reminds me of, there's one or two around, aren't there? Ryan Higgins, who's down at Middlesex, similar sort of pace, and hits the deck hard and bustles in and makes it happen. And comes again now and bowls, and this one is driven out on the offside by Duffy, and that's the end of the over. Excellent work from Jordan Thompson. His figures now: 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22. Ben Code 3 for 39. Jack White 2 for 46. George Hill 1 for 24. That's the unit we're talking about. They've been very impressive.
They certainly have, and throughout this bowling innings, but in particular this afternoon, things have gone their way, and they've been supported brilliantly by the slip cordon and the fielding unit that's pretty much caught everything. And yeah, they'll be delighted with that. Skipper Best will be happy, as will the coaching staff. A lot of hard work goes into preparing teams for the season, so they'll be really, really pleased with that.
As the new over begins with Ben Code bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. Just had a message from Alex Hode, who's a freelancer who does a bit of work for BBC Kent, and he said that's one of the worst pieces of the worst commentators' curses I've ever heard. They've just added some calm, and then the wicket falls. Well, let me tell you, Alex Hode, it was a calm dismissal. This one down the leg side from Code, and it'll bring 4 leg byes off the pad of Adam Finch. Nothing frantic about it, just chipped it up to mid-on. Nice calm catch, nice calm delivery. But another wicket. There we are, 18 leg byes now in this innings, just 1 overstepping, so 2 no balls, 20 extras in all. 157 for 9, Worcestershire. Long way short of the follow-on figure after that massive 4-5-6 from Yorkshire. Code is in again and bowls, and Finch is taken on the pad. They appeal for LBW. Umpire O'Shaughnessy. You can always tell with Steve O'Shaughnessy he's not interested in that one. He just, even with his back to us, his kind of body language when he's turning down a decision is so, well, non-committal, I suppose, is what I'm looking for. That you just know that he's not interested. And it was like that. The shoulders remained slumped. Just looked down. He looks down, actually. That's what he does. And you know he's not interested. In comes Code again. Bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. And there's no run. I like an umpire who gives you a physical cue when he's been appealed to, because you can almost know straight away.
Yeah.
But I said at Taunton last week, Paul, and there was Brett Dolliver was given out LBW, and a lot of people thought it was a pretty poor decision. And yesterday we saw Johnny Bairstow given out caught behind when it appeared that he didn't hit it. Code again bowls. Finch plays out on the onside, and there's no run. But I watch a lot of county cricket throughout the season, and I said it last week and I'll say it again. The general standard of umpiring is very, very good. It's not easy. They're long days. I mean, I did a lot as a teacher, and you've probably done a fair bit over the years as a coach, and it's not easy. And these days are long, and they've got to get back into it as well after having a winter off, a lot of them. Code is in again and bowls, and Finch drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. And I have a lot of sympathy with them, and they're bound to make the odd mistake. And
tough job.
I think we should be more tolerant than we are really when they make the odd mistake. That said, I also will once again praise our former Worcestershire player and Yorkshireman Richard Ellington being the International Umpire of the Year for third consecutive season. Third consecutive year. Extraordinary effort. He was a fine cricketer, and he's become an even finer umpire.
Yeah, very, very good.
If you're listening, Rich, I'll send you the bank details as and when. Still lives in Worcester. Here's Jordan Thompson to Jacob Duffy. Bowls, and Duffy gets his first run off a thick outside edge down to third man. 158 for 9. Yeah, it's a tough job, I think, and we couldn't play without them. That's what we've got to remember, I think. And Steve O'Shaughnessy played a bit for Worcestershire, of course, when he left Lancashire. And we had Paul Pollard down at Taunton, who also played a little bit for Worcestershire when he left Notts. Not for a long time. Thompson in again, bowls, and that's a beautiful shot from Adam Finch. That really is a very, very nice shot indeed. Over pitched on leg stump from Thompson. And Finch playing the shot that Brooks was kind of trying to play when he got out, but just let that come a little bit more into his pads and just steered it really. He timed it beautifully through mid-wicket and brings up a boundary and goes to 17.
Top quality shot.
It's a really lovely, lovely shot from Adam Finch, who's not the worst by any means. Got a first-class 50 and did some damage against Jordan Thompson in the last over of a T20 game at Worcester 2 years ago, I think. Alex, if you're listening, I hope that's not done him. He plays this next one up to mid-off. And there's no run. 162 for 9 with that boundary.
Finch moves on to 17. Duffy on 1. Partnership creeping up to 9. Worcestershire trail Yorkshire by 294 runs.
Alex is on the live text of the BBC, and he's just sent a screenshot where just before the dismissal, just before it, Thompson is in again, bowls, and Finch plays up to mid-on. The second before the dismissal, he put on the live text on the BBC with my name next to it. They've played well, these two, dare I say it. It was a disastrous afternoon session, but they've added a bit of calm, which was much needed.
Seconds later.
Yeah. Oh dear. On there, you try and tell yourself not to do it, don't you? Go through the day without saying anything, but then it'd just be boring, wouldn't it? Yeah. Thompson in to Finch, who plays and misses at this one outside the off stump, and it's taken by Johnny Bairstow. So yeah, Worcestershire, I mean, it was disastrous in the afternoon. 8 for 66 in that afternoon session. To be fair, Ethan Brooks, who made 19, faced 73 balls. He did bring a little bit of calm to it, genuinely, and for a period with Brett D'Oliveira, they steadied the ship just a little bit. But such has been the nagging nature of this attack. They've been at them all the time, and that's what has produced a couple of batsmen that maybe they didn't need to play. Thompson bowls a little bit wider this time, left line by Finch, end of the over. I've been saying throughout that they've been got out rather than getting themselves out. There's a couple of exceptions, but that's what happens when you're being nagged at. You see one that's a little bit wider and you think, oh, I'll go for that because I've got the chance. And it can bring about your demise. 162 for 9 at the end of the over.
Still a little bit of movement out there. Thompson just getting the ball to move around a little bit. Important from a bowling unit perspective that Yorkshire bowlers maintain their accurate lines to enable the outside edge to come into play, and any potential LBW shout as well as Ben Code runs in.
3 slips in place still as he comes in and bowls, and Duffy is forward playing that out on the offside, and there's no run. No great numbers for Jacob Duffy. I think he's got a top score in the 40s. Just checking. Do it quick before he might not be there anymore. But the fact that he's at number 11 probably tells you all you need to know. He waits now as Code is in. Actually, that's a very nice forward defensive back up the pitch, and there is no run. Yes, so first class, his record is, just have a look, 299 wickets, and batting wise an average of 13, and he's caught behind. There you are. I just had time to find it. Johnny Bairstow gets his first catch of the game. Duffy is running off to catch up with Adam Finch, and the Worcestershire innings comes to an end with Jacob Duffy, the last man out, and he goes for one, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow. Off for the bowling of Matthew Code, and a very, very accomplished bowling effort is wrapped up by Yorkshire. Worcestershire 162 all out, and I'm pretty sure, well, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be asked to follow on. The light roller is going out there, which might suggest that Yorkshire are going to bat again. We shall bring you that news as soon as we can, but in the meantime, Worcestershire bowled out 294 runs behind for 162, and the bowling figures for Yorkshire: Code 4 for 39, White 2 for 46, Thompson 3 for 27, Hill 1 for 24. Excellent work from the bowling unit. Don Best just 2 overs of spin, conceded 8 runs just before lunch. We will bring you news of whether the follow-on is being enforced as soon as we have it, but until then, we'll take a little break.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.
Umpires Mark Newell and Steve Oceans. Headingley leading out Worcestershire. The line and Finley opening batting for Yorkshire.
Bowling innings. See if they can get any early wickets, which is something that they're certainly looking for.
Yeah, Worcestershire first innings ending at about 10 minutes ago.
Always good if you get the right headset. So Jacob Duffy, he's going to start things off with the ball for Worcestershire. 294, Shawsey. Well, there were cries of no when Yorkshire didn't enforce the follow-on from some of the spectators I was just having a chat with downstairs. We'll see how they go with the bat then. So 294 already to the good, and Jacob Duffy bowls the first ball of Yorkshire's second innings to Adam Lyth. Pushes it back down the pitch. Thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, before I go into that looked sharp, didn't it? Back of the lens, sharp, and Adam Lyth looked a little uncomfortable playing that. It's an interesting one, is it? They'll have had a chat, the Yorkshire coaching staff and senior players, without doubt. They've had a chat at tea time to discuss the options regarding that as Duffy comes into bowl to Lyth.
Wide of off stump and hammered away for the first runs for Yorkshire second time around. Back foot, lovely cut shot 4 out towards the west side boundary.
You know, they'll have considered where the bowlers are at. number of bowlers have bowled between probably 15 and 18 overs today. So they'll be considering where they're at, whether they're still fresh, whether they're not, or whether they feel they can get quick runs this evening and tomorrow morning. And then put a lot of pressure on the Worcestershire bat in order to bat again as Duffy runs into line.
This time gets a fuller delivery and pushes it out into the covers. Yeah, so sort of an extended rest, I guess, for the bowlers, because they've got a good hour and more tonight, in addition to what the overnight. And then obviously they'll have, you would think now, plenty of time tomorrow. It'll be back down to the usual, how long do they feel they need to bowl the opposition out. So I'm just about to change and come on with Frank, so I thought I might as well come up early as it was a new innings. And Frank can have an update to do. So basically, if you want to exit stage right, Frank can come back in. That works well. To Lythy. He's run it down to third man. So 6 without loss. That's a 300 lead for Yorkshire. Shawsey will be back with us definitely before the end, because we've still got 18 overs and 2 balls remaining. Frank back alongside, and Duffy running in past umpire Newell as it is now, following the change of ends for the umpires, and Adam Lythe has got all 7 so far, running 1 into the leg side, and 60 odd in the first innings, 100 last week. Great start to the season for him. He'll know he had a great opportunity for a second ton, the way he'd set about things much more fluently in the first innings here than he had at Hampshire last week. And that sort of strange dismissal really for him in the first innings. So he'll want to put the record straight to some extent. As Finlay Bean defends the final ball of the over then. So 7 without loss after 1. 18 overs remaining in the day, and a lead of 301. You'd think they'll probably want to give themselves, well, you'd definitely say 4 sessions, but maybe more than that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, if I were a Worcestershire batsman, I'd probably be quite relieved that they didn't enforce the follow-on, because you got a chance to get your head together rather than find yourselves back out there against the same bowlers. I can understand why they didn't, but at the same time, as I said a few minutes ago, JD, with a bit of, maybe they know more about the local weather forecast than we do, but with the potential for a bit of rain, maybe on Monday, I wonder whether it would have been good to get stuck in tonight, as Tom Taylor begins the second over with the ball to Adam Lythe, which he runs down to third man for a single, takes the score to 8 without loss. I just think, you know, if they'd have got 2 or 3 out tonight, and it would have moved the game on a lot further than it's going to be. I mean, that said,
I'm going to say not forced to last, are they? They're with the bat themselves, because 8 wickets fall in a session, so who knows? Yeah. But they've obviously got a healthy lead on the board in the first place.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls, and Finlay Bean is off the mark, chipping this one away through square leg for a couple. Jake Libby is in pursuit. In fact, they come back for 3. And Brett D'Oliveira not out there, is he, fielding, because he's got that dislocated thumb and he wouldn't want to get it smashed by a drive at mid-off or something like that. So Jake Libby will be in charge out there, I think. And score goes to 11 without loss. Lythe has 8 of those. Bean has 3. Here's Taylor round the wicket to Lythe. Bowls, and he's pushing that up to extra cover. And there's no run. So first innings deficit of 294. And I will stress again how well Yorkshire bowled as a unit. 4 for Code, 2 for White, 3 for Thompson, 1 for Hill. They all bowled 4 maidens. They all bowled a similar number of overs. And it was a very, very united seam attack. Taylor round the wicket in, bowls to Lythe, who watches this carefully, plays it out into the covers of Cashif Alley Fields. So 2 slips in place, Adam Hose at first and Rob Jones at second. Other than that, we've got a 3rd man wide, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Brett Dulliver, the captain, just going for a wander round with the substitute, Ed Pollock. Hands in pockets, with a lot of things to think about as Taylor is in again and on the back foot. Lyth plays into the covers and there's no run 11 without loss. Worcestershire, who began the day looking for the last 2 wickets in the Yorkshire first innings, seems a long time ago now. They got them, but at some cost, as Yorkshire added 31 runs this morning to their overnight 425 for 8 for the loss of those last 2 wickets, 456 all out, and Worcestershire replying with 162 all out, despite having been 90 for none at one stage, as Taylor bowls and this defended off the back foot into the covers by Lyth. End of the over, 2 gone in the innings. Yorkshire have extended their lead past 300. They are 11 without loss.
Yep, so handy start, but a lot of disgruntlement around about Yorkshire's decision to bat again. Mike Scott, Bent Nielsen, Keith Bruce, et al. Are disgruntled. The decision has been made. They're going to have to live by it now as Duffy comes in to bowl to Bean, who punches back to the bowler, and there's no run. Ken Lashley also said, I hope Johnny's looked at the weather forecast, may not get much play on Monday. Hope we won't regret not enforcing the follow on.
Is it that bad?
Everybody lining up their moans and groans for if Yorkshire don't go on to win this match now, they like to get them in first. No, it's not. As I think I said earlier on, the forecast I saw this morning was that it's unlikely there'll be any rain at all tomorrow, and there might be a slight threat of a shower on Monday, but it looked as though it was going to stop south, a fair bit south of here, and west. That was only on the forecast I saw this morning, but other people may have various different ones.
Well, I'm having a look now at the Met Office, which I always find is a little bit more detailed than the BBC one, dare I say.
Duffy in, nicely played, back foot punch by Finley Bean, and Adam Lyth was nearly shaking hands with him down at the striking end. Fielding was done in the covers, and Lyth had to hurry back. The throw in the end wasn't released, but he was worried for a couple of strides there.
Nothing to worry about too much, I don't think.
No.
A little bit of possible showers middle of the day on Sunday and Monday, but nothing serious.
In comes Duffy, and Bean dropping that one out into the offside. Now, Ron, you could argue actually that that's better bowling conditions anyway. If there's a little bit of juice around.
Yeah, you could argue that.
A bit of cloud cover.
It would be unlucky if the weather forecast turned out to be wrong and you got serious rain and it took a chunk out of the game. But I think Johnny Bairstow had made his mind up quite early. That light roller came out very quickly, didn't it, at the fall of the last wicket? And they will bat Worcestershire well and truly out of the game.
Still 2 to come in the over. Duffy continuing that theme from the first innings of he's definitely tall, he's definitely sharp enough, and he gets a bit of bounce. And Bean was playing that from the crease, back foot style.
And they'll be saying, JD, won't they? Worcestershire, they can't do it again. They can't bat all day again to save the game. Surely they can't do it again. Lightning won't strike twice, and that might have been part of the thinking as well.
Duffy to Bean, who's slightly awkward in playing that one out towards point, but well enough. 11 without loss then. Lyth 8, Bean 3. 3 overs into this Yorkshire second innings, so they've kicked on to lead now by 305. We'll see. The detractors might be right.
Well, if they'd followed, made them follow on, there would have been people saying they should have done. So damned if you do and damned if you don't, I suspect, in some ways.
Yeah, you get to the end of the, whatever it was, 18, 19 overs and none down and 80 on the board, tired bodies. Why did he bowl when the bowlers were all tired from bowling the first innings?
Taylor round the wicket, bowls to Lythe, who looks again to be in very good touch. Pings this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Ben Allison. Adam Mose at first slip, Rob Jones at second, the substitute fielding for Brett D'Oliveira, who dislocated his thumb this morning. He's walking around the boundary down below us as we speak. Here comes Taylor running towards us. Around the wicket he bowls. That one wideish and going wider and left alone by Lythe. Taken by Gareth Roderick. In that Worcestershire first innings, top score Jake Libby 53, Gareth Roderick 37. They added 90 for the first wicket thereafter. Only Brooks 19, D'Oliveira 10 and Finch 17 not out, reaching double figures. And well, we're going to do a bit of overtime tonight, Shawsey. 15 overs left in the day. It'll be a late one, I think, as Lythe drives sweetly up to mid-off.
We had one day in the entire season last year where they went off at 6.
JD, beg your pardon. Yeah, one day.
Yeah, I think when they actually bowled with either 1 or 2 overs, it was something like 97 or 98 overs in the day by 6 o'clock. It was astonishing.
Well, in that Taunton game last week, they wanted to. They bowled 112, I think, on the last day. So it can be done, but
it rarely is.
I think it's going to be 7:15 tonight, isn't it?
Yep.
Taylor round the wicket, bowls and beats Lythe outside the off stump with a good one. He plays that. Just bounced a little bit. Good delivery from Taylor. He's not the luckiest bowler in the world, Taylor, in my estimation, in either white or red ball cricket. I thought that was shown up quite clearly in the first innings here, actually, where I actually thought he bowled pretty well. His figures don't perhaps do him justice. So far, he's conceded 6 off 1.5 overs in this innings. That one left alone outside the off stump by Adam Lythe. 13 without loss then Yorkshire, leading by 307 runs. And Worcestershire facing the prospect, yet again, of having to bat long and deep to try and save a game. When in their first innings, as they did last week at Taunton, they made a very good start. Taylor round the wicket, in again, bowls, and Lythe on the back foot, plays defensively out on the offside. And again, there's no run.
You'd feel it now highly likely to be going to day 4, but not, it's not beyond the realms. It may finish tomorrow if Yorkshire get rolled fairly swiftly.
Yeah. I did think if the follow-on was enforced that it might not go to day 4, but that's what they're there for, and decisions made now. And Taylor bowls and beats Lythe outside the off stump. It's a good over that from Tom Taylor, a maiden. And was it a maiden? No, not according to the board. It must have been a single off it, or a no ball or something. Because it's 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. But I thought that was a maiden. I still think it was a maiden, but maybe not. Anyway, it doesn't matter really, does it? It's not hugely important. Lythe is 8 not out, Bean is 3 not out, and they are 13 without loss. 307 runs ahead, and we have 15 overs left in the day.
So Finley Bean, with the sun back out momentarily, he's going to face up to Duffy here. Again, that ball feels heavy as he plays it back along the pitch to the bowler.
There was a no ball, that's what it was.
Well done, that man. So 14 overs and 5 balls for this game to possibly move on again. Yorkshire 307 in front. Headingley being given the bat a good smack in the block hole as he waits, and then again pushes a straight ball straight back down the pitch. No run. Matthew Waite. He bobbed down to see some family as I was standing down at the third floor earlier on, not long after he'd got out. One of his friends from Yorkshire said, "How are you doing, Whitey?" And he said, "Well, give me about 10 minutes and I'll be fine." In quite a cheerful way, actually, but he just wanted to go see the folks. Duffy in. Wide of off stump, and Bean turns it to said Wait at mid-on, no run.
It's one of those things about being a professional cricketer, I think, particularly, but also maybe a serious cricketer at any real high level. You've got to learn to cope with failure as well as with success, and not allow either to disturb you too much, because it's going to happen.
Duffy in and bowling to Bean, who's got an inside contact on that, diverted it out towards the incoming deep backward square, picks up 1. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I can remember from Nasser Hussain's tenure as England captain, when of course England were a pretty ordinary international side, weren't they? And he used to sort of in his own way chunter back at the media and say, you know,
it tests you. I always say to even to young players, you know, you practice as well as anybody and be in the best form of your life, and you can be out through no fault of your own. It could be an umpiring error, you could be backing up at the non-striker's end, you could get an unplayable delivery, and if you let that bother you too much, you'll never become successful. So I can understand where Matthew Waite was coming from. Give me a few minutes, I'll be over it.
Lyons gets right in behind another Duffy delivery to complete over number 5. Yeah, 14 without loss. He's not that sort of character, to be fair. Anyway, Waite, I can't imagine him being a sulker.
But the point I'm making, I think, is that most county cricketers who become successful are not that kind of character, because they realise that there's no future in it, really. And you know, you might get a delivery that you nick to the keeper, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You walk off and think, well, you know, that's going to get me out 9 times out of 10. On the 10th time, I might miss it if I'm lucky, and that's not going to keep me awake at night. I mean, if you're ever forever chasing wide ones, then that might be different. Here's Taylor round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Finley Bean, who lifts the bat clear of that one. Through it skids to Gareth Roderick. And there's no run. Definite change in the weather. It feels a little bit cooler and a little bit hazier. Whether you say the conditions it might have been a little bit more favourable for bowling today than they were yesterday, but that's not to say that it was anything other than skill and application, really, which the Yorkshire seam unit used today. Not much fortune about it, just good professional cricket. Taylor in, bowls. Bean drives up to mid-on, where Ben Allison does the fielding. And there's no run. Ben Allison, big Ipswich Town fan, resigned himself to the fact that they're not going to survive. But still, with one more game to go to himself, he's telling me this morning, going to Goodison, will be the last game Ipswich will ever play on that famous old ground. That's Taylor bowls, and this one is clipped up to said Ben Allison at mid-on. And there is no run, 14 without loss. Bean 4, Lythe 8. Earlier today, Worcestershire, if you're just joining us, 162 all out. And before that, Yorkshire 456 all out. Chose not to enforce the follow-on. I'll just finish this over, and then I've got my final update of the day.
Earning your money today, Frank.
I am, and I've been Taylor around the wicket. Bean pulls, short one. Bad ball. First bad ball he's bowled, really. Pulled for 4. Didn't miss out on it. Nicely played. hit it well in front of square between mid-on and mid-wicket. Good pull shot from the left-handed Finley Bean. Takes him on to 8 where he joins Adam Lyth. 18 without loss. Yeah, I've been regularly bringing the bad news up into the Worcestershire area of what's going on down here, but Kidderminster and Hereford both won in their respective playoff chases, so not an entirely gloomy picture in the sporting studio at Hilton Road this afternoon as Taylor comes in to bowl now to Bean. Back on line here, just outside of some. Might even have kept a bit low that one. He just pushed it out on the offside.
Is there a studio in Hereford and a studio in Worcester?
No,
or
in Worcester.
Just in Worcester,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. It's always been called BBC Hereford and Worcester, not Herefordshire or Hereford and Worcestershire, but Hereford and Worcester. And there's a fair spread of interest in sport across the two counties. I think Trevor Owens, the sports editor, tries very hard to make that the case. As Taylor bowls, and this one is punched down the ground by Bean. Thinks about a run because it went pretty straight, but decides against it. End of the over, 18 without loss. I'll go and do that update.
Yeah, so no particularly early blow here for Worcestershire. 6 overs in, 18 on the board, 8 apiece to the two batters. Well, Frank's mentioning not all bad in his area. Up here, of course, I was mentioning my football team only, Leeds United. Good day for them. 2-1 winners at home against Preston North End, and I think Sheffield United, who were leading, lost against Plymouth Argyle, so creeping closer towards the end of the season. Leeds back on top on goal difference as Duffy's first ball of the over is wide of Adam Lyth's off stump, and he leaves. Yorkshire will just want a calm 12 overs or so here, Shawsey. You wouldn't want to, or they wouldn't want to see 2 or 3 going down. I know they've got a massive lead anyway, so I'm guessing there wouldn't be panic stations even if they did. But, you know, just a nice calm 12 overs, run it around, pick up what you can, and then start day 3, I should say, in total control if they're not already.
Yeah, they've already got a lead of 312. What I would say is Worcestershire started quite well here with the bowling unit. They're bowling decent areas, just need that little bit of movement and really target that off stump of the left-handers, Finn and Finley Bean and Lyth. Shot.
Yeah, lovely shot by Adam Lyth up there to drive, and Adam Lyth needs no second invitation to put him away through extra cover, as we've seen so many times.
Beautifully well timed cover drive, that, isn't it? Beautiful. Just slightly over pitch there by Duffy, who's looking for a little bit of swing and maybe a little bit of movement off the pitch. Over pitch there, and Lyth just leads into that. So wait through the ball and times it away through the covers for a beautifully well timed 4 runs. Lyth moves on to 12 and Yorkshire move on to 22 for none.
And there's Duffy bowling Lyth again, this time down the ground, over pitching again Duffy. You can see what he's trying to do, but he's just put that one a little bit too close to the batter, and just watched it really well, didn't he, onto the middle of the bat. Look at that exemplary straight drive.
It's the balance for me there. Beautifully balanced Lyth as he strokes that ball down the ground, full control with a full bat face. He's in a rich vein of form at the moment. Long may that continue. I'm sure he'll be thinking.
And Duffy in and bowling to him again here, and that is eased out towards point. No run. Disgruntled, says Malcolm. I think you can add me to that list, but only if they bat on and on and on, as has been the case. Yeah, I think that's the thing that probably irks people more so than not enforcing the follow-on is then when that's done, that decision to pull out. In the past, on a couple of occasions, it's arguably cost Yorkshire wins. Certainly there was one where you could have said that was the case at Northants a couple of seasons ago, and one at Hampshire I can remember a few years back as well, as Lyth turns one into the onside and moves on to 17 with that single. So yeah, that decision as to how long you need, sometimes you're so far in front and it feels like there's a needless extra hour batted. Bean on 8, waits for Duffy round the wicket to bowl to him, high front elbow, defends back down the pitch to the bowler. So 12 overs remaining, 7 have gone in this Yorkshire second innings, and they're back over 4 and over again at 29 without loss, 323 runs ahead.
And what both Lyth and Bean are looking to do here, they're playing each ball on its merit, aren't they? So anything that's full, really full, or anything that's really short, they'll look to pounce on. Anything in between there, they'll be watchful. They'll obviously leave the ball, but also look just to be strong in defence, whether front foot or back foot, and rotate the strike. So that's, I would have thought, the intention as Duffy comes in. Ooh.
Good delivery. Adam Lyth pushing at one that is angled in, then holds its line. Tom Taylor, in fact, bowling at the Howard stand end. Behind the clouds, it's lovely, says correct decision to bat again, in my opinion. He's definitely an outlier in that respect. Let the bowlers rest today. Better bowling weather tomorrow. Put them in early-ish, though. 5 or 6 down by 2 o'clock and all over by tea. Not asking much there, then. And in comes Taylor again. No sun at the moment. Cloud cover. Another ball that nips away from Adam Lyth. Crowd has begun to dwindle slightly as we just about tick off 6 o'clock. And Yorkshire will want to really ram home the advantage here and pick up a first win back in Division 1 if they can. Got a trip up to Durham, potentially a difficult one next weekend, depending upon who turns out for them, as Lyth runs one down to fine leg and picks up a single. And Yorkshire, of course, well, they're due. Ben Sears, I think, is due to land tomorrow. Kiwi overseas signing. As Anthony McGrath mentioned last week, and an injection in his ankle, foot, something like that. So he was supposed to have been playing in this match. Not sure how he's taken that. So
oof.
Good delivery from Taylor again, similar to one that he bowled at Lyth earlier in the over. This one kicked a little bit more off the pitch and just felt like it was squaring up. Finley Bean saw that one from behind.
Yeah, he's bowling well here, Taylor. What he's doing, he's coming round the wicket, angling the ball in, and the ball's just holding in the pitch. Slight deviation away, which turns the left-hander batter around a little bit and brings in the outside edge. If you remember in the first innings, when they started hitting their straps as a bowling unit, that's exactly what they did to both these left-handers. And they'll look to continue to do that and bring the slip cordon into play.
Yep, Taylor in again, this time an easier lead for Finley Bean, a little bit wider.
Just 2 slip fielders in the cordon, actually, as you'd expect, with your team being 324 runs behind. And there's a difficult balance, isn't there, between taking wickets and minimising any runs that the Yorkshire batting unit will amass this evening. And I think that'll be a fine balance this evening and also going into the day tomorrow as Taylor runs in.
To bowl to Bean, another one replica of the ball before, really wide of off stump, but an easier leave this time. So 8 now bowled in this Yorkshire second innings. Been on 8. Lyth 18. 30 without loss, a 324 run lead. Ben Nielsen says, I believe it was Cato the Elder who said quod sequitur debet urgere. In other words, the follow-on must be enforced. Brackets, okay, my Latin's not that good, it was Google Translate. And moving swiftly along, we have a change of bowling.
From the coastal lane end, Ben Allison.
And the golden voice to announce that one for you. Had a chat with him this morning out there by the lift. Good to see the golden voice again. Fergus. Many people think the Howard stand should have been named after him. In fact, some think it was named after him. Howard Ferguson. So Ben Allison is to have a go for the first time in this Yorkshire second innings from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Allison bowled some good deliveries and some good overs in the first innings. See how he goes as he runs into Lyth.
Wide on the crease round the wicket. Lyth chops it into the deck. Playing slightly away from his body. No run, you can get in touch at JDZ Events or at Inside Leader 1 or at Frank Watson 58 or on email BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. It's been a very good day for the White Rose here, not so for the pairs. Having looked comfortable with the bat at one stage. Lovely shot from Lyth, but a good piece of fielding off his own bowling there by Allison, who was driven straight back down the pitch by the veteran Yorkshire left-hander, as I think I can call him, without getting a slap across the face next time we meet. 37. Both he and Davi Milan, actually. Spring chickens, eh? To you, Shawsey?
They are, very much so. Very much so.
In comes Allison to bowl to Lyth, and that's run down top of the bounce to third man, where he'll pick up a single.
Nicely played, wasn't it? Nicely played.
At 37, when they were born, when they were growing up, they wouldn't have heard of the Flintstones, would they? They wouldn't have known you, because that would have been off. Even repeats would have stopped by then.
No, they'll not recall Barney Rubble, will they? Oh, Bam Bam. As Allison runs into ball to Bean.
Angled in from wide on the crease. Good knowledge of where his off stump was there from Finley Bean, because it was fairly tight, was the leave. He seems unperturbed.
Did look a good leave, that, didn't it?
From this angle it did. Not privy to the straight on. May get another look. So Ben Allison then. Sweatband on the left wrist. Shirt hanging out. Comes in past umpire Newell. Throws this one up wider of off stump, and Bean not interested.
There's just watching it there. There's just a little bit of a way swing to the left-hander, so the angle in, and then it's just beginning to go slightly. That's where he's trying. He's really pushing for the nick off. If he gets it full enough, he might just draw a Breen into the off drive and create the nick. That's what he's trying for.
And he comes again then. Again, throws it wide of off stump and short enough on both counts for Finley Bean to leave it. 31 without loss then after 9. Too wide, says Shawsey.
Just a little bit wide. If he brings that in a foot and just slightly fuller, he's in the game with the potential of the nick caught behind. A little bit wide.
Yep, so Tom Taylor to continue at the Howard stand end then. Worcestershire kind of want to make something happen here. As Lyth pushes out into the offside, no run. I mean, I guess from this point on, given that a crushing lead, there's obviously a pretty strong argument for Worcestershire, hoping that Yorkshire just go on too long. And in some senses, it doesn't matter too much what they produce with the ball. If they can roll Yorkshire for a cheap score again, then who knows, they might have enough time in the game to think they can come up with a massive chase. That's the only way, isn't it, really? Otherwise it's just how long have they got to survive with the bat at some point, as Adam Lyth runs one down to third man. Good piece of fielding down there by the looks of things, because that was travelling.
Yeah, and if Worcestershire don't get quick wickets, then they'll want to take as much time out of the game as possible. So they'll be looking for that little bit of weather, potentially Yorkshire to bat a little bit longer than they would like, which would work in Worcestershire's flavour. Other than if they take quick wickets and all of a sudden Yorkshire 4 or 5 down, then it looks a slightly different game. But
Been squared up to some extent there by Taylor's delivery. Checks that his bat's still okay after playing it out into the offside. No run. What have we got? What does the dodgy rotor say? It says you actually from 6:05, but given that poor old Frank's sitting out the back of the box, maybe we'll bring him back in a few. No, it's all right. Shorty, you stay put. Give it another 3 or 4 overs and let Frank finish off the day.
Sure.
See if he can take a few Worcestershire wickets or Yorkshire wickets for Worcestershire. Short ball, nicely steered around the corner by Finlay Bean. He's, from the moment he came into the side, which was at Old Trafford a couple of years ago with a 40-odd, we've seen that he can definitely play square both sides of the wicket very nicely. If there was maybe something he's added more to his game at this level anyway, since then it's been able to hit it in the V as well. Weren't too many going through there. I know you can only play the ball that's bowled at you as well, but there's been more of that. But certainly you don't want to give him any width or anything too short, because it usually goes. That was better from Taylor, and an easy leave for Bean.
It is better length, and you can see that little bit of shape. But if he's just 6 to 8 inch straighter, then he brings the outside edge into play, and Bean has to play at the ball. Bean knows he doesn't have to play at that ball. Length's got to just line just slightly straighter, and if it nips away, that's the edge.
Here's Taylor again.
There we go.
Ooh. Angled in, yep.
Nearly.
That was the aim, and Finlay got behind it solidly enough. End of the 10th, so 9 remain now on day 2. 36 without loss, a lead of 330.
Yeah, just 9 overs left in the day. 330. That's a good lead, isn't it? Lyth on 20, Bean on 12. Partnership 36. Yorkshire will be happy with how they're ticking along, and they'll be looking just to pick up the loose ball and keep rotating strike as they gradually build this partnership. They'll not want to lose any wickets tonight, that's for sure, we know that, but they'll also want to accumulate runs, because that minimises how much time they have to bat tomorrow.
In comes Allison, and that's turned to mid-on to Matthew Waite by Adam Lyth. Waite goes through his bowling action, maybe just keeping loose. Mike Scott says, Doidgy, our bowlers haven't just come off 160 ahead after bowling 130 overs in Sri Lanka or India. We're 300 ahead, having bowled the opposition out in 60 overs. Can't see what's being gained here. I'm not sure if it was written in that tone, but it was read in that one. Allison coming in again at the Kirkstall Lane end and short of length. Lyth that leaves on length. Then he follows up with, anyway, we'll have the pleasure if he comes for an extra day. Well, it's still not necessarily, but there'd have to be a clatter of Yorkshire wickets fairly quickly, wouldn't you think, tomorrow, if it is going to finish inside 3. Might be a clatter of a few tonight. Still, you never know in 8 overs or so. Allison making his way in once again. Continues to bowl round the wicket to the lefty, Adam Lyth, who turns it in front of square on the leg side and jogs through for another one. And after a good start to the campaign last week, he's put another, 88 on the board so far across the innings here. Still a dangerous player.
Very dangerous, isn't it? What I've liked about him, watching him play yesterday, is he went through the gears and he got off to a good start, and then he realised he had to sit in for a bit.
Bean gets the ball short of length. Nice square back foot punch. Takes a single.
And then where he got a chance to put the bad ball away and rotate strike, he did that. So that for me is batsmanship. And he's experienced enough to identify the situation the team's in, how difficult or not difficult it is out there, and go through the gears appropriately. And I think that's what he did really, really well. And he's doing the same thing today. He's in good form, but he looks like he's got a lot of clarity in around his decision making too, in terms of judging line, judging length, and the situation of the game.
Allison coming in again to bowl to Lyth. Lovely shot by Adam Lyth, flicking off his legs. That's going to be 4. Matthew Waite, no chance of getting his mitts on that one. Very nicely placed.
We often speak about rhythm, balance and alignment. The balance there, Lyth, is superb. His head's over the line of the ball. He just allows that ball to come onto him, and he times, if you look, just under his eyes, under his head, plays that away beautifully with a full face through mid-wicket. Really high quality shot, but that's not possible without good balance. That tells me he's in a pretty good place.
Here's Allison again. Lyth punching into the offside and immediately making sure Finlay Bean stays rooted to the spot. So 11 overs complete now, 42 without loss, 336 in front. Adam Lyth, or Worcestershire, one of few counties. I think there are only two or three against whom he hasn't posted 100. A best of 79 in 2023. Floodlights. Goodness me. Coming on. Matthew Waite going to have a go from the Howard stand end, but yeah, best of 79 for Adam Lyth in previous matches against Worcestershire. It's not like he's played many, 7 in fact, and batted 13 times, and he's averaging 36, including 3 half centuries. So he's not done badly, but he's not really got particularly close to ticking off a ton, and he'll know that. We've had these conversations before. So there's another opportunity for him here, possibly, if he bats well, as Finlay Bean turns that first weight delivery to mid-wicket. There's no run. Yeah, floodlights on, which is unexpected given the conditions we've had in the match so far. So Waite to the bat tapping of Finlay Bean is in again, and Bean easily leaving one slanted across the left-hander. See if there's any change out there. Usually floodlights coming on here, you definitely would rather have the ball in your hand than the bat. In my previous experiences sitting in this position. So in comes Waite. A little bit of skip off the pitch again. Finlay Bean Happy to turn that one square on the leg side and take another single. So he's on to 14. Early days in the season, of course, but he'll want to get that first notable score on the board, Finley.
Worcestershire sticking with the 2 slips in the cordon. A third man extra cover mid off. Mid on.
White to Lythe, who's got a thickish contact on that, which stops it running down towards fine leg. Roderick around throws off a glove to do the fielding.
And they also have a backward square and short mid wicket, fairly straight, and more of a traditional conventional mid wicket, just where the ring would be if we were playing T20 cricket, white ball cricket.
In comes White. Straight delivery. Lythe strokes it along the deck to mid off. So just trying to see out time here, this Yorkshire opening pair. Still scoring at 3.63 without really blinking to do so. Matthew White conceded just the 1 so far from his first 5 deliveries. Going in now past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Now it's going to be a 2nd run conceded because he gives Lythe a bit of width, and he runs that one out to point.
So that's good cricket from Lythe, isn't it? Decent delivery. Lythe just sits on top of the bounce, opens up the face and runs the ball out square on the offside, jogs through for a single. Just real good awareness. Sometimes as a batter, if you're not in great form, you just defend that back down the pitch, but he's able to let that come on and then just let it run off in front of the square.
Don't forget you can join us, folks, tomorrow from just before the start of play. Our third voice will be one David Lloyd. See what he makes of it. It's not easy, is it, when you turn up as you've done before yourself into the 3rd day of a contest when you've not seen what's going on before. As Lythe turns one to mid-wicket this time, and there is no run. I think he's been doing a bit of Lancashire for a couple of days. And what's going on in that one?
136 for Forrest, I guess. Lancashire chasing 456. That's a guess.
139 for 4, chasing 496 actually.
Fair enough.
Allison in and bowling, and Lythe runs one out to point for a stroll of a single. We'll bring Frank back in with you after at the end of the over. I think probably a good shout. Certainly with the money that Frank's getting paid, we need to bring back in more often, I think, as days 3 and 4 go on. His agent negotiated a sensational contract with BBC Hereford and Worcester. .45 without loss then, 339 the Yorkshire lead. Ooh, gone. Finley Bean has chopped one onto his stumps. He looked reluctant to go for a moment there. I thought the bails flew off, and then there's a split second when I'm thinking, did he? He has. Congratulations all round for Ben Allison from his teammates. And Finley Bean bowled Allison in the book, chopped on from outside off stump. 51 minutes, 34 balls, 14 runs, including 2 fours, and Yorkshire are 45 for 1 second time around.
Yeah, he didn't bring his bat down straight, I suppose. Simple as that, really. It wasn't a real cuttable ball. If he'd have had his bat straight, he would have probably played it, and it was just a slight error in technique, really. He chopped it on. We've all done it, and Ben Allison gets his reward for some reasonably accurate bowling. His 4th wicket of the game, actually, which is not a bad effort. It's 45 for 1 in the context of the game, of course. It's not a massive blow for Yorkshire. They're still well on top, obviously, massively on top. What's the lead? 3-3-9, I think. But it just disturbs the flow a little bit, doesn't it, and brings another man in with a few overs left, and that's James Wharton, and Worcestershire will feel if they could nick another one, it won't be a bad way to finish what has been a pretty, let's be honest, it's been a pretty disastrous day for the visitors.
Yeah, it's going to be Don Bess actually.
Night watchman, yeah, which is fair enough, but yeah, Worcestershire began the day knowing that they had to bat and bat, and when they were 90 for none at one stage, they thought it was all going pretty well, but fell away badly, and hence the situation that they're in, trailing by 339 runs as Don Bess comes out as the night watchman to join Adam Lyth. Finley Bean having chopped on to Ben Allison, and be a bit disappointed, Finley Bean, on a pitch like this to have sort of got in twice. Got 19 in the first innings and 14 this time. Not quite got in, but got a bit of a start and not managed to go on even to something around about his average, really, I would say, which is what everybody's after, really, I suppose.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, won't he? He's got through a light section of the new ball and forming a partnership, and he'll be a bit disappointed with that.
Here comes Allison to bowl to the night watchman, Don Bess. First ball, and Bess leaves it alone outside the off stump. So Ben Allison, who picked up in the end 3 for 58 in the first innings, which, given the score, is a decent effort, and tidy again here, has got the first wicket to fall. Floodlights are on now. It's and they're having a real effect as well. It's a luxury, of course, that we don't have at Worcester, which is another factor in discussions about moving to a new home, and the fact that we could possibly erect floodlights if we did so, which we'll never be allowed to do at New Road. This one is driven into the covers by Don Bess, and there's no run. And I think the latest on that, people are always asking what's the latest. The latest is that there's no suggestion that they've found another venue or that they've actually got the money in place or anything like that, but they're looking at options. The idea is that you face as many of the deliveries that are left in the day as possible. You're not just in the day as possible. You're not just protecting the net for.
And I think although he'll look to take as many balls as he can in this last 6, he'll do is anything short accumulate runs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's almost no other way to play that one, I suppose, other than leave it alone, really. And Waite will, I'm sure, do better, and he does straight away with a good straight delivery aimed at the top of off stump, which Best just defends back up the pitch to the bowler. If you're just joining us, stay with us over the next 10-15 minutes as we go through the 5 remaining overs. I'll run through the story of the day's play in a bit of detail, not too much, but we'll make sure you're fully up to date with what's happened. I'll also maybe fill you in on what's happening elsewhere. There's a big shout for LBW here as Don Bess walks across his stumps, but umpire O'Shaughnessy says not out, and the reason he says not out is because he says he's got a bat on it, and they've the reason he says not out is because he says he's got a bat on it, and they've got a 4, and Derbyshire in reply 341 for 8. Notts and Essex, battle of the heavyweights. Notts 347, Essex 291 for 5, and Surrey exerting their authority against Hampshire, 170 ahead with 9 wickets remaining in the second innings. They bowled Hampshire out for 219, and they're 136 for 1 in the second innings. As Waite is in and bowls, Lyth leaves, end of the over, taken by Roderick, 51 for 1. And just to finish off those other scores, David Lloyd, Bumble, who will be here tomorrow, is at Old Trafford, where Lancashire trail Northants by 357 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Northants 496 in their first innings. Safe Zabe got 100, a couple of other players in the 90s, I think. The Darren Lehman effect maybe taking effect there. And Middlesex Kent, just to finish off, Middlesex 225 ahead with 5 wickets remaining. So you're up to date with elsewhere. And here in the gloom with the lights on, Yorkshire 51 for 1 as Ben Allison begins a new over, bowling to the night watchman Dom Bess. And Bess is turned round by that one and just pushes it awkwardly out on the offside. And there is no run. Dom Bess just want to get through to the end of the day. Yorkshire absolutely on top. Adam Lyth, he looks in good nick to me. He just looks in good nick. He's not, I'm not saying he hasn't played any full shots, but he looked in good nick in the first innings. He's got 100 down at Southampton in the second, and he's looked good again today, hasn't he, Shawsey?
He's moving nicely, isn't he? I always look at the batter and rhythm, balance, alignment, as we chat around earlier on, but he gets his feet apart, gets forward, he gets back, plays the ball under his eyes.
And that's all you got to do. It's as easy as that. Dom Bess doesn't on this occasion. Good delivery from Allison, angled in slightly to him and bounced a bit, and he had to play it. Well, I think he had to play it. He might have been able to leave it on length, but he did have a little fish at it. And Ben Allison walking back with a big smile on his face. Didn't pick up a wicket. 2 slips in there. Backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg the field. 4 overs left after this. And Worcestershire trying to strike another blow. Pretty sparse, the crowd now. They've drifted away. They've seen Yorkshire have a very good 2 days. And this one again beats the bat. It's a bit of a loose shot for a night watchman. That one from Dom Bess, it was full and wide, and he leant into it. And Adam Lyth just having a wander down. Ostensibly to prod at the pitch, but I think he might just be having a word with Dom Bess and saying, could have left that one, mate. Or something like that.
Words to that effect. Yorkshire have a lead now of 345.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
There's Allison in and bowls, and Bess, that's better. He's much more solid on this one, leaning into it. Let it come a little bit rather than going at it, that one, and just pushed it up to Matthew Waite at mid-off. But he's an experienced cricketer, Dom Bess. He won't really needed any advice from the other end. He knows what his job is. He might be, I don't know, but I mean, over the years I've known a good few regular night watchmen who stuck their hand up because they were fed up. Richard Illingworth would be a really good example, who was a good, decent batter, but always got a bit fed up being stuck down at 9. Just break off as...
Ooh, good delivery.
I think
that.
he might have taken his bat away from that. Was a good delivery, good over, good spell actually from Allison. Yeah. But Richard Illingworth always wanted to go in because he said it was a chance to get first-class runs, and you know, he didn't get in because of the likes of Hick and Curtis and Neil and Botham and whatever.
It's a good side, that, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was a hell of a good side. It was glory days, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really, in many ways, it was a fantastic side. Back-to-back championships in '88 and '89, but yeah, Dom Bess might be that sort of night watchman who thinks, well, if I get in, and that's a lovely shot up to mid-off, no runs. You know, if I do the job at night and then get in again in the morning, it is a real chance to bat at number 3 when I probably wouldn't otherwise. Anyway, end of the over. Bit of a mixed over for Dom Bess. That one, couple of player misses, but a couple of nice firm shots. He's through the over. There are 4 left in the day. The man out is Finley Bean for 14. Ben Allison, another good over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. And Yorkshire 51 for 1. Leading by 345.
Waite's now got his ball in hand as he approaches to bowl to Lyth.
Left-hander, and he bowls, and Lyth is pushing this one out on the offside. And there's no run.
Just a reminder of the field, so Worcestershire do have 2 slips in the slip cordon. Backward point. We've got a short extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg and deep square leg, I would suggest.
Yeah, deep square, and just a reminder that the captain, Brett Dolliver, is not out there because he dislocated a thumb this morning. Waite bowls and Lythe pushes into the offside, and Kashif Ali does the fielding. So 53 for 1, and Night Watchman Don Bess on strike again with Adam Waite bowling, Matthew Waite bowling. I'll just run through the story of the day's play then as we go along through these last few overs. Began the day with Yorkshire, remember, on 425 for 8. Jordan Thompson was on 48, Ben Code was on 22. And they'd already added 65 for that 9th wicket before play resumed this morning. Let's break off as Waite bowls to Bess, who is playing and missing at a really good one. That's exactly what Matthew Waite's trying to do. Pitched on off, maybe, just went away, and he very, very unfortunate not to find the edge. So yeah, they began on 425 for 8, already added 65, as I say, and Jordan Thompson came out all guns blazing this morning, as did Ben Code. Code had gone on to 31 from his overnight 22 when he was the first man out today, caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Ben Allison. That was 435 for 9 at that point. Break off as Waite bowls a little bit wider, this time left by Bess. So 435 for 9 when Code was out in the 98th over, and thereafter Jordan Thompson smashed it around to all parts, skied a couple in the air and got away with them. One of them when Brett D'Oliveira ran in and dived forward and tried to take catch and only succeeded in dislocating his thumb. Thompson eventually the last man out for 70, caught by Rob Jones, who was fielding as a substitute for D'Oliveira, and that meant that Yorkshire got maximum batting points. Break off as Waite bowls to Bess, who drives nicely up to mid-off, but good save at mid-off by Tom Taylor, and there's no run. And that left Jack White unbeaten, having not scored any runs, but he lent a bit of support to Thompson at the end. 25 extras, total of 456 then for Yorkshire, and that meant that Worcestershire had well, a little bit of batting to do up to lunch. Waite comes in and bowls, and that's edged to second slip, didn't carry, landed, bounced in front of Rob Jones at second slip, but a good, decent over from Matthew Waite. Ends, we've got 3 left in the day, and it's 52 for 1, and I'll resume the story of the day as we go through the next over. Decent couple of deliveries in that over there, Paul.
Yeah, I think his length scored, and he's just getting a little bit of way swing, and keep that line on off stump, then he'll bring in the nick, as we've just seen. Then just didn't quite carry, did it? Not quite enough pace for it to carry through, but he's certainly bowling well, his Waite, and just trying to minimise any scoring shots for Lythe and for Bess. But I think, yeah, he's bowling a little good, decent spell.
Here comes Ben Allison, who's also bowling a decent spell. He comes in round the wicket and bowls to Lythe, and that's flicking the pad and a good diving take by Roderick. Allison appeals, but just to sort of inquire really whether there might have been a nick, but there wasn't. So Worcestershire began their first innings before lunch. We had 21 overs of that innings before lunch, and in that time Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby made serene progress to 70 without loss at the break, and no real indications at that point that anything disastrous was in the offing. And I think most Worcestershire supporters would have enjoyed lunch with a score on 70 without loss. This one left alone by Adam Lythe as Ben Allison continues, and they carried on after lunch. It was 90 for no wicket at one point, and then in the 31st over Gareth Roderick was caught by Adam Lythe at second slip off the bowling of Jack White for 37, and in the rest of the afternoon Worcestershire fell away extraordinarily, really. They went from 90 for no wicket in the 31st to tea at 136 for 8, so an afternoon session saw them lose 8 wickets for 66 runs. Lythe drives into the covers and Libby fields, and there's no run, and at tea they were 136 for 8. The Yorkshire seam unit of Code, White, Thompson and Hill all bowled extremely well, shared around the successes. The catching in the slip cordon was smart and sharp, and They were just irresistible. A couple of batsmen might have contributed to their own downfall, but generally speaking, it was a fine effort by the Yorkshire seamers. Round the wicket comes Allison and bowls, and that one is just steered down to third man for 4 by Adam Lyth. Deliberate shot, wasn't really an edge, just a little nudge down wide of second slip, well wide of second slip, and races away to the boundary. He goes to 32, and the total to 56 for 1. So the men out for Worcestershire were Gareth Roderick for 37, as I said. Kashif Ali made 3 before chopping on off Jordan Thompson. Jake Libby, 53, played really well, 106 balls, 7 fours, but then did play at one he might have been able to leave, and he nicked it to lie that slip. That was off Ben Code, who bowled very well. Round the wicket comes Allison. That's an absolute snorter, which has not only left Adam Lyth, but bounced quite sharply. And he doesn't hit the deck as hard as Duffy. A bit of a grin from the batsman. When you know you're bowling last, you don't worry too much about that. And it was a really good delivery. Gareth Roderick couldn't hold on to it, just popped up off his gloves and was caught by Adam Hose at first slip.
Steepling bounce here, wasn't it?
Yeah, they haven't shown a replay yet. Replay, please. No, it's not coming. But yeah, very good delivery. So Libby out for 53, and after that, a little bit of a procession. As in comes Allison, left alone again outside the off stump, end of the over. Hose went for 1, Waite for 1, Taylor without scoring, D'Oliveira for 10, and Allison without scoring. So at tea it was 1-3-6 for 8, and I'll go on with the rest of the story as we go into the penultimate over in a minute or two.
Got the floodlights on, as we mentioned earlier on, and you can just see the shadows now beginning to appear.
I think if they weren't on, we might be looking at a bad light situation here, mightn't we? Because I think also when you look at the screen and you look at the live stream pictures, you get an even better idea really of how gloomy it is. But the lights are doing their job, aren't they? So here's Matthew Waite to bowl to another man who's doing his job, the night watchman Dom Bess, and he plays this defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Worcestershire, as I said, at tea 136 for 8. After tea, a partnership of some description between Ethan Brooks and well, a couple of people there. After Brooks hung around for quite a long time, he actually played pretty well, Ethan Brooks, to be fair, for his 19. He faced 73 deliveries, but he was the next man out, bowling, caught chipping a catch up really to mid-on off the bowling of Jordan Thompson. This one takes Bess on the pad. They could have had a leg by, but they decide against it. He'll keep the strike. So Brooks out for 19, and then the last man to go was Jacob Duffy, caught behind by Johnny Bairstow off Ben Code for 1, leaving Adam Finch 17 not out. Worcestershire 162 all out. The bowling figures for Yorkshire, the wicket takers anyway: Code 4 for 39, White 2 for 46, Thompson 3 for 27, Hill 1 for 24. We had a couple of overs of spin from Dom Bess just before lunch, but I emphasise how well they bowled as a unit. They all bowled 4 maidens, they all bowled similar number of overs, and it was a really good effort. Bess gets 4, drops short from Waite, and Bess just swings around. It was a really well executed pull shot, just rolled his wrists on the top of it, a kind of swivelling pull shot, just played exactly as it should have been, right on top of it, and a boundary of high quality from Dom Bess, who moves on to 10. And I also didn't mention the final bowling figures for Worcestershire, the wicket takers anyway. Allison 3 for 58, Duffy 2 for 114, Taylor 1 for 92, Finch 1 for 65, Waite 1 for 53, and Libby 1 for 12. Next ball to Bess, takes him on the pad, and again they could have had a leg by had they wanted. Oh, they've got one. They decided to take one as the sprawling Gareth Roderick was unable to get a hand on it. So we've got 1 ball left in this over, and then 1 more over. That's the full story of the day's play, except to say that in this innings the man out is Finley Bean, who was bowled by Ben Allison for 14. It's been a good day for Yorkshire, it's been a bad day for Worcestershire. It follows on from a tough game down at Taunton, and Worcestershire have had a testing start to the season. Matthew Waite in to bowl a bouncer. He just wanted to get out of the over, I think, with that one, and he's oh no, there's one more left. The scoreboard was actually quick on that last ball. Surprised me. But what I was going to say is it's Division 1, it's tough, and as I said yesterday, and I think I might have said it this morning as well, when people sometimes ask me, whether it be a cricket club or in the pub or at New Road or wherever, they say, well, you know, this attack, how are we going to take 20 wickets to win games? And it's a valid point. Just break off his weight, bowls a bouncer. As I say, he was trying to get out the over, and he does so. And there's 1 over left in the day, 61 for 1. And you just say, well, you know, we've lost an attack, basically, in the last couple of years to other counties. And it's not easy to replace them when you haven't got money to go out and just pluck players from here, there and everywhere like some counties. So it's hard graft is the answer.
It absolutely is, and it's unfortunate that the players that you're talking about from a Worcester perspective have left the club and moved on to pastures new. So you've got a pretty good bowling attack over the years, but what it does do is it does create opportunities, doesn't it, for these younger players to come through and put in some good performances. So, and at times yesterday they bowled pretty well, and at times this evening they have too.
Ben Allison is one of those who's come in from Essex, where he wasn't getting much opportunity, and he's replaced another one who's left, Joe Leach, who's retired, obviously. So you've got Tong, Pennington, Leach, Barnard, all four seamers of high quality who've all left the club in the last 2 seasons. But an opportunity for Ben Allison, and he has done quite well. That one banged in a bit short, and Best just gets out the way of it. But there you go. That's it's not excuse, it's explanation. I would like to class it as that kind of interpretation of what's happened. Allison is in and bowls, and Bess is on the back foot and playing defensively back up the pitch, and Ben Allison does his own fielding via a big right boot, and there is no run. So 4 balls left in the day. Yorkshire lead by 355. Adam Lythe, his work is done for the day, I would think. He'll be hoping that he won't face him. We've taken his helmet off, and he's leaning on his bat as if to say, I'm going nowhere. He's not even backing up. And Bess is forward and plays that down to third man. There's an easy single on offer, and Adam Lythe says, no thank you, I'm staying here. And I don't blame him. So there we are. Adam Lythe will be not out at the end of the day. He won't be run out backing up because he's not backing up. And he will be here tomorrow looking to tick off. What did you say, JD? Worcester is one of the teams he hasn't got 100 against, so he'll be looking to add them to his set. That's another thing he'd like to do before he finishes, I think. Having compared him to Darryl Mitchell the other day, Darryl, I think he finished with 1 county that he hadn't got 100 against. Off from memory, I'm not sure, should know. In comes Allison again and bowls. That's a really good delivery, beating Bess outside the off stump. It's been impressive, Ben Allison, today. I think both this morning and this afternoon, this evening. But no joy on that occasion. He has got the 1 wicket to fall in this innings. Finley Bean bowled via the edge for 14 when the score was on 45.
Good young bowler, isn't he? Coming through nicely, developing, and I remember him bowling at the both left-handers, Finley Bean and Adam Lythe, in the first innings, and he bowled quite well at them once he went round the wicket.
He comes in again now. 2 balls left in the day. Best defends this up to mid-on. His brother is in the Essex side at the moment in the first 2 games of the season. Charlie, I think it is. And he's a batter, but it's a cricket family, obviously. And Tom Taylor's brother is in the Surrey side, James. So another cricket family. You often get it, don't you? I bet they have some fun ringing each other up in the evening saying, oh, you didn't bowl very well, did you? You didn't get any runs, did you? The Taylors played against each other last year in a couple of times. Surrey Worcestershire games. There's Allison in to complete the day's cricket. Best drives up to mid-off. That's the end of the over. That is the end of the day. So Yorkshire are 61 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 355 runs. Adam Lythe is on 32. Dom Best, the night watchman, is on 10, and Worcestershire going away from tonight's session knowing that basically it's Taunton all over again. If they're going to save the game, they've got to bat and bat and bat. The difference is that they don't yet know how long they've got to do that for, but it's going to be a substantial period of time. They've been outplayed basically for 2 days, but they're hanging in there. There have been little bits of light in amongst the gloom, but at the end of the day, the end of day 2, Yorkshire lead by 355 runs with 9 wickets remaining in their second innings. Adam Lyth takes the applause as he walks off. He is unbeaten on 32. Dom Bess is on 10. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage from Headingley on these first 2 days. Big thank you to Paul Shaw, who isn't going to be here for the next 2 days. It's been a pleasure working with you, Paul. Thanks for your insight. And Jonathan Doidge as well will be back tomorrow with me, and we'll be joined by David Lloyd, probably better known as Bumble. Looking forward to that. Hope you'll be with us and hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Until tomorrow, thanks very much, and have a very good evening.
Vertu, official partner of Yorkshire County Cricket Club.